aground. And 3. Fighter squadrons did not need fixed bases from which to operate. Apparently, the Luftwaffe leadership forgot that Fighter Command proved its ability in France to operate from grass strips with pilots sleeping in tents and mechanics servicing aircraft in the open. The Luftwaffe Jagdflieger would do the same in Russia in 1941 to 1942. Fixed bases were nice, but not a necessity for this generation of fighters. Events quickly demonstrated that the temporary loss of Kenly and Biggin Hill really made no difference to Fighter Command's ability to resist daylight air raids. Britain's defense against Seelöwe rested on two primary factors: RAF Fighter Command and the Royal Navy's Home Fleet. These were the two relevant operational centers of gravity. Fighter Command provided the critical capability of destroying enemy bombers and depended upon 5 critical requirements. 1. Chain home for early warning. 2. Group and sector headquarters for command and control. 3. The training units for pilot replacements. 4. The RAF aircraft repair and maintenance units. And 5. Fighter production factories to replace losses. If the Germans could damage any of these 5 critical requirements, Fighter Command's ability to destroy enemy bombers would be reduced. The Royal Navy's critical capability was to sink enemy shipping in or near British waters, which depended upon 4 critical requirements. 1. RAF Coastal Command to detect and identify enemy invasion forces. 2. Superior surface warfare units to overwhelm enemy invasion escorts. 3. Minesweeping units to clear enemy mine belts in the Channel. And 4. Functional bases to provide fuel and repair services. During the campaign of July to September 1940, the British operational level COGs had 2 critical vulnerabilities. RAF Fighter Command was nearly useless against German precision night bombing tactics, and the Royal Navy had difficulty clearing German acoustic, magnetic, and influence mines. Either of these vulnerabilities, if properly exploited, could marginalize Britain's 2 greatest strengths. Although dismissive of Martini's warning about British radar, Göring did authorize major attacks against Chain Home in the opening move of Adlerangriff in August. These attacks did succeed in temporarily neutralizing 4 Chain Home stations, but the Germans were apparently disappointed that the sites were not destroyed. While the 360-foot-tall transmitting towers, made of open girder steel construction, were relatively impervious to blast, the 240-foot-tall receiver towers made of wood were not. At several damaged sites, the British continued to transmit, even though the receiver towers were down, which fooled Martini's intercept teams into thinking the sites were still active. In fact, the initial Luftwaffe strikes on Chain Home were fairly successful and, if continued, might have deprived Fighter Command of much of its early warning. However, Göring did not see it that way and concluded, "It is doubtful whether there is any point in continuing the attacks on radar sites, in view of the fact that not one of those attacked has so far been put out of action." While a few sector headquarters were damaged by air raids, No. 11 Group Headquarters at Uxbridge was barely scratched, and the Luftwaffe made no concerted effort against Fighter Command's C-squared nodes. Nor were RAF training or maintenance units seriously affected by enemy operations. Attacks on British aircraft factories began in mid-August, but were sporadic, and successes were not followed up. Rather than ruthlessly pounding a critical target to annihilation, the Luftwaffe was content to drop a few bombs on a factory and call it a day. Spitfire production was affected by the raid of the 26th of September on the plants near Southampton, but this came too late to influence the daylight battles over England in August to September 1940. Only modest effort was made to attack Hurricane factories, even though this aircraft was the backbone of Fighter Command. Yesenek, in particular, was opposed to wasting effort against industrial targets and issued an order on the 2nd of September that only small numbers of aircraft would be committed to such raids. Instead, he and Göring came to believe, based upon Schmidt's inflated damage reports, that the raids on Fighter Command's airfields had destroyed its main strength and that attacks upon London would draw out the remaining British fighters. Aside from the Kanalkampf in July, the Luftwaffe virtually ignored the Royal Navy for the next 10 months. A few raids were mounted against Royal Navy bases but were sporadic. A raid on Scapa Flow on the 16th of March by Junkers 88s put the heavy cruiser HMS Norfolk out of action for 3 months, and a raid on Glasgow on the 18th of September severely damaged the heavy cruiser HMS Sussex. But there was no sustained effort to destroy the Royal Navy's heavy units in port. In contrast, the RAF made repeated attacks against Kriegsmarine surface units in port, whereas the Luftwaffe put only a half-hearted effort into reducing the home fleet's surface warfare capabilities, although they clearly had the ability to bomb all the major naval bases within range of the potential Seelöwe invasion beaches. Göring was not interested in Seelöwe, or bombing naval bases, or even mundane factories, but rather sought to impress Hitler and the British by wrecking London and Britain's other major urban areas. Like Bomber Harris's later obsession with dehousing the German workforce, Göring's choice of targets was a departure from any kind of strategic rationale. In terms of Great Britain's strategic center of gravity, it was essentially its industrial economic base, with which it could mass-produce the tools of war and provide a base for the future prosecution of war against Germany. Britain's two strategic-level critical requirements were the ability to import raw materials and the ability to manufacture military equipment and merchant shipping. High-value targets associated with these requirements included petroleum production and storage, aluminum fabrication, electrical power plants, major ports, and shipyards. For the most part, Luftwaffe attacks against these types of strategic targets were sporadic and opportunistic, mostly occurring during the Blitz. Ironically, the first real damage inflicted on a critical industrial target in Britain was by an RAF Blenheim bomber, not a German bomber. On the 14th of July, a Blenheim returning from an aborted raid accidentally dropped a bomb on the High-Duty Alloys Limited plant in Slough. This company cast aluminum alloy pistons for the Rolls-Royce engines that powered the Spitfire. The accidental bombing scored a direct hit on the plant and inflicted 45 casualties. Britain only had 2 hydrogenation plants, Heysham and Billingham, and 4 small refineries, but no concerted effort was made to smash them. Liverpool was the only place where the Luftwaffe made a real effort to attack the British strategic center of gravity. Großadmiral Raeder had been urging attacks against the city since late 1939, and he stated that a major air campaign against Liverpool could cripple British imports. Although Göring was reluctant to support any idea suggested by Raeder, he did authorize 4 nights of raids from the 28th to the 31st of August, with 629 bomber sorties dropping 455 tons of explosives on the city. However, the Luftwaffe did not return to Liverpool in force until the 28th of November, and thereafter conducted sporadic raids on the city until the 7th of May. Altogether, the Luftwaffe conducted 12 major raids against Liverpool with more than 2,500 bomber sorties, dropping over 2,400 tons of bombs and inflicting considerable damage. But the effort was insufficient to seriously disrupt British imports. Indeed, Liverpool received only 1/10 the amount of bomb tonnage that London received, even though the latter was more a political target. Nor was the construction of warships for the Royal Navy or domestic merchant ships singled out for attack. In September 1940, there were 5 aircraft carriers, 5 battleships, 15 light cruisers, and over 50 destroyers under construction in British yards, 2/3 of them in Glasgow or Newcastle. Amazingly, the Luftwaffe did not mount any serious raids against Glasgow nor Newcastle until March 1941, causing only minor disruption. Nor were these targets particularly well protected. The Luftwaffe sent 439 bombers to attack Glasgow on the 13th to 14th of March 1941 and lost only 2 to anti-aircraft. Losses of warships, particularly new destroyers, would have had a ripple effect upon the Royal Navy's ability to defend convoys against U-boat attacks. But the Luftwaffe leadership failed to see this. The main point here is that the Luftwaffe made only sporadic and inconsistent efforts to disrupt either the British operational or strategic centers of gravity. Instead of focusing on a few targets and blasting them to kingdom come, the Luftwaffe spread its bombing effort across too many targets, thereby dissipating its efforts. However, the Luftwaffe clearly had the ability to attack the critical requirements supporting Britain's COGs, and a powerful and sustained effort against one or more critical requirements would almost certainly have impaired Britain's ability to resist and may have been enough to set the conditions for Seelöwe to be executed in late September 1940. Minenkrieg, the close-in threat to Britain's maritime commerce. On the 22nd of September 1938, General der Flieger Helmut Felmy wrote a memorandum for Göring on how an air campaign against England could be waged. Presciently, Felmy wrote that an air campaign against land targets with the Heinkel 111 bomber could not be decisive. Instead, he identified the Royal Navy, enemy merchant shipping, and ports as the key targets and recommended the use of large-scale aerial mine-laying to block British ports. He also recommended the creation of a division of heavy, long-range bombers under Kriegsmarine control to conduct anti-shipping operations. Göring rejected Felmy's memorandum, but authorized the development of aerial-delivered mines. Göring fought the idea of a separate naval air force, tooth and nail, but, in 1936, he had agreed to form 7 Küstenfliegergruppen to support the Kriegsmarine. It was agreed in the inter-service memo authorizing their formation that the primary function of these units was maritime reconnaissance, but aerial mine-laying was also possible. Actually, since the Küstenfliegergruppen were equipped with a heterogeneous collection of Heinkel 59, Heinkel 60, and Heinkel 115 floatplanes and Dornier 18 flying boats, Göring had no use for these aircraft anyway. The Heinkel 115 was the only modern aircraft with the range and payload to be useful for combat. At the start of the war, all these groups fell under the command of Generalleutnant Joachim Kurler, a formal naval aviator who transferred to the Luftwaffe in 1933. All the coastal aircraft would eventually be formed into the 9th Fliegerdivision under Kurler's direct command. However, based upon Felmy's and Geissler's earlier memoranda, Raeder was able to successfully lobby Hitler for the Luftwaffe to provide medium bomber units to conduct anti-shipping operations. Reluctantly, Göring transferred first the 1st KG-26th and then the 2nd KG-26 with Heinkel 111 bombers, followed by the 1st KG-30 with Junkers 88 bombers to fall under a new formation, designated as the Ex-Fliegerkorps. Geissler was assigned to command this formation, and he was tasked with developing a maritime strike capability, while Kurler focused on reconnaissance and mine-laying. Germany deployed a great number of secret weapons during the World War II, some effective, some not, but one of the first ones introduced was the magnetic influence mine, which could be dropped from aircraft or deployed by U-boats or surface vessels. The basic concept was that the mine was outfitted with a sensor that could detect the magnetic field generated by a ship's steel hull. When the ship approached, the sensor would detect the magnetic field and detonate the mine. In theory, the explosion would create an underwater gas bubble that could break a ship's keel. Unlike conventional mines that a ship had to strike, the magnetic mine acted as an area denial weapon and was perfect for raiders' anti-commerce strategy. However, the mines were expensive compared to conventional contact mines, and Germany had not yet amassed a large stockpile of magnetic mines before the war. In September 1939, the Kriegsmarine had about 1,500 magnetic mines and 20,000 contact mines, while the Luftwaffe had 250 magnetic mines. The Kriegsmarine had ambitious plans to manufacture 50,000 of the aerial-delivered mines, but the production rate was only 100 magnetic mines per month in November 1939. It was hoped to have 2,800 LMA and LMB type magnetic mines by the 1st of September 1940. It would have been prudent to wait until sufficient magnetic mines had been produced before committing them into combat, but Raeder refused to wait. The day after Britain declared war on Germany, Raeder commenced mining operations off the English coast with 4 small Type 2A U-boats laying a small number of TMA mines. These were moored magnetic influence mines with a 215-kilogram warhead. The other available type, the TMB magnetic mine, had a 580-kilogram warhead and rested on the bottom in 85 to 100 feet of water. On the afternoon of the 10th of September, the British 8,641-ton cargo ship Magdapur struck one of the TMA mines off the east coast of England and broke its back, becoming the first victim of Germany's mine campaign. However, both the Type 2 and Type 7 U-boats typically carried 12 TMA or TMB mines, which only enabled them to lay a relatively small linear minefield. Thus, the initial small-scale use of magnetic mines resulted in the sinking of only 6 ships, totaling barely 16,000 tons, in September 1939. Nevertheless, Raeder was adamant about the use of magnetic mines and wanted the campaign expanded as quickly as possible. He believed that Minenkrieg, mine warfare, would form an important component of his Handelskrieg strategy. Commodore Karl Dönitz, in charge of the Kriegsmarine's U-boats, was not in favor of utilizing U-boats to lay mines, since it was extremely hazardous and less certain than torpedo attacks on shipping. Personally, he distrusted mines as unreliable. He wanted to offload this mission on the surface navy or on the Küstenfliegergruppen in order to get his U-boats back to attacking convoys. Nevertheless, Raeder ordered Dönitz to continue to lay mines off the eastern coast of England and Scotland with Type 2 boats and to begin using Type 7 boats against the western coasts. The Kriegsmarine also ordered production of the TMC mine with a larger 1,000-kilogram warhead for use against warships. While getting off to a slow start, the mines soon proved their lethality. Dönitz's U-boats laid 21 minefields and sank 30 ships of 104,400 tons between September and December 1940. Another subtle benefit of the German mine offensive was that it discouraged neutral merchant ships, particularly American, from sailing into British waters, which meant that the British merchant marine had to fill in for neutral shipping that opted out. Although hazardous, only one Type 2 submarine, U-16, was lost on a mine-laying operation. The embarrassment to the Royal Navy was considerable. On the 21st of November, the brand-new cruiser HMS Belfast had its keel broken by a magnetic mine laid by U-21 in the Firth of Forth. On the 4th of December, HMS Nelson, the flagship of the home fleet, was also badly damaged by a magnetic mine laid by U-31 in Loch Ewe, in northwest Scotland. The Royal Navy was unwilling to move the damaged battleship until all the mines had been swept from the lock entrance, which required a month of sweeping and cost 2 trawlers sunk. Finally, HMS Nelson was moved out of her imprisonment and spent 5 months under repair. In conjunction with the U-boat mine-laying effort, Raeder ordered his destroyer squadrons to conduct offensive mining operations off the English coast, beginning on the 17th of October, 1939. Unlike the U-boats, each destroyer could deliver 60 mines, and a squadron-size operation could create a much larger minefield. The German destroyermen laid over 1,100 mines by the end of December, which sank 47 ships, totaling 165,000 tons, as well as the destroyers HMS Blanche and Gypsy. About half the destroyer-laid mines were magnetic mines. The rest were contact mines, EMC, EMD, which also proved effective. Lord Mountbatten's destroyer HMS Kelly was disabled by a contact mine off the River Tyne. Amazingly, the Royal Navy did not detect any of these sorties, including one that laid mines off Newcastle, and believed the mines had been placed by U-boats. The Royal Navy was well aware of the threat posed by the magnetic influence mine because it had developed its own version of this weapon in 1918, but it had not devoted any effort to creating countermeasures. Instead, the Royal Navy started the war with 21 Halcyon-class minesweepers, which were designed to counter conventional contact mines by snagging and cutting their cables. A large number of trawlers were taken into service as auxiliary minesweepers at the beginning of the war for coast minesweeping duties. Standard sweeping tactics with paravanes sufficed against the Kriegsmarine's EMA/EMC type moored contact mines, but were useless against the magnetic influence mines since there were no mooring lines to snag. Efforts to clear the German minefields off the River Tyne were a complete failure. In Portsmouth, the Mine Experimental Department at HMS Vernon was tasked with countering the German magnetic mines. Meanwhile, Curler had been champing at the bit to get his 9th Flieger Division into action against British shipping, but daylight operations in English waters had already proven costly when RAF Fighter Command shot down 4 of his Heinkel 115s in October. It took a while to work out the procedures for aerial mine-laying at night, but by mid-November, Curler was ready to begin his part of the Minenkrieg effort. The 2 types of aerial-delivered magnetic mines, Luftminen, available were the Luftmine A, LMA, with a 300-kilogram charge, and the Luftmine B, LMB, with a 705-kilogram charge. A parachute was used to retard the weapon's descent, and an impact fuse was supposed to detonate the warhead if it accidentally dropped on land. On the 20th of November, 1939, 4 Heinkel 59 floatplanes from 3rd Küstenfliegergruppe 906 dropped 6 Luftminen into the Thames estuary on the first night, and the group delivered 26 more over the next 2 nights, including some dropped in the Humber estuary and near Harwich. Follow-up missions on the 6th to 7th of December delivered 28 LMB-type magnetic mines. The magnetic mining operation by the 9th Flieger Division was a complete disaster, and it was immediately apparent that the coastal pilots were untrained in night operations, since they lost 8 aircraft in crashes. The greatest damage inflicted by this operation occurred when one pilot idiotically crashed his Heinkel 115 into one of the chain-home radar antennas at RAF West Beckham. Otherwise, these 61 air-delivered magnetic mines achieved nothing. Adding insult to injury, 2 of the LMA-type Luftminen dropped by the Luftwaffe landed on mud flats in the Thames estuary and failed to self-detonate as designed. This was a lucky break for the British, because the mines were spotted on the 22nd of November, and a team from HMS Vernon, led by Lieutenant Commander John G.D. Ouvry, was able to disarm both of the mines. Through rapid technical exploitation of the captured mines, several potential countermeasures were developed. Over the next 2 months, Trying a variety of methods, the RAF was able to perfect a method of detonating the magnetic mines from the air using modified Wellington bombers. Meanwhile, the Kriegsmarine greatly increased their delivery of magnetic mines by U-boat in December to January. On the 6th of January, U-30 laid 12 TMB mines off Liverpool, and these eventually succeeded in sinking a tanker and 3 freighters. Had the Germans continued this kind of effort, mercantile traffic into Britain's largest port could have been seriously disrupted. On the 19th of January, the U-34 laid its magnetic mines inside Falmouth Bay, which quickly sank a 7,800-ton tanker. In response, the Royal Navy employed an expedient approach using towed skids with electrified cables that succeeded in detonating 8 of U-34's remaining magnetic mines. In February, Raeder wanted to extend mine warfare to Canadian waters, requesting to send 2 U-boats to lay mines off Halifax, but Hitler rejected the recommendation in view of the psychological effect on the United States. By February, the Royal Navy began using the more effective double L sweep method to clear magnetic mines and succeeded in neutralizing 300 mines by June. A more permanent solution was degaussing ships to reduce their magnetic fields, a prodigious task, and although most warships had gone through the process by August, most merchant ships had not. Nevertheless, at that time Churchill informed Parliament that the mine threat had been effectively mastered. Yet, in reality, the British had only defeated the first generation of German magnetic mines. Indeed, the use of U-boats to deliver magnetic mines remained a serious hazard to British coastal shipping until the Norwegian campaign diverted most of the available U-boats to support that effort. Dönitz kept trying to persuade Raeder to drop the mine-laying campaign, arguing that it was taking U-boats away from convoy attacks. Indeed, Dönitz aggressively pushed his authority, and after the Norwegian campaign, no more U-boats were sent on mine-laying operations in 1940. It was not the Royal Navy countermeasures which defeated the Kriegsmarine's mine campaign, but Dönitz's tactical small-mindedness, which was obsessed with the Tonnageschlacht, tonnage battle. He simply could not accept that interfering with traffic in and out of Liverpool was more important than sinking random ships in the Atlantic. Instead, Raeder increasingly relied on his destroyers to lay mines, and in 5 missions in January to February, they laid 782 more mines, including 280 magnetic, off the English coast, which sank 19 ships of 73,000 tons, including the destroyer HMS Grenville. After the loss of so many destroyers in the Norwegian campaign, Raeder pulled the destroyers off the mine-laying mission, which left Kurla's 9th Flieger Division as the only game in town. During April to May, the 9th Flieger Division began using Heinkel 111 bombers in aerial mine-laying off the British coast, dropping 188 magnetic mines, which sank 14,564 tons of shipping. With the fall of France, the 9th Flieger Division gained a small number of FW-200C Condors of LKG-40, which were assigned to fly 12 night mine-laying missions between the 15th and 27th of July, which resulted in the loss of 2 Condors. This was a complete misuse of these precious long-range aircraft, and Luftwaffe pilots came to loathe aerial mine-laying since it required aircraft to fly low and slow. Amazingly, the Germans learned in March 1940 from the open press that the British had recovered a magnetic mine and developed countermeasures, which was confirmed by B. Dienst. Raeder ordered the immediate development of upgraded mines in order to make them harder to sweep. Next-generation magnetic mines included ship counters, delayed activation mechanisms, and a clock system that could turn the arming mechanism off for part of each day. These measures, which the British were not fully aware of until 1941, continued to make the magnetic mine a threat to shipping in coastal waters. In mid-December 1940, 9th Flieger Division dropped 300 mines into the Thames estuary, which sank 12 ships. Even as the British were getting a handle on curbing the magnetic mines, the Germans introduced an acoustic mine on the 28th of August. This weapon could be detonated by the sound of a ship's engines, not its magnetic field. By the time that the Kriegsmarine began planning Seelöwe, the acoustic mine was ready for use in quantity, and the Royal Navy did not yet have countermeasures in place for this new type. Events demonstrated that both the conventional EMC/EMD type mines and the new magnetic mines were lethal early on the 1st of September, when a squadron of 5 British destroyers on an offensive patrol off the Dutch coast unexpectedly encountered an enemy minefield. The destroyers HMS Esk and Ivanhoe were sunk, and HMS Express was badly damaged. During Seelöwe, the Kriegsmarine expected to lay thousands of mines on the flanks of the invasion flotillas, and, given their effectiveness off the Dutch coast, it is likely that they would have proved a hazard to Royal Navy destroyers trying to intercept the invasion. From the 14th of September to the 30th of October, 9th Flieger Division dropped over 1,000 mines into British waters, although British countermeasures were able to prevent this from closing any ports. In another stroke of good fortune, the British retrieved an acoustic mine on the 30th of October, but B. Dienst reported this information, and the Kriegsmarine soon fielded a new combined magnetic-acoustic fuse for its mines. In short, the Minenkrieg campaign had the potential to make a major contribution towards interdicting Britain's overseas trade and restricting the operations of the Royal Navy in coastal waters. However, the premature disclosure of the magnetic mine seriously undermined this effort, as did the poor inter-service coordination between the Luftwaffe and Kriegsmarine on mining operations. Another key tactical deficiency was that the Germans spread the mines across too many targets and failed to regularly reseed important minefields, like outside Liverpool. While British adaptive countermeasures played a major role in preventing the Germans from achieving decisive success with mine warfare, the loss of 500,000 tons of shipping and half a dozen warships in the first 6 months provides a glimpse of what might have transpired if the Kriegsmarine had waited to begin large-scale Minenkrieg in preparation for Seelöwe. In short, Germany failed to fully exploit its initial advantage in mine warfare at a time when it could have proved decisive. Above and below the water. Bombs and torpedoes. In addition to mines, British warships and merchant vessels in the waters around Great Britain faced serious threats from enemy motor torpedo boats, specially trained Luftwaffe anti-shipping units, and U-boats. Unlike the mine threat, the Royal Navy was far from finding a reliable defense against any of these heterogeneous threats, and they constituted serious impediments to the British ability to interfere with German invasion flotillas attempting to cross the English Channel. At the start of the Fall Gelb, the Kriegsmarine committed the 1st and 2nd S-Bootsflotillen into coastal operations in the North Sea. In their first encounter with the Royal Navy, 4 S-boats, Schnellboote, German motor torpedo boats, known to the British as E-boats, intercepted Lord Louis Mountbatten's 5th destroyer flotilla on the 9th of May and torpedoed his flagship, HMS Kelly. Although the Kriegsmarine never had more than 21 operational S-boats deployed in the North Sea and English Channel in 1940, the Royal Navy was shocked that one of its most modern destroyers could be crippled by enemy light surface craft. The S-boats were night hunters and very difficult to spot, particularly when the Royal Navy did not yet have surface search radar on its destroyers. Using ambush tactics, the S-boats came in fast, launched their 2 21-inch G7A torpedoes, and then sped off at 40 knots behind a smoke screen. The Royal Navy was not accustomed to this kind of hit-and-run surface threat. During the Dunkirk evacuation, S-boats again demonstrated their lethal night tactics in a series of slashing attacks which sank the British destroyer HMS Wakeful and 2 French destroyers. Once France capitulated, Kapitän-Leutnant Heinz Birnbacher's 1st S-Bootsflottille moved into Cherbourg, and Korvettenkapitän Rudolf Petersen's 2nd S-Bootsflottille moved into Ostend. The Royal Navy was now faced with countering an S-boat threat that could strike across the Channel with little or no warning. Prior to the war, the Royal Navy had built 18 small motor torpedo boats, MTB, of its own, but they were considerably smaller and less well-armed than the German Schnellboote. Furthermore, the German S-boats were trained for surface-night action, whereas the Royal Navy's coastal forces were primarily focused on anti-submarine and coastal escort functions. Soon after encountering S-boats in the North Sea, the Admiralty ordered the development of a new type of motor gunboat, MGB, to counter them, but none of these would be available before the end of 1940. In the meantime, the Royal Navy was forced to use destroyers and its lightly armed coastal forces to try to contain S-boat raids. On the 19th of June, the S-boats began operating off Dungeness, which would soon be designated as one of the landing areas for Seelöwe, sinking first a freighter, then a tanker. In July, the S-boats began attacking convoys in the English Channel, and there was little that the Royal Navy could do to stop the raids. The S-boats also began laying mines in the Thames estuary. Each boat could carry 6 EMC contact mines. Between July and mid-September, the S-boats sank 13 merchant ships in the Channel, although the total tonnage was only about 29,000 GRT. 4 British MTBs patrolling for the S-boats were lost on mines, while 3 S-boats were lost, all on mines. RAF Coastal Command bombed S-boat bases in France, but failed to achieve any major success. By the time Estag approached, the Kriegsmarine had 2 veteran S-Bootsflotillen ready to protect the eastern flank of the invasion armada against Royal Navy destroyers. Should the Royal Navy attempt to move against the invasion convoys at night, they would undoubtedly encounter S-boats lurking in ambush. Engagements between destroyers and S-boats in 1940 to 1942 usually ended up badly for the destroyers. Indeed, the S-boats would remain a problem for the Royal Navy long past Seelöwe, and these night hunters were still able to achieve significant victories in the English Channel as late as April 1944, when they inflicted massive losses on Exercise Tiger in Lyme Bay. The Royal Navy also had to worry about Geisler's Ex-Fliegerkorps, which was tasked with attacking British surface units and merchant shipping in the North Sea and English Channel. Geisler's premier unit was 1st KG-30, equipped with the new Junkers 88 bomber, which was capable of making steep dive-bombing attacks on ships. His operations officer was Major Martin Herlinghausen, another former sailor, who developed a plan to attack the battlecruiser HMS Repulse at Rosyth. Hitler approved the plan, the first air raid on Britain, but issued restrictions that no warships in the dockyard area could be bombed, in order to avoid civilian casualties. On the 16th of November, 1939, 9 Junkers 88s from Sylt flew undetected across the North Sea and appeared suddenly over Rosyth. HMS Repulse was in dry dock, so the bombers switched to attack warships in the Firth of Forth. Dropping their bombs from just 500 feet, Junkers 88s hit the light cruiser HMS Southampton with a 500-kilogram bomb and damaged the cruiser HMS Edinburgh and destroyer Mohawk with near misses. 2 Junkers 88s were shot down by Spitfires as they tried to escape, but the raid managed to inflict 16 dead and 44 wounded upon the anchored warships. The next day, Ex-Fliegerkorps mounted a raid on the home fleet at Scapa Flow, and more raids in January and March. On the 16th of March, 1940, a Junkers 88 scored a hit on the anchored heavy cruiser HMS Norfolk, which suffered 4 dead and 7 wounded. Meanwhile, ex-Fliegerkorps turned out its Heinkel 111 bombers from KG-26 against merchant shipping in the North Sea in January 1940 and managed to sink 12 ships of 23,944 tons. In February, a Junkers 88 scored a direct bomb hit on the minesweeper HMS Sphinx off the Scottish coast, sinking it. A total of 7 German bombers were lost on maritime strike missions in the first 6 months of the war. 5 lost to fighters and 2 to anti-aircraft fire. German bombing accuracy at sea was steadily increasing. The Norwegian campaign proved to be a real eye-opener for the Royal Navy in regard to the Luftwaffe's anti-ship capabilities. Admiral Sir Charles Forbes, commander of the Home Fleet, led a task force consisting of his flagship, the battleship HMS Rodney, 2 other capital ships, and over 30 cruisers and destroyers. On the 9th of April, Forbes's fleet was attacked by ex-Fliegerkorps off Norway. HMS Rodney was hit by a 500-kilogram bomb, and the destroyer HMS Gurkha was sunk. 2 cruisers were lightly damaged. Although 4 Junkers 88s were shot down by British anti-aircraft fire, Forbes was shocked by the ability of enemy aircraft to penetrate his defensive screen. A week later, Forbes tried to send the heavy cruiser HMS Suffolk and 4 destroyers to bombard a German-held airfield near Stavanger. But ex-Fliegerkorps swarmed all over the British task force and crippled HMS Suffolk with 2 bomb hits, inflicting 32 dead and 43 wounded. It is noteworthy that these successes off Norway were achieved under marginal weather conditions and against warships that were maneuvering at full speed and shooting back. 3 more British cruisers and 2 destroyers were damaged by German air attacks off Norway by the end of April. On the 19th of April, Oberleutnant Werner Baumbach, a Junkers 88 pilot in KG-30, attacked the French light cruiser Émile Berton off Namsos and struck it with a 500-kilogram bomb. This action began Baumbach's rise as one of the best anti-shipping pilots in the Luftwaffe. In May, the cruiser HMS Curlew, one of the few ships in the Royal Navy equipped with air search radar, was sunk by Junkers 88 bombers. By the end of the Norwegian campaign, the Home Fleet had suffered considerable punishment at the hands of ex-Fliegerkorps, and the German air crews were becoming increasingly proficient at bombing warships. Forbes returned to Scapa Flow with the conviction to avoid further risking his capital ships in areas where the Luftwaffe had strong forces. Soon thereafter, the Luftwaffe was quick to move air units into captured bases in Denmark and Norway, which increased the air threat to British shipping off Scotland. On the 23rd of August, 4 Heinkel 115s from the 3rd Kustfliegergruppe 506 based in Norway attacked the convoy OA-203 off northern Scotland. The 5,053-ton freighter Leichy was torpedoed and sunk, while a 6,677-ton freighter was sunk by bombs. The Heinkel 115s had been modified for torpedo attack since March, but this was their first successful aerial torpedo attack. 3 days later, a group of 4 Heinkel 115s and 8 Junkers 88s attacked convoy HX-65 off Scotland. One 5,057-ton freighter was sunk by bombing, and torpedoes finished off the 11,445-ton passenger ship Remuera. The Kriegsmarine had funded the development of the aerial-delivered F-5A torpedo against the Luftwaffe's objections, and the weapon had an extended development period due to its quirky characteristics. By spring 1940, the Kustfliegergruppen had 135 F-5A torpedoes, but monthly production was kept at a pathetic rate of 10 torpedoes, and Göring was trying to kill the program. A number of Heinkel 111 bombers in ex-Fliegerkorps was provided with launching gear, but Göring refused to allow these aircraft to drop torpedoes. Yet, although the Kriegsmarine had validated its aerial torpedo capability, inter-service rivalry derailed the program when Germany needed it most. By September 1940, the Küstenfliegergruppen had just 38 F-5A torpedoes in stock, but the improved F-5B was being developed and would enter service in 1941. In addition to enemy mines, bombers and torpedo-carrying floatplanes, Royal Navy units deployed to oppose Seelöwe also had to consider the threat of U-boat attack in home waters. The Kriegsmarine started the World War II with the G7A stream-driven torpedo and with the G7E/T2 electric-driven torpedo, which could be equipped with magnetic or contact detonators. Early on, U-boat commanders realized that the magnetic detonator was worthless and switched to reliance on contact detonators, although these were far from fully reliable either. The sinking of the aircraft carrier HMS Courageous by U-29 on the 17th of September, 1939, and the battleship HMS Royal Oak by U-47 on the 14th of October, 1939, were both serious psychological shocks to the Royal Navy, and the death of 1,352 sailors in these two attacks provided a grim taste of what surprise submarine attacks could achieve. After the loss of the Royal Oak, the home fleet temporarily withdrew to Loch Ewe, but on the morning of the 30th of October, the Type 2C U-56 found the home fleet sailing in formation west of the Orkneys. HMS Nelson, Rodney, and Hood escorted by 4 destroyers. The U-56 evaded the destroyers and struck HMS Nelson with 3 G7E/T2 torpedoes, using contact detonators, which failed to explode. Soon the Kriegsmarine would realize that it had gone to war with unreliable torpedoes, and that up to 1/3 of all attacks were spoiled by technical malfunctions. Much of the problem was unique to U-boat operations, since the G7A torpedo performed fairly well when launched by Kriegsmarine destroyers and S-boats. Nevertheless, the U-boats continued to attack Royal Navy warships when favorable conditions appeared. In January 1940, the destroyer HMS Exmouth was sunk off northern Scotland by a Type 2B U-22 with the loss of her entire crew of 198 sailors, followed by the loss of HMS Daring to U-23 in February, with only 5 survivors from her crew. In both cases, these destroyers had been attacked and sunk in surprise night attacks, despite maneuvering. The commander of the U-23 was Kapitänleutnant Otto Kretschmer, one of the Kriegsmarine's best U-boat commanders. On the other hand, Royal Navy destroyers had sunk a number of U-boats in 1939 to 1940, thanks to ASDIC. But without surface search radar, they had difficulty spotting U-boats on the surface at night. After the Norwegian campaign, Dönitz conducted a thorough review of the poor torpedo performance, which gradually resulted in improved torpedo effectiveness. By the time that Seelöwe became a possibility, the Royal Navy knew that it remained vulnerable to U-boat attacks, particularly at night. But it was unaware that the Kriegsmarine U-boats still had torpedoes that were not fully reliable. Handelskrieg, the distant threat to Britain's maritime commerce. Britain's economic well-being and ability to remain in the war depended upon imports of oil, raw materials, and foodstuffs from overseas. In 1940, Britain's key imports included 19.3 million tons of food, including 5.8 million tons of wheat and 2.1 million tons of maize, 11.2 million tons of oil, 4.5 million tons of iron ore, 3.6 million tons of steel, 112 tons of bauxite for aluminum, 87,600 tons of chrome, 13,400 tons of wolfram ore, tungsten, 2,400 tons of molybdenum, and 200,000 tons of raw rubber. For example, the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine, which powered both the Spitfire and Hurricane fighters, depended upon imports of molybdenum from the Climax mine in Colorado. bauxite ore to make aluminum from British Guiana, and nickel ore from Ontario, Canada. German victories on the continent did deny Great Britain access to important resources, including 90% of its iron ore imports from French North Africa and Scandinavia, foodstuffs from Denmark and Holland, and timber from the Baltic. Britain was able to increase domestic production of food, coal, timber, and iron ore in order to reduce some of its import needs, but it would take until 1942 before shortages were alleviated. In the meantime, the Royal Navy's primary mission was to ensure that the economic lifelines, particularly to Halifax, the Caribbean, and South Africa, remained capable of maintaining the flow of raw materials and food. At the start of the war, Britain and the Commonwealth had the largest merchant marine in the world, comprising 2,965 vessels of 17.52 million GRT, including 445 tankers. Despite the loss of over 3 million GRT of shipping in the first 12 months of the war, the Commonwealth still had 3,053 vessels of 17.59 million GRT, as well as 704 foreign vessels of 3.7 million GRT at the end of September 1940. Under Churchill's emergency construction program, British yards in Glasgow, Liverpool, Belfast, and Newcastle were expected to build up to 1.2 million GRT of new shipping per year. In fact, only 780,000 tons were built in 1940. The difference was made up by contracting to build 439,000 tons in the United States. The addition of Dutch, Norwegian, and Polish merchant shipping also helped to alleviate shortfalls in domestic construction. The essence of Raeder's Handelskrieg, trade war, strategy was to interdict Britain's overseas commerce by neutralizing its ports and sinking enough of its merchant shipping in order to constrict Britain's imports to catastrophic levels. Without enough oil, raw materials, or food, Britain would be forced to seek terms. That was Hitler's reasoning in the summer of 1940. However, Hitler was reluctant to authorize unrestricted submarine warfare in order to avoid provoking the United States, and he limited where U-boats and surface raiders could operate. Even within the Kriegsmarine, Raeder and Dönitz disagreed on the best means to conduct Handelskrieg. Raeder wanted to use a mix of forces, including U-boats, mines, surface raiders, and long-range aircraft, to interdict British trade. In contrast, Dönitz believed that his U-boats alone could sever Britain's overseas trade. Extrapolating from data on the U-boat campaign in the World War I, Dönitz argued that a force of 300 medium-sized U-boats, with 100 at sea at any one time, could sink 1 million GRT per month, which would destroy Britain's commerce in an 18-month campaign. Dönitz's numbers were overly optimistic, and Raeder did not accept them. Instead, Raeder shortchanged Dönitz's U-boat arm in the lead-up to the war in 1938 to 1939, and did not build enough of the Type 7 U-boats that Dönitz insisted were critical to winning Handelskrieg. Nor did Dönitz want the larger Type 9 U-boats that the OKM forced upon him. Dönitz believed that the best way to win Handelskrieg was to sink as many enemy merchant ships as possible, and he developed a philosophy of Tonnageschlacht, tonnage battle, that focused on simple metrics rather than insightful strategic analysis. He did not care what kinds of ships were sunk, as long as there were plenty of them. Consequently, Dönitz did not favor distant U-boat operations because submarines would waste too much time in transit. Nor did he favor mine-laying. Instead, he wanted to fight the decisive battle in British waters, close to friendly ports, so that U-boats could go out, attack whatever shipping they found, and return as soon as possible for more torpedoes. Dönitz's Tonnageschlacht was a narrow-minded approach to anti-commerce operations that would greatly undermine the ability of the U-boat force to deliver a real knockout blow. At the start of the war, Dönitz had only 57 operational U-boats, of which just 27 were ocean-going U-boats. In 1939 to 1940, Dönitz had to conduct U-boat operations within the context of Raeder's concept of how to conduct Handelskrieg, which meant diverting U-boats to participate in the mine-laying campaign and then the Norwegian campaign. Like the RAF's chain-home GCI system, Dönitz had worked out a system to maximize the tactical effectiveness of his limited U-boat force. Rudeltaktik, Wolfpack tactics. He believed that by using land-based communications he could deploy scouting lines of submarines that would relay sighting reports to his headquarters. When a convoy was spotted, he would vector all available U-boats against it. Dönitz even managed to practice Rudeltaktik with 15 U-boats in the Atlantic in May 1939. Furthermore, he wanted the U-boats to attack on the surface at night to nullify the Royal Navy's ASDIC capabilities. In theory, massed U-boat attacks at night on the surface could maul even a well-escorted convoy. However, several efforts to employ Rudeltaktik in the first 6 months of the war failed because there were too few U-boats available. Indeed, there were not enough U-boats at sea to even form decent scouting lines, so most convoys were never detected. Instead, the U-boats mostly attacked ships sailing independently, or stragglers from convoys, a tactical method akin to scavenging. Although Dönitz's U-boats managed to sink 261 ships, totaling 946,570 GRT by mine, torpedo, and gunfire in the period September 1939 to May 1940, this inflicted no real disruption to Britain's imports. Hitler had confined the U-boat campaign to the western approaches and very few convoys were attacked. On the critical Halifax-Liverpool route, of the first 46 convoys, which totaled 1,613 ships, the only losses to enemy action were 5 ships sunk and 3 damaged. This is an important point to make that often gets lost in most narratives, but the fact is that prior to the fall of France, British convoys in the Atlantic were more at risk from storms than they were from enemy action. Thus, Britain's economic strength had not been seriously impacted by the first phase of Dönitz's U-boat campaign, which gave Churchill the confidence that he could fight a protracted war. However, his confidence would be shaken by Rudeltaktik when it did appear. Amazingly, Germany put very little effort into U-boat construction until after the fall of France, and new construction did not keep up with losses. In the first 9 months of the war, Dönitz lost 24 submarines, 11 Type 7, 6 Type 9, 7 Type 2, and received only 9 new submarines, 3 Type 7, 2 Type 9, 4 Type 2. The workhorse Type 7 U-boat was in very low-rate production, and none were commissioned from December 1939 until the end of September 1940. While the improved Type 7C was ordered in September 1939, none would be commissioned until November 1940. The larger Type 9B U-boat was just starting serial production, with 1 or 2 built per month, but these boats tended to be easier to detect. Instead of focusing on medium submarines, the OKM wasted resources building 16 Type 2D coastal submarines in the second half of 1940, which were of negligible use for Handelskrieg. Consequently, at the start of the campaign against the English coast in July 1940, Dönitz had just 15 operational ongoing submarines, 1 Type 1A, 10 Type 7, and 4 Type 9, plus 18 Type 2B/C coastal submarines. Furthermore, the diversion of workers and materiel for Seelöwe's barge modification program negatively impacted U-boat construction in Hamburg, which delayed the introduction of the new Type 7C U-boat. New U-boat construction did not begin to rise above losses until autumn 1940, and Dönitz could still rarely deploy more than a dozen U-boats into the Atlantic, even by May 1941. As a stopgap solution, the Italians agreed to transfer some of their submarines to operate in the Atlantic. Given these circumstances, the ability of the U-boats to make any serious contribution to forcing Britain to its knees in 1940 or 1941 appeared negligible. At the current rate of loss, it was Dönitz's U-boat arm that would break, not the British merchant marine. However, the situation began to change in mid-June as the Royal Navy was distracted by evacuations from Norway and France, and Dönitz was able to briefly surge 18 U-boats out to sea. By this point, German torpedo defects had been partly rectified. On the 15th of June, U-38 attacked convoy HX-47 on the western approaches and sank a tanker and a cargo ship. On the 20th to the 22nd of June, Dönitz was able to bring 4 Type 7 U-boats to bear against convoy HX-49, which was only escorted by 2 elderly sloops. Although the attack was not fully coordinated, these U-boats sank 4 ships, including 2 tankers. While the loss of 4 out of 50 merchantmen was hardly catastrophic, it was an indicator that convoys would soon be attacked in force. Dönitz tried to form a 5-boat wolf pack to intercept the Queen Mary off Spain, but they failed to spot her. Nevertheless, Dönitz's operational surge in June resulted in the sinking of 355,000 tons of shipping, which was double what had been achieved in any previous month. On the downside, only 4 U-boat sorties could be mounted in July. In early July, the U-30 Type 7 was the first U-boat to arrive in Lorient, and was soon followed by 3 more. Dönitz was determined to use the captured French naval bases to increase the operational tempo of his limited U-boat force, but initially the limited amount of support facilities in situ led to a slow buildup. The first U-boat patrol from Lorient did not begin until the 13th of July, and it had to be aborted due to engine defects. On the 25th of July, Kapitän-Leutnant Otto Kretschmer sortied from Lorient in U-99 and boldly attacked convoy OB-191, sinking a freighter and damaging 3 tankers. Another factor in the U-boat's changing fortunes was a growing stable of aggressive, competent skippers, with men like Gunther Prein in U-47, Kretschmer in U-99, and Joachim Schipke in U-100 leading the charge. Whereas 39% of the U-boat patrols in the first 9 months of the war sank no Allied shipping, this failure rate dropped to 6% in the rest of 1940. Thus, Dönitz had fewer U-boats, but much better trained veteran crews, and the so-called happy time was about to begin. By August, Dönitz had 10 of his U-boats operating from Lorient, which greatly reduced the transit time to attack shipping in the western approaches. On top of this, the Italians agreed to transfer 6 of their submarines to operate in the Atlantic from Bordeaux. The first, the Alessandro Malaspina, sank an 8,406-ton British tanker from convoy OB-193, then reached Bordeaux on the 4th of September. 7 more Italian submarines would arrive in October, and they were assigned to operate off Portugal. While Dönitz banked on his U-boats to defeat Great Britain, Raeder still believed that surface warships and long-range aircraft could strike hard blows against British trade. During the period 1929 to 1936, the German Navy made an exorbitant 252 million Reichsmark investment in building the 3 large Deutschland-class cruisers, known as Panzerschiffe, or pocket battleships. These vessels were specifically designed to conduct Handelskrieg, and with a range of 10,000 nautical miles, they could strike shipping as far distant as the Indian Ocean. Equipped with 6 11-inch guns and diesel engines capable of 28 knots, the Deutschland-class cruisers were optimized for surface raiding. The Admiral Graf Spee conducted its sole war cruise in the South Atlantic in September to December 1939, sinking 9 ships of 50,089 tons before it was found by the Royal Navy and engaged in the Battle of the River Platte. Despite besting 3 smaller British cruisers, Graf Spee's captain opted to scuttle his vessel on the 18th of December, 1939. None of the cargo intercepted by Graf Spee, maize, frozen meat, dairy products, wool, zinc, and lead, was worth the loss of such a fine, expensive warship. Meanwhile, her sister ship, Deutschland, prowled the North Atlantic for 2 months and sank only 2 freighters of 10,000 tons before returning to Germany. Admiral Scheer, which suffered from a variety of maladies with its power plant, spent the first year of the war leisurely refitting in Germany and did not conduct her first war patrol until October 1940. On the 5th of November 1940, the Scheer intercepted convoy HX-84, Halifax, Liverpool, southwest of Liverpool, and quickly sank the escort, the armed merchant cruiser HMS Jervis Bay. However, the convoy scattered quickly, and Scheer was only able to sink 6 of the 38 merchant ships. Although the loss of 33,331 tons of shipping and 379 sailors was a serious blow, most of the convoy made it to England. Indeed, even though Scheer badly damaged the tanker San Dimitrio, carrying 11,200 tons of aviation fuel from Texas, the tanker slipped away. Admiral Scheer then sailed south and eventually reached the Indian Ocean before returning to Germany in April 1941. Scheer's 6-month cruise eliminated 17 ships of 113,000 tons and succeeded in capturing 1 British tanker as a prize. The Hipper-class heavy cruisers were intended for general fleet duty, but were pressed into the surface raiding role as part of the deception effort for Seelöwe, Unternehmen Herbstreise. However, the Blücher had been sunk in the Norwegian campaign in March 1940, and the Prinz Eugen was still involved in the sea trials in the Baltic. The Seydlitz was 95% complete in September 1939, but construction had been halted. In late 1940, the Admiral Hipper was ready for operational employment. In December, the Hipper made a sortie into the Atlantic, and at dawn on Christmas Day engaged the troop convoy WWII north of the Azores, but discovered it was escorted by 2 aircraft carriers, 3 cruisers, and 6 destroyers. Nevertheless, Hipper engaged the heavy cruiser HMS Berwick in a 35-minute action and scored 4 8-inch hits, a 2% hit rate, disabling 1 turret and causing flooding. Before retiring, the Hipper also badly damaged the 13,994-ton transport Empire Trooper, which had 2,400 troops aboard. Amazingly, the British convoy scattered, and Empire Trooper, which was dead in the water, was left behind without escort. It was only with the greatest luck that this transport staggered into Gibraltar 10 days later. On her second sortie in February 1941, the Hipper had more luck and encountered the dispersed and unescorted British convoy SLS-64 near the Azores. It was a massacre, resulting in the sinking of 7 of 19 merchantmen in the convoy, totaling 32,806 tons. In these 2 raids, Hipper sank a total of 9 ships of 40,218 tons. Most victims were carrying general cargo, ranging from iron ore to oranges. The 2 Scharnhorst-class battleships were general-purpose warships that could be used for Handelskrieg or for conventional naval operations. Due to battle damage suffered off Norway in June, neither the Scharnhorst nor Gneisenau was available to support Seelöwe in September 1940. Once repaired, the 2 battleships were employed in Operation Berlin, a 60-day raid into the North Atlantic in January to March 1941. Hitler issued specific instructions that the battleships were to avoid engaging any convoy escorted by British battleships. Yet, as soon as British intelligence learned of the German sortie, they reinforced the escorts on the Halifax Liverpool, HX, and Freetown, Liverpool, SL convoy routes. On the 8th of February 1941, Scharnhorst and Gneisenau found convoy HX-106, but broke off when they spotted the battleship HMS Ramillies. On the 8th of March, they found convoy SL-67, which was escorted by the battleship HMS Malaya. Finally, on the 15th of March, the two German battleships encountered vessels from the dispersed convoy OB-294 and sank or captured 6 tankers sailing independently. The next day, Scharnhorst and Gneisenau bagged 9 more ships from the dispersed convoy before the battleship HMS Rodney appeared, and they had to break off the action. In all 3 encounters between the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau and British battleships, they were able to use their 30-knot speed to break off the action and escape from their much slower opponents. Altogether, the 2 German battleships sank or captured 22 ships of 113,690 tons during Operation Berlin, including 7 tankers of 46,185 tons. Although the presence of British battleships prevented attacks on 2 convoys, the Royal Navy was forced to commit 7 of the home fleet's 9 available capital ships to convoy defense during March 1941, and this still failed to inflict any damage on the surface raiders. In order to conduct patrols of more than a few weeks, the Kriegsmarine perfected the technique of refueling at sea, which was a procedure that the Royal Navy, which had plenty of fixed bases worldwide, did not master until 1945. With an adequate support network of tankers to keep them refueled and supply ships to provide revictualling, warships like the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau could remain at sea for several months. In time, the Royal Navy would learn that the way to counter the surface raiders was to identify and take out their clandestine support ships. Raeder was eager to employ the Kriegsmarine's largest warships, the 41,700-ton battleships Bismarck and Tirpitz, in raids into the Atlantic, even though these vessels were not well suited for the Handelskrieg strategy. These large battleships, equipped with 38-centimeter guns and heavily armored, were designed to engage enemy warships, not unarmored freighters. The Bismarck-class battleships also required a great deal more support to conduct long-range raids than the Deutschland-class cruisers, which increased the logistical footprint that was required to support operations in the Atlantic. Raeder hoped that the Bismarck or Tirpitz, if teamed up with other surface raiders, would enable the Kriegsmarine to attack the better escorted HX series convoys, which were far more important to the British war effort than convoys from Freetown. However, he did little to rush these fine warships into service, and Bismarck was not operational until March 1941, and Tirpitz not until January 1942. In contrast to the leisurely 7 to 11 months required to conduct final trials and crew training for their surface warships, the Royal Navy was able to compress the time required to ready its new King George V-class battleships after commissioning to just 3 to 4 months. Altogether, raids by German surface raiders between September 1939 and March 1941 resulted in the sinking or capture of 59 merchantmen of 327,000 tons, including 8 tankers. 4 convoys were attacked, but only 2, SLS-64 and OB-294, dispersed, and unescorted ones were badly mauled. Tactically, surface raiders could not destroy convoys because they scattered in all directions when attacked. The British only succeeded in cornering and eliminating 1 raider, but failed to damage any of the others. It was clear that Royal Navy battleships were too slow to intercept these fast raiders, and the battle cruisers HMS Hood, Renown, and Repulse, which had the speed, were never in the right place. Furthermore, the inability of Bletchley Park to break into naval enigma codes in 1940 deprived the Royal Navy of advance warning of raider activity. Instead, the Navy relied upon RRR, radar warning, sighting reports from merchantmen under attack. On the other hand, the Kriegsmarine had a very low sortie generation rate for its raiders, and only Admiral Hippe made more than one raid in the first 18 months of the war. No raiders were at sea during the period July to September 1940 to divert Royal Navy warships away from Seelöwe. Furthermore, the surface raiders never attacked a convoy that had more than a token escort, despite superior speed. As the Germans moved into their newly acquired bases in France, Geisler's ex-Fliegerkorps also revealed a novel long-range maritime strike capability. Back in mid-September 1939, Hitler had approved the conversion of 8 FW-200 Condor airliners into maritime patrol aircraft for the Luftwaffe, and, once ready, these aircraft were provided to Hauptmann Edgar Petersen's 1st KG-40 in February 1940. In March, the Luftwaffe began low-rate production of the FW-200C at a rate of 4 aircraft per month. Initially, the FW-200 Condors were used in a variety of roles, including maritime reconnaissance and mine-laying. But Petersen pushed hard to use them against enemy merchant shipping. In July 1940, Geisler's ex-Fliegerkorps began attacks against British shipping in the Irish Sea. But the limited range of his Heinkel 111 and Junkers 88 bombers meant that all of these anti-shipping operations were vulnerable to intercept by land-based RAF fighters. On the 2nd of August, Petersen's 1st KG-40 moved into Bordeaux-Merignac airfield with 9 FW-200 Condors, and he received authorization to begin attacking enemy shipping in mid-August. The 4-engine FW-200C Condor had a typical operational range of 930 miles, with 3 hours on station, and could carry a 1,000-kilogram bomb load, usually 4 SC-250 or 12 SD-50 bombs. It was the only aircraft that could attack shipping west of Ireland, well beyond range of British air cover. It took some time to work out the best tactics for these jury-rigged bombers, and Petersen only had 3 or 4 FW-200s operational on any given day. Lacking a proper bomb sight, the FW-200 Condors employed Tiefangriff, low-level attacks, coming in just 50 yards off the water, which made them difficult to spot. Initial attacks in August to September only sank 3 ships and damaged 9 more, but by October the FW-200 began to attack convoys west of Ireland and inflict significant losses. The British merchant marine had very little defense against low-level air attacks, so the FW-200 Condors found only feeble resistance. RAF Coastal Command was tasked to counter the FW-200 raids, but they lacked the long-range aircraft to provide air cover over all convoys. By Christmas 1940, with just a handful of aircraft, Petersen was able to sink 100,000 tons of shipping and damage another 180,000 tons. He was off to a promising start. Recognizing that the Royal Navy had been caught by surprise by the sudden emergence of the FW-200 Condor, which Churchill dubbed the Scourge of the Atlantic, the Admiralty ordered a crash program to develop countermeasures, but this would not bear fruit until mid-1941. During June 1940, it also became apparent to the Royal Navy that Raeder had another ace up his sleeve: disguised merchant raiders known as Hilfskreuzer, auxiliary cruisers. During the World War I, the Kaiser's Navy had used Hilfskreuzer to sink or capture over 350,000 tons of Allied shipping, and Raeder intended to utilize false flag tactics as well. However, for Raeder, the Hilfskreuzer were not auxiliary units, but, in fact, one of the premier strike elements in his Handelskrieg strategy, because they would be used to strike at Britain's worldwide trade network and disperse the Royal Navy's strength in trade protection. Unlike the U-boats and Condors, which were currently only engaging British shipping in the western approaches, Raeder intended to use the Hilfskreuzer in all the oceans, thereby depriving the British of any safe areas. In September 1939, the Kriegsmarine began converting the first Hilfskreuzer, and 5 were ready by Christmas 1939. In March, the Atlantis, HSK-2, sailed, followed by 5 more in the next several months. Employing false flag tactics, the Hilfskreuzer sailed past the British cruiser patrols in the Denmark Strait disguised as Soviet freighters. Each was armed with 6 15-centimeter guns, a mix of 2-centimeter and 3.7-centimeter flak guns, 21-inch torpedoes, mines, and a float plate. In essence, these vessels had the firepower equivalent to a light cruiser, but without the speed or armored protection. Designed for endurance, the Hilfskreuzer could go up to 8 months without refueling, although the SKL had developed a sophisticated clandestine resupply network known as the Etappendienst. Under this system, other disguised resupply ships and tankers could allow the Hilfskreuzer to remain at sea for a year or more. During May to June 1940, 6 of the Hilfskreuzer passed undetected through British patrols and reached their operational zones. On the night of the 13th to the 14th of June, the Hilfskreuzer Orion, HSK-1, covertly laid 228 EMC moored contact mines in New Zealand waters, north of Auckland. Less than a week later, the 13,400-ton liner RMS Niagara was sunk by one of the mines. This was a particularly painful blow, since the vessel was carrying 8 tons of South African gold, worth £2.4 million, intended to pay for American military equipment. The Royal Navy was shocked by the appearance of a large minefield in distant New Zealand waters, as well as a sudden rash of missing ships in the Pacific and Indian Ocean. By September, Raeder had the Widder operating in the North Atlantic, the Tor in the South Atlantic, the Atlantis and Penguin in the Indian Ocean, and the Orion and Comet in the Pacific. In June, the Hilfskreuzer sank or captured 8 ships of 48,427 tons, followed by 11 ships of 67,494 tons in July. The toll continued every month, averaging more than 60,000 tons of shipping disappearing. Often, the Hilfskreuzer were able to select the most valuable targets, such as large tankers, and unlike the surface raiders, their victims did not scatter. The Royal Navy approach to countering disguised merchant raiders, based upon experience in the World War I, was to deploy a large number of cruisers on the main trade routes and wait for merchantmen under attack to radio an RRR report. However, only 1/3 of Hilfskreuzer victims managed to radio a report before they were sunk or captured. Nor could Hilfskreuzer be found by radio direction finding, since they typically employed radio listening silence. In order to increase the Royal Navy's presence on distant trade routes, the Admiralty converted 54 civilian vessels into armed merchant cruisers, AMC, armed with leftover 6-inch guns. However, it soon became apparent that the AMC were no match for the Hilfskreuzer when the Tor engaged the AMC Alcantara off Brazil on the 28th of July and outfought it. By September, the Royal Navy had 7 heavy cruisers, 18 light cruisers, and 15 AMC deployed on distant trade protection from the South Atlantic to the Pacific, but had not spotted a single Hilfskreuzer. These 6 former merchantmen were able to significantly disperse the Royal Navy's strength away from more critical areas and to strike globally, without warning. In sum, Raeder's plans for long-range anti-commerce operations were just coming to fruition at the start of the Luftwaffe's campaign against Great Britain, and the Royal Navy was stretched too thinly to protect all of the worldwide trade networks. Lack of surface search radar, long-range maritime aircraft, and reliable intelligence about enemy activities made countering any of these threats unlikely before mid-1941. Nor did the Royal Navy fully appreciate that its defenses against U-boat attack were still rudimentary. Indeed, the Royal Navy in September 1940 was poorly deployed to defend against Rudeltaktik, combined with unexpected attacks by Condors and Hilfskreuzer. For the first time, Britain's overseas trade was going to come under serious, sustained attack. Kriegsmarine, operational choice of targets. Inside the Kriegsmarine's SKL, the consensus was that sinking large amounts of enemy shipping would eventually cause critical shortages that would cripple Britain's economy and undermine national morale. Counting tonnage sunk was fairly simple, and like the body count method used by the United States in the Vietnam War, or Bomber Harris's bomb tonnage figures provided an easily comprehensible metric to assess the results of operations. However, the system was undermined by willful inflation of tonnage claims by Dönitz and others in order to claim greater success for the Kriegsmarine. Yet the greatest weakness of the Kriegsmarine's approach to anti-commerce operations was a failure to connect damage inflicted to desired strategic goals. Unlike the Luftwaffe, the Kriegsmarine was slow to conduct any real analysis of Britain's wartime economy and figure out where it was most vulnerable. Instead, the Kriegsmarine simply attacked the entire British trade infrastructure, hoping for a victory through cumulative attrition. However, the information was readily available without any need for Abwehr agents to determine where the British trade network could be broken. Using the methodology discussed earlier, Britain had two strategic centers of gravity in 1940 that gave it the strength to remain in the war: its industrial base and its national morale. Both of these COGs depended on imported goods. The Luftwaffe could try to attack both of these through bombing, but the only way to stop the imports was for the Kriegsmarine to interdict Britain's overseas trade infrastructure. These imports could be attacked en route or at the source. Attempting to deprive Britain of key resources, oil, bauxite, and iron ores, was a more straightforward proposition than attempting to interdict food supplies, since the former originated from only a handful of ports. However, even temporary disruptions in the food supply, resulting in tighter rationing in Britain, could move the Germans closer towards the goal of weakening British resolve. Kapitän zur See Gottfried Kruger's 3rd SKL, Foreign Navies Branch, was not unaware of the importance of oil to the British Empire, and early on, the Kriegsmarine identified enemy tankers as a high-priority target. Yet, the Kriegsmarine made no special effort to attack oil delivery as a system during the first year of the war, and only sank 10% of the pre-war tanker fleet, which was quickly replaced. Random tanker sinkings were not going to deprive England of oil, and even Dönitz's Rudeltaktik system, when instituted, was a recipe for tactical, not strategic success. Deploying small numbers of U-boats across wide swaths of ocean to search for convoys was like looking for needles in a haystack, and too many convoys were never sighted. Driven by his Tonnageschlacht metric, Dönitz preferred to sink vessels based on their gross tonnage, not what they were carrying. U-boat aces were recognized by most tonnage sunk, not most valuable cargoes eliminated. In war, when killing and destruction are disassociated from logical end goals that could lead to victory, the activity becomes random and meaningless. In fact, the British oil infrastructure was highly vulnerable to attack by the Kriegsmarine. In 1940, 40% of Britain's oil came from the refineries on the Dutch island of Aruba, one refinery on Dutch-owned Curaçao, and one refinery on British-owned Trinidad. Britain usually imported refined fuel products and small amounts of crude oil, since it only had a handful of domestic refineries. Indeed, most of the RAF Fighter Command's limited supply of 100-octane fuel came from Aruba. RAF Fighter Command had only begun to receive small quantities of 100-octane fuel in July, but it was so rare that only Spitfire units received 100-octane fuel at this time. Although tanker losses were not significant in the first 9 months of the war, the need to convoy greatly increased the amount of time required to move tankers across the Atlantic. Instead of going directly from the Caribbean to Liverpool, as they had before the war, they now had to proceed to Halifax to form into convoys. Consequently, delays reduced British monthly fuel imports by 25% in late 1940, irrespective of German attacks. Britain did get a considerable amount of fuel from Iraq, Burma, and the Dutch East Indies, but the transit times were even longer, and efforts were made to reduce this dependence. Literally, it was Caribbean oil keeping Britain in the war. On the 23rd of September, 1939, President Roosevelt announced a maritime security zone in the Western Hemisphere and declared that the United States Navy would mount a neutrality patrol to report on the movement of ships belonging to belligerents out to 300 miles from shore. 2 U.S. Navy heavy cruisers and 4 destroyers were assigned to patrol the Eastern Caribbean, but the security zone did not include foreign possessions or colonies. In substance, the American Neutrality Patrol was not serious, and German merchant shipping was able to slip through it to try to return home. However, it had an impact on Hitler's thinking, and he directed Raeder not to conduct any operations in this zone in order to avoid antagonizing the United States. Thus, by a simple executive decision, Britain's oil supply from the Caribbean was declared off-limits to the Kriegsmarine. Raeder continued to press Hitler to authorize attacks on Britain's distant oil network. With the capitulation of Holland, Britain sent small numbers of troops into Dutch Aruba and Curaçao to protect the refineries. On the 21st of May, Raeder asked Hitler for permission to attack the oil refinery on Aruba, but Hitler curtly dismissed this idea for the time being with the offhand remark that the oil centers belong to Standard Oil, which is an American corporation. On the 11th of July, Raeder informed Hitler that 6 Hilfskreuzer were at sea and that their crews might be used to effect the occupation of the Allied colonies. Throughout the autumn of 1940 and the spring of 1941, Raeder continued to bring up the need to mine Halifax and attack targets in the Caribbean, and argued that since the United States was not really acting like a neutral, Germany should not respect its maritime exclusion zone. Hitler deferred and did not change his mind until December 1941. The refineries on Aruba, Curaçao, and Trinidad were virtually unprotected in September 1940. Britain rushed the 4th Battalion Queen's Own Cameron Highlanders from Scotland to Aruba, but only 520 lightly armed territorial troops arrived by the 3rd of September. 1 company was sent to Bermuda. In addition, Aruba was guarded by about 200 Dutch Marines, a coastal battery with 7.5-inch guns, and a few Coast Guard vessels. The large refineries on Trinidad and Curaçao were only protected by small numbers of local militiamen. The Royal Navy had a single cruiser patrolling the entire Caribbean and a handful of obsolete aircraft in the area. The Santa Ana refinery on Curaçao was particularly vulnerable since tankers had to transit through a narrow 130-yard-wide channel known as the Schottergat to enter Willemstad harbor. The islands were not even under blackout, which would greatly aid an attacker at night. However, the Germans did nothing to interfere with the oil traffic until the United States entered the war. Then, on the 17th of January 1942, the SKL issued Operation Order No. 51, West Indies, which authorized attacks on all 3 islands. Raeder emphasized that the refineries were the main targets, and they were to be shelled. Operation Neuland, a joint effort by 5 German Type 9 U-boats and 5 Italian submarines, was set in motion, and a coordinated attack against oil targets on Aruba and Curaçao commenced on the night of the 16th of February 1942. Although a number of tankers were sunk or damaged, Dönitz disobeyed orders and told his U-boat commanders to focus on torpedoing tankers instead of shelling the refineries. Nor was any effort made to mine the harbors. Thus, the Kriegsmarine targeting of Britain's oil lifeline proved to be too little and far too late. Despite Hitler's reluctance to risk antagonizing Roosevelt, the oil refineries were clearly located on belligerent territory, and Raeder could have invested the effort to persuade Hitler that German attacks would not provoke a serious reaction from the United States. He also could have pointed out that the disruptions of a large chunk of Britain's oil supplies, in conjunction with an invasion threat, could drive the British to consider a diplomatic solution. It is unlikely that Dönitz could have mounted an attack on the islands with his handful of Type 9 U-boats from Lorient before early September 1940. Nor is it likely that a U-boat equipped with a single 10.5-centimeter deck gun could inflict catastrophic damage on a large refinery. Mines could have disrupted tanker traffic for a few weeks, but thereafter the local defenses would improve. However, several Hilfskreuzer were already operating off the South American coast by July 1940, and numerous German covert supply ships of the Etappendienst were able to sail across the Atlantic without detection, demonstrating that the Royal Navy was spread too thinly to stop disguised warships. Germany had the potential, in August 1940, to mount a decisive raid against the Dutch West Indies using converted merchant ships, sailing from French ports, disguised as Soviet freighters, a practice already in effect. Given that plenty of merchantmen were being modified for troop transport in Seelöwe, as well as diversionary operations, the diversion of 3 to participate in a special operation of this importance was feasible. 3 ships, each carrying 300 troops and landing boats, would have been sufficient to mount false flag raids against Aruba, Curaçao, and Trinidad, with the intent of capturing the refineries long enough for pioneer troops to place explosive charges in the key facilities and destroy them. If the wellheads could be damaged, as the Soviets did at the Makeup refinery in 1942, the refineries could be rendered non-operational for 6 months or more. Afterwards, German raiding troops could either attempt to return home or seek internment in nearby neutral Colombia. Such a raid, even if only partially successful, could have cut off nearly half of Britain's oil supply for a period of many months and forced Britain to send precious military resources to defend the Caribbean. As it was, even without any German attacks on the West Indies, Britain was faced with serious oil shortages during the winter of 1940 to 1941. And by the end of May 1941, oil stocks in the United Kingdom had fallen below the level that had been declared to be the absolute minimum for safety. Likewise, Britain's supply of bauxite for aluminum production was also vulnerable to attack, since all 302,000 tons imported came from British Guiana. Like the West Indies, British defenses in Guiana were negligible. As part of Operation Neuland, U-boats attacked ore carriers coming from Guiana and sank a number carrying bauxite ore. But it was again far too late. German mining operations in the Caribbean in 1940 to 1941 would have been far more productive than sinking random ships off Scotland. As for attacks on food supplies, it was the British who actively tried to firebomb the German wheat crop in 1940 and experimented with aerial-delivered anthrax submunitions in 1942. Even if Germany had possessed a stockpile of biological agents to use to contaminate British food sources, Hitler was unlikely to authorize use due to fear of retaliation. Most of Britain's supply of meat came from Argentina and New Zealand, both of which required refrigerated merchant ships for transshipment. Greater efforts could have been made to single out these vessels, but the Kriegsmarine leadership was more interested in sinking large amounts of tonnage rather than the specific cargo they contained. In sum, the Kriegsmarine had the resources to potentially do more to impair Britain's war effort in August to September 1940, but operations were not focused against the enemy's strategic center of gravity. Instead, the Kriegsmarine was only inflicting random damage that did not cause any part of the British economy to collapse. Chapter 5. Countdown to Sea Lion. Churchill's bad calls, Nellie, Z batteries, apology, menace. Throughout his career, Churchill was prone to making impulsive decisions about military affairs based on personal hunches rather than a sober analysis. Sometimes Churchill's decisions were inspired, including his creation of the Land Ship Committee in 1915, which led to the development of the tank in the World War I. On some occasions, his decisions represented sound concepts, but were undone by poor execution. Churchill's support for the expedition to Gallipoli in 1915 was a classic example of this type of decision-making. Churchill received considerable public opprobrium for the Gallipoli disaster and for other mistakes in his political career. But his decision-making as leader of Great Britain in the World War II has generally not been viewed too critically since the Allies achieved victory, as he predicted. However, Churchill did make a number of very poor military decisions in 1939 to 1940, which seriously undermined the British war effort. But most historians have ignored these decisions and chosen to focus on supporting the Battle of Britain mythology. As First Lord of the Admiralty in 1915, Churchill supported the development of the tank, but he also became enamored of motorized trench-digging machines to help break the trench stalemate. The tank was a good idea which worked, but Churchill's mechanical moles were not, and the scheme was eventually rejected. At the start of the World War II, Churchill was once again appointed First Lord of the Admiralty, and he wasted no time resurrecting his mole concept. With Churchill's full backing and £1 million from the Admiralty's research and development budget, a top-secret program was begun in October 1939 to develop a new motorized mole to dig trenches across a no-man's land that did not exist. Although the Anglo-French had no plans to mount any offensives on the Western Front, and thus his mole did not meet any doctrinal or operational requirement, he did not care. A full-scale working model of the mole was constructed by December 1939, and Churchill was impressed by its digging ability and managed to get more funding for the project. By this point, the mole, which underwent many name changes to avoid revealing its purpose, emerged as a 130-ton tracked vehicle, which was 5 times larger than a Matilda II, Britain's largest tank. In order to build the 240 moles envisioned by Churchill, British industry would need to supply 20,000 tons of steel and 200 Rolls-Royce Merlin engines. Churchill connived to get top priority for his top-secret project and kept the British Army, which had not asked for the mole, in the dark. The fact that the mole project threatened to divert precious resources away from vital aircraft and tank production did not deter Churchill, nor did the rising cost of the project, which reached £8 million by March 1940. Amazingly, Churchill maintained his commitment to the mole project even after France capitulated and there was no Western Front. While he did concede to reducing the number of projected moles from 240 to 33, he used his new position as Prime Minister to ensure that the project continued to receive a high priority. Throughout the period that German invasion threatened, considerable resources were being poured into perfecting a machine that served no useful military purpose. Engineers who could have been helping to advance the design of British tanks were wasted on the mole effort. The British Army desperately needed anti-personnel mines. It had none. 3-inch mortars and more automatic weapons, not trench-digging machines. Finally, a prototype, dubbed Nellie, was ready by May 1941, and Churchill approved production several months later. After all this effort, the mole project produced just 4 machines in 1943, which were set aside and never used in combat. Churchill failed to appreciate that the nature of warfare in the World War II was radically different from the World War I, and that mechanized trench-digging machines were irrelevant. Yet, Churchill's support for Nellie was every bit as ridiculous as Hitler's love affair with gargantuan 100-ton tanks, and just as inimical to the war effort. Churchill backed other militarily questionable projects as well, such as anti-aircraft rockets, referred to as unrotated projectiles, with his son-in-law Duncan Sandys and his science advisor Frederick Lindemann playing major roles. By August 1940, a large percentage of Britain's cordite and steel was going into developing Z batteries of rockets to defend air bases and merchant shipping from German air attacks. In short, the rockets were inaccurate and of negligible value, and the effort would have been better placed on accelerating the development of night fighters and improved conventional anti-aircraft for ships, such as the reliable 20mm and 40mm guns. There were a number of things that the RAF and the Royal Navy desperately needed in September 1940, but rockets was not one of them. Churchill also allowed his friend, Lord Beaverbrook, Minister of Aircraft Production, to divert more resources towards the production of ad hoc armored cars known as beaverettes. General Alan Brooke opposed the diversion of armor plate and weaponry to equip these silly vehicles instead of increasing tank production, but it was ignored. Aside from his passion for every wild technical idea that came along, Churchill also made operational and strategic decisions based upon outdated imperialistic criteria, as if Great Britain was not in a life-or-death struggle with the Third Reich. As soon as Italy declared war on Great Britain and France capitulated in June 1940, Churchill oriented British strategy towards attacking the overseas colonies of both. In the Middle East, General Sir Archibald Wavell had 86,000 British and Commonwealth troops, including the 7th Armored Division. Although Italy had over 200,000 troops in Libya and 150,000 in East Africa, additional reinforcements from Australia, India, and South Africa were en route to Wavell, and his forces were adequate to hold Egypt for some time. Yet, when Italian forces invaded British Somaliland on the 3rd of August and quickly overran the tiny British garrison, Churchill became apoplectic with Wavell, since this was the first British colony that had been lost. Losing all perspective that British Somaliland was a small backward colony of no great economic value, Churchill began pressing Wavell to switch from a defensive strategy to an offensive strategy in both Egypt and East Africa. Of course, an offensive strategy meant sending large reinforcements to Wavell. On the 13th of August 1940, Churchill informed the cabinet that, now that we were so much stronger, he thought that we could spare an armored brigade from this country. Given that the British Army was still recovering from Dunkirk and faced with invasion, Churchill's statement appears to fly in the face of any kind of military logic. General Dill opposed the idea, but Churchill simply ignored him. Consequently, 3 tank regiments, the 7th RTR, equipped with Matilda IIs, and 2nd RTR, equipped with A9, 10, 13 cruiser tanks, and the 3rd Hussars, equipped with Mark VI light tanks, were designated for immediate transfer to the Middle East. In addition, 48 anti-tank guns and 48 25-pounder guns would go to reinforce Wavell. At Churchill's instigation, Operation Apology began a series of convoys from England around the Cape of Good Hope to reinforce Wavell's forces in the Middle East. The first vessel left Liverpool on the 22nd of August 1940, and the main convoy, AP3, left with the tanks and artillery on the 10th of September and arrived in Suez on the 22nd of October. All these vital assets were sent away from England just as the threat of invasion was approaching its peak. Operation Apology gave Wavell the equipment to mount a powerful counteroffensive in December 1940, known as Operation Compass, which inflicted a severe defeat upon the Italian 10th Army. Furthermore, the AP series convoys were only the beginning, as Churchill began to send more units to support expeditionary warfare in Africa and the Mediterranean, with little thought given to the possibility of enemy responses. Shortly after Seelöwe was postponed, Churchill decided to send the entire 2nd Armored Division and 2 squadrons of Hurricane fighters to reinforce Wavell's command. While apology led to a short-term victory in Libya, the addition of more forces only encouraged Churchill to recklessly send a 58,000-man expeditionary force to Greece in March 1941. This force was promptly defeated when the Germans invaded, and it lost most of its equipment. Indeed, Churchill was dumbfounded when German forces appeared in Egypt, then Greece, then Crete, and swept Wavell's overextended forces aside. Churchill's decision to send so much armor to the Middle East when the threat of the invasion of England was very real is rarely mentioned in Battle of Britain histories because it was highly reckless and decreased the ability of the British Army to defeat a German invasion should it occur. However, in the catalogue of Churchill's poor decisions, his authorization of an expedition to occupy the port of Dakar in West Africa tops the list of frivolous objectives. Dakar was held by Vichy French forces, and Churchill was keenly aware of the presence of the 35,000-ton battleship Richelieu sheltering there. As with Mers el-Kebir, Churchill was obsessed with eliminating any potential French capital ships that could be used against the Royal Navy, and used suspect intelligence to bolster his case that the Germans were interested in the Richelieu. De Gaulle had convinced the War Cabinet that a landing at Dakar would be unopposed and that the colony would quickly rally to the Free French, but was wary of Churchill's intentions. However, since Churchill held de Gaulle and his Free French in low regard, the idea of acquiring more Free French was no inducement. Initially designated as Operation Scipio, later changed to Catapult, the War Cabinet approved the expedition to Dakar on the 5th of August. Churchill pushed the Admiralty to commit substantial resources from the home fleet to Operation Catapult, despite the risk of German invasion. Forbes was ordered to detach the battleship HMS Barham, the cruisers Fiji and Devonshire, and 4 destroyers from the home fleet to participate in Operation Menace, while Force H in Gibraltar was also ordered to contribute forces. 5 battalions of Royal Marines totaling 4,200 troops were also committed to the operation, leaving just 1 battalion in England. It is particularly galling that while Churchill was telling Roosevelt about his dire need for destroyers to protect convoys in Great Britain, he could spare a dozen for the non-urgent Dakar operation. On the 30th of August, HMS Barham led the squadron from Scapa Flow and proceeded to Gibraltar, where they linked up with the battleship HMS Resolution, the aircraft carrier HMS Ark Royal, and 7 more destroyers. Designated as Force M, this fleet sailed on the 6th of September, linked up with 4 heavy cruisers en route, and then arrived off Dakar on the 23rd of September. Due to the earlier British attack at Mers el-Kebir, the French were not interested in parley and immediately opened fire on Force M. Operation Menace was a disaster. French resistance prevented a landing, and the battleship Resolution was badly damaged by a torpedo hit. HMS Barham was hit 3 times, and several of the accompanying cruisers were also damaged. British gunnery also proved very poor. The 2 battleships fired over 400 rounds in daylight against the stationary Richelieu, and failed to achieve any hits. But Richelieu scored a 15-inch hit on the Barham. After 3 days of poor gunnery, the Royal Navy aborted Operation Menace and sailed away. Churchill had committed a large portion of the Royal Navy's strength to a sideshow operation of no particular strategic value at a time of great national peril. The 12 destroyers committed to Dakar would have been better employed protecting convoys against U-boats or reinforcing the anti-invasion patrols. Likewise, the presence of 2 more battleships and 5 cruisers in home waters in September 1940 would have rendered Seelöwe completely unfeasible. Amazingly, the historiography of the World War II almost completely ignores Operation Menace, particularly books about the Battle of Britain or Operation Sea Lion. However, Operation Menace was a foolish decision that weakened Britain's defenses at a crucial moment, and it was only due to Hitler's ambivalence toward Seelöwe that Britain did not pay a higher price than 2 damaged battleships for this mistake. Despite Churchill's rhetoric about Britain's defenses growing stronger throughout the summer of 1940, he was in fact cavalierly weakening Britain's defenses by sending strong air, ground, and naval reinforcements to conduct colonial-style expeditionary warfare overseas. Britain needed to consolidate its forces in late 1940, focusing on defeating the U-boat threat, the night bomber threat, and securing its coastal defenses, instead of diverting forces to secondary areas. Yet, the essential factor was that Churchill preferred an offensive, peripheral strategy and was not particularly interested in fighting the Germans head-on. Instead, he sought opportunities to fight the Italians and Vichy French, a strategic imperative that led to a year-long campaign in East Africa in 1941, the invasion of Syria in June 1941, and Madagascar in May 1942, then the soft underbelly concept in 1943. All of these operations dissipated British strength and contributed nothing to the defeat of the Third Reich, while later exasperating the American allies he so eagerly courted. Where and when will the enemy strike? Many accounts of the D-Day landings emphasize the German inability to determine where and when the Allies would land in France in 1944, particularly the overemphasis on the obvious landing site at the Pas-de-Calais area instead of the beaches of Normandy. Actually, the British did not do much better in September 1940 in trying to determine where Seelöwe might attempt to land. Throughout 1940, much of the British political and military leadership was more focused on the threat to East Anglia than the southern coast of England. Some of this fixation was due to precedent. In the World War I, Admiral Franz von Hipper's battlecruisers conducted 3 raids on the coast of North Yorkshire and Norfolk in 1914 to 1916. When the World War II started, Britain's home defenses were naturally focused on the threat from across the North Sea, not along the English Channel. Most of the defensive preparations in the first 9 months of the war were on the East Coast, and the expenditure of resources in that quarter helped to maintain a certain inertia even after the fall of France. It was not until enemy amphibious shipping began missing in Channel ports in late August 1940 that perceptions began to change. However, the critical point is that neither Churchill, his cabinet, nor the British General Staff knew exactly where the enemy intended to land, so they had to spread their limited resources across a very large amount of coastline. Furthermore, due to this uncertainty, the British had to develop multiple contingency plans to counter different courses of action. Multiple contingency plans often lead to hesitation at key moments. That is, are we executing the correct contingency plan, or is this an enemy feint? General Edmund Ironside had set the tone for the British defense in late June by distributing forces to cover all possible enemy contingencies, rather than the most likely. Ironside committed the British Army to a relatively passive defense, beginning with a thin crust defense on the coast and a fortified GHQ line to prevent further exploitation inland. While Brooke began making changes when he took over as commander of Home Forces on the 19th of July, they were only implemented in a gradual fashion. By late September, the British still had a thin defense on the coastline, but Brooke managed to assemble a small mobile reserve under GHQ control. Fortification work on the GHQ line and other fixed defenses continued. Nor did Brooke change Ironside's dispositions much, leaving 4 infantry divisions to cover East Anglia and strong forces in northern England and Scotland. Indeed, Only 3 of the 26 available infantry divisions were allocated to the south coast, where the Germans actually intended to strike. British expectations of a German landing began in earnest in July, leading to invasion alerts and false alarms throughout the summer, and culminating in the Cromwell alert on the 7th of September. Churchill was bombarded with rumors about enemy intentions, as well as a false alarm from President Roosevelt. On the 8th of September, Alan Brooke noted in his diary, everything pointing to Kent and East Anglia as the 2 main threatened points, which indicated that he still regarded a landing attempt on the East Coast as a distinct possibility. Throughout the summer, the RAF and Royal Navy repeatedly sighted German barges and transports moving along the coast, which exacerbated invasion jitters. The British did know that the Germans had to invade by the end of September if they wanted to make an attempt in 1940, but that did not help much. By the time that Hitler was poised to decide on Seelöwe, the British military had been on high anti-invasion alert for weeks, which meant that their senses were becoming increasingly dulled. This is what happened to the Germans in 1944. Increasingly dulled by years of watching for Allied landings, they failed to properly evaluate the indicators that pointed to Normandy in June. Nor were the British all that certain how a German invasion might be conducted. Churchill and others believed that the Germans would employ chemical weapons. The Admiralty thought that the Kriegsmarine had more warships available than it actually had, and that the Germans might even use liners or fast merchantmen to land a force with little or no warning. Above all else, the British leadership was worried about enemy airborne landings and coup de main operations like the capture of Fort Eben-Emael in Belgium. Falgelp had shocked the conservative senior British military leadership, and, as a result, they needed to ascribe far greater power to Sea Lion than it merited. Due to the paranoid fear of German airborne landings, the British Army and Home Guard tried to defend too many points inland, rather than committing more forces to holding the coast. In short, despite fairly good intelligence support, the British senior leadership was unable to determine the enemy's most likely course of action, which would have seriously undermined their ability to effectively employ their anti-invasion capabilities, particularly in the opening stages of Seelöwe. British generals believed that East Anglia was good tank country, and, from that limited perspective, this represented the most dangerous enemy course of action. In contrast, the southern coast favored the defense, so it was regarded as less vulnerable. On top of this, residual concerns about a German landing in Ireland kept substantial forces oriented westward, even though a landing in this area was well beyond German amphibious capabilities. Chapter 6. British Anti-Invasion Capabilities, 1940 to 1941. Having attempted to outline every capability that the Third Reich could bring to bear against Britain in September 1940, it is now necessary to enumerate Britain's corresponding defensive capabilities. Churchill's War Cabinet discussed many possible last-ditch defensive options against invasion, including the use of flaming oil on the sea and the use of mustard gas. These ideas were ill-considered at best, but provided much fodder for post-war writers. Far less attention has been given to Britain's actual military defenses and how they were likely to be used to contest an invasion in September 1940. Indeed, except for Fighter Command, the status of Britain's defenses in September 1940 had received scant attention in existing historiography. The Royal Air Force. If Germany mounted Seelöwe, Britain's first line of defense would be RAF Coastal Command, which was tasked with conducting maritime reconnaissance and anti-invasion strikes. In mid-September 1940, Coastal Command's No. 16 Group was primarily responsible for detecting the embarkation and departure of the invasion armada, then attacking it before it made landfall. At this point, It is important to note the difference between reconnaissance and surveillance. The first provides a brief snapshot of enemy activity, whereas the latter involves prolonged observation of a target. The first indication that the Germans were preparing to execute Seelöwe would likely come when No. 15 Group's Spitfire PRs photographed the invasion ports and loading activity was detected. However, this reconnaissance would only provide a glimpse of German loading activity, which could begin up to a week before the actual invasion commenced. Surveillance was the responsibility of No. 16 Group, which had just one patrol squadron. No. 206, equipped with 16 American-made Lockheed Hudson aircraft. This unit made regular patrols over the English Channel and was the most likely to spot the initial moves of an enemy invasion. In September, No. 206 Squadron flew one sortie per day, usually at dusk, to watch German activity near Cherbourg, Calais, and Rotterdam. These sorties were designated Hatch, Dundee, and Hukos. In addition, two nightly surveillance patrols known as Moon 1 and Moon 2 were flown in mid-channel. These were risky reconnaissance operations, and losses were common. However, since the Kriegsmarine intended to begin moving its invasion convoys out of their embarkation harbors during the afternoon of Estag-1, the invasion would actually be underway for a period of about 6 hours before Coastal Command was likely to spot it. It is also important to note that the bulk of Coastal Command's surveillance activity, over 30 sorties per day, was focused on watching the North Sea approaches, whereas only 8 sorties were watching the English Channel. Once loading preparations were detected, both RAF Coastal Command and Bomber Command would be alerted to begin bombing the embarkation ports. In July, the Air Ministry ordered Bomber Command to cooperate with Coastal Command in attacking enemy shipping in the ports. But initially, the effort was half-hearted. During July and August 1940, Bomber Command dropped only 66 tons of bombs on the ports, just 3% of its total tonnage dropped for this period. And Coastal Command dropped less than 50 tons. In September, once large numbers of barges were detected in the Channel ports, Bomber Command stepped up its efforts and dropped over 1,000 tons of bombs on these targets. Raids varied in size from 10 up to 120 aircraft, and although the effort was spread across 8 ports, significant damage was inflicted. Between the 15th and 21st of September, Antwerp, Dunkirk, and Le Havre were particularly hard hit. German defenses against night raids were still rudimentary, so British losses were just 10 aircraft. Over a period of a week, Bomber Command was able to sink 1 torpedo boat, 12 transports, 4 tugs, and 51 barges, which forced the Kriegsmarine to begin dispersing the invasion fleet in coastal waterways. Against stationary invasion barges, tightly packed into ports, Bomber Command could inflict significant losses. Once Seelöwe commenced, Luftflotte 2 and 3 would deploy large combat air patrols over each of the embarkation harbors to deny British reconnaissance patrols between the 23rd and 26th of September. Assuming that the No. 206 Squadron dusk patrols detected the emergence of convoys from the embarkation ports, it would probably be too late to launch substantial strikes against the enemy shipping in the Channel before the sun set at 1904 hours. Once the enemy was at sea, Bomber Command's level bombers would have been of negligible value, and the anti-invasion effort would have rested squarely upon the obsolescent ferry battles of No. 1 Group, 6 squadrons with about 90 battles, and the Blenheim light bombers of Air Vice Marshal Sir James Robb's No. 2 Group, 11 squadrons with about 160 Blenheims. Both aircraft had already proven highly vulnerable to enemy fighter interception during the French campaign, and their losses in battles over the Channel could easily reach 30 to 50%. Neither aircraft was suited for strafing attacks, since they carried only a single wing-mounted 303 caliber machine gun. and their bomb load, usually 240-pound bombs, had to be delivered from altitudes under 110 yards to have any chance of hitting targets. German flak gunners on the convoys would have little problem hitting these slow bombers. Given that both groups number 1 and number 2 were dispersed across 9 different bases in Great Britain, the probability of Bomber Command mounting well-coordinated, multi-squadron attacks was very low, and the Germans would probably be able to deal with sporadic, squadron-size attacks before the sun set. Robb opposed sending his Blenheims on high-risk, unescorted strikes, and would be relieved 4 months later due to this issue. Yet, once night fell on the eve of Estak, the invasion convoys would have been safe from air attack until the landing began the next morning at 0630 hours. At dawn the next day, Coastal Command's No. 16 Group would likely mount anti-shipping strikes with its 3 Blenheim light bomber squadrons and 3 torpedo bomber squadrons. As with Bomber Command, Coastal Command's aircraft would be condemned to daylight, low-level attacks into the teeth of enemy fighters and flak. British torpedo bombers were best suited to attacking larger German transport ships rather than shallow draft barges. Later experience gleaned from RAF efforts to stop the German Channel Dash, Operation Cerberus, on the 12th of February 1942, demonstrates that Coastal Command was unprepared to mount large-scale anti-shipping attacks at a moment's notice, and the attack they did conduct off Calais lost all 6 of 6 torpedo bombers committed without scoring a hit. Likewise, Bomber Command made 398 sorties against the German fleet and lost 17 bombers to enemy fighters without achieving anything. The RAF's response to Operation Cerberus in 1942 indicated inadequate coordination between Fighter Command, Coastal Command, and Bomber Command, which was likely to be even more problematic in 1940. Thus, Coastal Command would likely have spotted the invasion convoys assembling and leaving port late on Estak-1, but it was unlikely to inflict significant damage upon them during the transit phase. Once Coastal Command began to attack enemy shipping on Estak, RAF losses of bombers were likely to be very heavy. After the fact, Air Chief Marshal Sir Hugh Dowding aptly summed up RAF Fighter Command's mission by saying, "Mine was the purely defensive role of trying to stop the possibility of an invasion, and thus give this country a breathing spell. It was Germany's objective to win the war by invasion, and it was my job to prevent such an invasion from taking place." In mid-September 1940, Dowding had 19 fighter squadrons equipped with Spitfire Mark I and Mark II fighters, and 31 fighter squadrons equipped with Hurricane fighters. 9 of these fighter squadrons were deployed with No. 13 Group in northern England, and not immediately in range of the invasion area. During the period of the 1st of July to the 23rd of September, Dowding lost a total of 576 fighters and 337 pilots in combat. Yet, on the morning of the 24th of September, he still had 613 operational fighters, 233 Spitfire, and 380 Hurricane, and over 1,509 pilots. Fighter Command was capable of generating up to 1,000 sorties per day in a surge effort, or 500 to 600 sorties per day for a week. New construction during the same period totaled over 1,100 fighters, so Fighter Command could claim that it was getting stronger despite the Luftwaffe's onslaught. Although many RAF fighter bases had been bombed and 5 had been badly knocked about, the radar-based CGI system was still effective, and Dowding had enough fighters left to contest most German daylight raids into British airspace. Indeed, Dowding's 50 fighter squadrons were the main factor preventing the Luftwaffe from achieving air superiority over southern England. Yet, despite all these positive factors, Dowding's fighter squadrons would be of little use in defeating Seelöwe, if it began. On the 14th of September, the Air Ministry issued a memorandum to Fighter Command detailing its responsibilities in the event of enemy invasion. Whereas Fighter Command had heretofore only been responsible for daylight interception of enemy aircraft over Britain, the memorandum spelled out 3 primary missions. 1. Providing air cover for Royal Navy units operating in the invasion area. 2. Intercepting enemy airborne transports. And 3. Providing escorts for Coastal Command and Bomber Command aircraft attacking the enemy invasion forces. All of these missions implied operating over the Channel, where British pilot losses would increase dramatically and the short-ranged Bf-109s would not be at such a disadvantage as when operating near London. In pure fighter versus fighter combat, the RAF's dogfighting tactics were still inferior, leading to a slightly inferior kill ratio in favor of the Bf-109s. Indeed, rather than risking expensive battles of attrition over the Channel, Dowding decided that his fighters would not try to escort friendly strike aircraft all the way to target, but only cover their assembly in British airspace and their return leg. Furthermore, Dowding's fighters would have to split their efforts across 3 missions and, instead of acting alone, they would now have to coordinate with the Royal Navy and other parts of the RAF. This had not been rehearsed. During the Norwegian campaign, the RAF had failed to protect Royal Navy warships off Norway, and they would fail again in the Mediterranean in 1941. At Dunkirk, Fighter Command did provide some measure of air cover to shipping, but at a high cost. In the anti-invasion scenario, finding the right naval units at the right moment would be a serious challenge for Fighter Command. On the 22nd of September, 3 Hurricanes from No. 85 Squadron on coastal patrol became disoriented due to heavy cloud cover and were forced to crash land after exhausting their fuel. Dowding's pilots were simply not trained to navigate over water in variable weather and find vessels at sea, and even if they could, limited endurance of his fighters meant that maintaining continuous air cover for warships in the Channel would require a large number of sorties. Just maintaining a single flight of 6 Hurricanes over a destroyer squadron throughout Estok, over 13 hours of daylight, would require over 75 sorties. Maintaining a minimum level of air cover for 2 or more Royal Navy anti-invasion flotillas would require in the neighborhood of 150 to 200 sorties, or about 20% of Dowding's daily sortie rate. It is also important to note that while Fighter Command was keeping its numbers up, its pilot quality was steadily dropping, which would impact its ability to conduct complex missions over water. In order to keep up with pilot attrition, the RAF had been forced to reduce pilot training in June 1940 to just 4 weeks and omit training in aerial gunnery and navigation, which meant that many replacements appearing in August to September were essentially still novice pilots and completely unprepared to dogfight with enemy aircraft. Heavy losses of Spitfires and Hurricanes in combat also meant that very few were available for training units, so most replacements had 15 hours or less in a Hurricane or Spitfire before they were assigned to an operational squadron, against new Bf-109 pilots who typically had at least 250 hours of flying experience. Although RAF Fighter Command would still have over 600 fighters operational at the start of Seelöwe, it was not in a position to engage in a protracted battle for air superiority over the Channel, raid enemy bases in France, or provide the Royal Navy with extended air cover at sea. Thus, RAF Fighter Command in September 1940 was essentially a one-trick pony, very good at daylight GCI defensive tactics, but very little else. Intercepting an enemy airborne landing would also be difficult. Based upon German experience in Holland and the available information on Seelöwe, the German airborne landings were expected to begin shortly after dawn, between 0600 and 0700 hours. Since the Luftwaffe typically did not mount large operations over England prior to 0930 hours During August and September, Fighter Command did not launch significant multi-squadron scrambles until the enemy's intentions were clear. The Luftwaffe did send large fighter groups across the Channel in the morning, which Fighter Command usually ignored as diversionary activity. Chain home stations could detect enemy formations, but they could not tell the difference between aircraft types, so Fighter Command would have difficulty identifying that an airborne landing was in progress until it was spotted by the Observer Corps. Thus, a fighter sweep at dawn, followed by the first wave of Junkers 52 transports, was not likely to provoke a large-scale response from Fighter Command. Rather than one single mass of formation, the Luftwaffe Junkers 52 transports would arrive in groups of 12 to 50 transports, spread out by time and distance. Unlike German bomber formations, the transport groups would not penetrate further than 5 miles into British airspace before dropping their loads, and they would fly at under 1,000 feet. German fighter escorts would be positioned well above them, looking out for the RAF. The Junkers 52 transports would spend less than 5 minutes over England, so the first paratroopers would probably be jumping before the British fighters even arrived. Instead, Fighter Command would end up attacking the follow-on transport units and transports that were already on their return leg. Since the Junkers 52s would drop their paratroops from low altitude, RAF fighters would have to descend to a very low level to attack them, which would risk being bounced by the Bf 109 escorts. In short, Fighter Command could intercept and destroy some of the Junkers 52 transports, but not quickly enough to stop the airborne landing. In short, the outlook for the RAF to stop Seelöwe in its tracks was negligible even under favorable conditions. Coastal Command could sink some shipping and Fighter Command could shoot down some transports, but the numbers were likely to be too small to stop a large-scale invasion. With some cloudy weather or mist thrown into the equation, the RAF's ability to interfere with Seelöwe might have been significantly less. However, the RAF would have much better chances to inflict damage upon the enemy once they arrived in their landing areas, where naval transports would be anchored offshore and barges would be beached. Then, bombers would have a fixed target that could be hit and strikes properly coordinated. Fighter Command would also likely do better shooting down the Luftwaffe's close air support aircraft, attempting to eliminate beach defenses, than frittering away its strength engaging in battles over the Channel. If the RAF had the discipline to hold back its main strength until after the invasion began, it would be better prepared to effect the long-term battle than launching a series of hasty, uncoordinated attacks at the outset. The Royal Navy. Of all the misconceptions about Seelöwe, the ability and willingness of the Royal Navy to defeat an invasion attempt are often the most egregious. Typically, post-war histories have touted the overall strength of the Royal Navy as justification for claims that Seelöwe was doomed to failure, and suggested that the Royal Navy would throw everything it had at the enemy invasion fleet, but failed to make the effort to delve into the actual details required to intercept and destroy the invasion flotillas. Instead, assumption has often substituted for analysis. In the 1974 Sandhurst exercise simulating Seelöwe, it was assessed that the RAF and Royal Navy destroyed 25% of the German invasion armada on Estag at the cost of 3 cruisers and 3 destroyers sunk. According to that exercise, by Estag +1, the Royal Navy committed 17 cruisers and 57 destroyers into the Channel battle, and Mountbatten's 5th Destroyer Flotilla annihilated the German second wave, sinking 65% of the barges. As Estag approached in late September 1940, only 5 of the Royal Navy's 14 capital ships were operational in home water. The rest were deployed overseas. Furthermore, Admiral Sir Charles Forbes, commander of the home fleet, was very wary of risking his capital ships in the English Channel, where they could be bombed by the Luftwaffe, and was content to rely primarily upon destroyers and light craft, supported by a few cruisers, to oppose any invasion. Forbes said that as long as the RAF was undefeated, the primary defense against invasion should be left to them and the Army. However, on the 13th of September, the Admiralty informed Forbes that an enemy invasion was imminent, and faulty intelligence suggested that the new battleship Bismarck and possibly the Scharnhorst or Gneisenau might participate in the effort. This may have been due to the German Herbstreise deception efforts. Forbes was directed to send a battle group consisting of HMS Nelson and Hood to Rosyth, where they could intervene if enemy capital ships appeared in the North Sea. The Admiralty also wanted the battleship HMS Revenge sent to Portsmouth to cover the south coast of England. This was the only British capital ship in a position to intervene against the first wave of a German invasion. Forbes complied only with the greatest reluctance, and only after a direct order from Churchill. Thus, in terms of capital ships, the Royal Navy could only expect to employ a single elderly battleship against the first wave of a German invasion. Rosyth was 375 nautical miles from the actual German invasion areas, 18 to 20 hours sailing time for HMS Nelson, and Scapa Flow was 525 nautical miles distant, 26 to 28 hours. But Forbes had no intention to risk sending them through the narrow Strait of Dover. Indeed, no British battleship sailed through the Strait of Dover until June 1944, by which time the Luftwaffe was no longer a threat to shipping. With Forbes' cautious mindset, the bulk of the Royal Navy's coastal ships would have sat out the first phase of Seelöwe, leaving anti-invasion duties to less valuable warships. Even without its capital ships, the Royal Navy could still employ a large force of cruisers and destroyers in the English Channel against the invasion fleets. The Admiralty developed a contingency plan known as Purge, which intended to use cruisers and destroyers to defeat the enemy invasion fleet. In his punchy analysis, Derek Robinson suggested that the Royal Navy could attack the German invasion fleets with 4 cruisers and 40 destroyers, split evenly against the east and west flanks of the enemy's invasion armada. Leo McKinstry claimed that there were 70 destroyers in the Channel area. In reality, in between Portsmouth and the Thames estuary, Nor Command, the Royal Navy had 1 battleship, 7 light cruisers, 32 destroyers, 6 destroyer escorts, and 17 MTBs available to intervene against the first wave of Seelöwe. The Luftwaffe had scored a substantial but unrecognized victory by forcing the Royal Navy to reduce its naval forces at Dover to just 1 to 3 destroyers, which rotated in and out from Sheerness or Portsmouth. Yet, aside from 2 J-class and 3 I-class destroyers, the threat of air attack caused the Admiralty to keep most of its modern destroyers at Scapa Flow and Rosyth. Instead, the majority of the destroyers assigned to anti-invasion duties were obsolescent V and W types, left over from 1918, and in mediocre condition. The situation was better with the light cruisers, which comprised 3 modern Town-class and 2 Arethusa-class vessels, as well as 1 older E-class and 1 C-class cruiser. The 3 Town-class cruisers, HMS Manchester, Newcastle, and Southampton, were the most formidable. It is also important to note that the Royal Navy's anti-invasion forces were not concentrated, but rather dispersed across 7 different bases, which would make coordination difficult. Nor is it likely that the Royal Navy would execute Operation Purge as a single mass sortie of all its available anti-invasion forces, based upon initial sighting reports from Coastal Command. Sending multiple destroyer and cruiser squadrons to sea at night to converge upon a single area was asking for trouble in terms of misidentification and fratricide. Instead, the Admiralty would likely keep some cruisers and destroyers in reserve for later strikes against the enemy's follow-on waves, and much of the Nor Command was still focused on blocking any potential landings on the east coast from Norway. During the period August to October 1940, there were a number of invasion alerts, often based upon sighting of German coastal traffic moving to the Channel embarkation ports, which caused the Royal Navy to conduct anti-invasion sorties. In such cases, Nor Command would send out a single squadron of 5 or 6 destroyers, supported by 1 or 2 light cruisers, to sweep the North Sea down to the Dutch coast. Due to the loss of HMS Esk and Ivanhoe to enemy mines on the 31st of August, Nor Command was unlikely to send a large force of destroyers close to enemy shores based on a single RAF surveillance report. Too often, destroyers had been sent charging after enemy sightings and found nothing. Given that the Admiralty was unlikely to receive solid reporting on German convoy movements until after dusk on Estach-1, and the destroyer squadrons were on 2-hour alert, Nor Command would likely be capable of sending out a single destroyer squadron by about 2100 hours, and contact with the enemy could be expected after 2300 hours. Under these circumstances, a destroyer squadron from Sheerness might encounter the tail end of the German invasion Fleet B just northwest of Calais around midnight. In order to get at Transport Fleet B, the British destroyers would have to risk crossing through the 4 Caesar minefields, totaling 1,295 EMC/EMD mines, southeast of Dover, which the Kriegsmarine was expected to emplace in the week prior to Estach to block Nor Command's destroyers. In the immediate area of the Strait of Dover, Dover Command would sortie its 3 destroyers and a flotilla of MTBs. These warships had the best chance of intercepting the vanguard of Invasion Fleet B after dusk and posed the greatest threat to this convoy. Portsmouth Command would have to counter the enemy invasion fleets C, D, and E on its own. Again, the normal practice for coastal sweeps was to send out a destroyer squadron from Portsmouth, but the light cruisers were based at Plymouth, and HMS Revenge would have been kept back until the enemy invasion beaches were determined. It is likely that the Luftwaffe would conduct additional raids against Dover, Portsmouth, and Sheerness on Estach-1 in order to disrupt the Royal Navy's anti-invasion forces, which could somewhat impair the British response. Given the expectation that the Kriegsmarine would lay protective mine barrages to protect the flanks of the invasion convoys, Portsmouth Command developed Operation JE to use its minesweeper squadrons to identify new minefields in the Channel area instead of just blindly sailing at full speed towards the enemy. Thus, a sober assessment of the Royal Navy's ability to intercept the first wave of Seelöwe is that Nor and Dover commands would try to intercept Invasion Fleet B south-southeast of Dover with 1 or 2 light cruisers and up to 8 destroyers, while Portsmouth Command would initially sortie 5 destroyers, 2 B-class, 1 H-class, 2 V&W class, against invasion fleets D or E. A follow-on force of 1 or 2 light cruisers and 5 destroyers from Plymouth may also have been sortied on the first night, or kept in reserve until the German situation was clarified. In sum, on the eve of Estach, the Royal Navy had the resources to intercept 2 of the 4 German invasion fleets with 4 small surface action groups, totaling 2 to 4 light cruisers and 13 to 18 destroyers. Yet, aside from the numbers, the odds of German convoys being successfully intercepted by British surface action groups was far from a foregone conclusion. In order to reduce the risk of losing warships to Luftwaffe attacks, the Royal Navy would almost certainly opt to conduct interceptions at night. But, since few cruisers and no destroyers had radar as yet, finding vital targets in the dark and successfully attacking them would not be easy. Experience during the World War II indicates that, without radar, most night surface actions began at a range of 5 to 7,000 yards. On the night of the 24th to 25th of September, visibility in the English Channel was likely to be well under 5,000 yards. Under these conditions, medium-caliber naval guns typically have a 1% or less hit probability. So, for a destroyer equipped with a maximum of 600 rounds, this equates to 6 hits. While a single hit might sink a barge or tug, the larger transports could easily require 10 hits or more to sink. In fact, the British destroyers of mid-1940 were poorly armed for night surface action. Most had either 4 or 5 BL 4.7-inch 120mm guns in open, single mounts, or 4 4-inch 102mm Mark V guns. These could fire high explosive, HE, semi-armor piercing, sap, shrapnel, or illumination rounds. Both guns used separate loading ammunition, which greatly reduced their rate of fire, and neither type had ammunition hoists. While the HE rounds would be useful against barges and transports, the sap rounds were poorly suited due to their small bursting charges. Obviously, shooting barges and transports with slow-firing, medium-caliber guns was not a good approach, but the Royal Navy had little alternative, since virtually none of its destroyers were yet armed with 20mm and 40mm dual-purpose guns. These weapons did not appear in quantity until 1942. The existing 2-pounder pom-pom anti-aircraft guns were poorly suited for surface engagements. Destroyers could use their 21-inch torpedoes, 4 to 6 tubes per destroyer, but these happened to be in very short supply at the time and were unlikely to hit shallow draft barges or the multitude of small craft. As for the light cruisers, they would probably be used to neutralize enemy escorts, but 6-inch guns were not much use against fast S-boats. Without radar, British destroyers would have to illuminate targets with star shells or searchlights. Since it was highly likely that the German convoy escorts would lay smoke screens to protect the transports, visibility in a night surface action would quickly deteriorate to point-blank range. Another factor which was bound to reduce the impact of any British intervention would be the likelihood that the German invasion flotillas would become spread out as they crossed the Channel in the darkness. There would be no massed target for destruction, but rather a multitude of dispersed targets. Once under attack, invasion convoys would disperse even further. Derek Robinson suggested that British destroyers could simply swamp invasion barges with their bow waves, but this unrealistic tactic was unlikely, since the British cruisers and destroyers would be forced to close in to point-blank range, where the multitude of German defensive weapons would be more potent. Contrary to the stereotypical notion of unarmed, unescorted barges crowded with helpless German troops, many of the barges and transports were armed with an assortment of 2-centimeter and 3.7-centimeter flak guns, whose high rate of fire could easily have raked the bridge and open gun mounts of any British destroyers that came too close. The larger transports were armed with 7.5-centimeter and 10.5-centimeter field guns. Furthermore, the invasion convoys would be escorted by far more substantial Kriegsmarine assets than is commonly understood. In addition to destroyers, torpedo boats, and S-boats, the Kriegsmarine was committing the bulk of its coastal forces to support Seelöwe, including about 20 M35 minesweepers, 30 to 40 R-boats, Räumboote auxiliary minesweepers, and several dozen VP, Vorposten auxiliary escorts. The 680-ton M35 class minesweepers, which the British dubbed Channel destroyers, were well armed with 2 10.5-centimeter guns, 2 3.7-centimeter flak, and 2 2-centimeter flak. At night, they might easily be mistaken for destroyers. The R-boats, although not equipped with torpedoes, did have 2-centimeter guns and were capable of 21 to 23 knots. Taken together, these light escorts had the numbers and firepower to prevent any intercepting British destroyers from focusing solely on the destruction of the invasion transports. Thus, given the forces and tactics employed by both sides, it is unlikely that any British intercept attempts could have destroyed more than small elements of the German invasion forces during the transit phase. Later experience points to the inherent difficulties of the intercept scenario. The Royal Navy succeeded in intercepting German convoys several times during 1940 to 1941, with less than spectacular results. On the night of the 10th to the 11th of September 1940, the British destroyers HMS Malcolm, Veteran, and Wild Swan intercepted a German coastal convoy off Ostend. They succeeded in sinking one VP boat and two trawlers towing a barge, but the rest escaped. On the night of the 13th to 14th of October 1940, Captain Philip Vian, certainly one of the Royal Navy's most aggressive frontline leaders, led 4 British Tribal-class destroyers to raid enemy shipping off the Norwegian coast. Vian encountered a German convoy consisting of 4 small freighters, escorted by 3 auxiliary minesweepers. HMS Cossack torpedoed and sank 1 freighter, while HMS Ashanti and Maori damaged another freighter and an escort with gunfire. Yet, despite the disparity in firepower and speed, most of the convoy escaped Vian's destroyers. 7 months later, the Royal Navy's Mediterranean Fleet was tasked with intercepting German convoys attempting to reach Crete. Although some conditions were different, the fundamental problems of interception remained the same. On the night of the 21st to 22nd of May, 1941, Force D, 3 light cruisers and 4 destroyers, intercepted the German 1st Motor Sailing Flotilla, 21 small steamers, trawlers, and fishing boats, off Cape Spatha, on the northwest tip of Crete. The convoy, which was crawling at a speed of just 2 to 3 knots, was carrying 2,331 troops from the 5th Gebirgsdivision, and its only escort was the Italian torpedo boat Lupo, armed with 3 100mm guns. Due to low clouds and limited illumination from the moon, visibility was limited to 2,000 to 4,000 yards. At 2229 hours, a British destroyer spotted the Lupo and its convoy. A brisk action ensued and the Lupo was hit 18 times, but only 3 shells exploded. The Lupo managed to take the cruiser HMS Dido with 20mm fire at close range, inflicting 11 casualties. Despite suffering 28 casualties, the Lupo succeeded in breaking away at high speed. Force D then proceeded to sail into the midst of the convoy and spent 2 hours shooting it up. Yet even against a now undefended and slow-moving convoy, these 7 British warships were only able to sink 8 of 21 vessels before retiring. German troops on one transport noted that many of the British shells were fired too high, passing overhead. About 800 German troops went into the water, but the damaged Lupo returned and saved all but 324. Just 6 hours after the action, the Royal Navy's Force C, 4 light cruisers and 3 destroyers, intercepted the German 2nd Motor Sailing Flotilla, 30 small steamers and trawlers, which was carrying 4,000 troops north of Crete. The convoy was escorted by the Italian torpedo boat Sagittario, which moved to delay the approaching British flotilla. Despite the lopsided odds, Sagittario laid a smokescreen which concealed the convoy and boldly attacked the closest British destroyer, HMS Kingston. The Kingston was hit twice, but British gunnery was very poor and both Sagittario and the convoy escaped northward. Force C contented itself with sinking 2 trawlers, then retired due to the threat of enemy air attack. These surface actions off Ostend and Crete do not reveal any ability by British cruiser-destroyer surface action groups to inflict massive casualties on enemy coastal shipping, even when the odds were dramatically in their favor. Rather than surface interception, British minefields posed a far greater threat to the German first-wave convoys, since they could not be swept in advance without alerting the enemy. The Dover Barrage, consisting of over 9,000 moored contact mines west of Folkestone, would almost certainly have inflicted casualties upon invasion fleets B and C. Although German minesweepers could clear a few corridors through the barrage, it would have been virtually impossible to maneuver unwieldy transports and barges through them in the dark. Consequently, a significant number of vessels in the first wave would be sunk or damaged by British mines, although this would effectively sweep the approach corridors and reduce the threat to follow-on waves. While the Royal Navy's destroyers would likely have difficulty interfering with Seelöwe's opening moves, the same cannot be said for the following days and nights. Once the German invasion beaches were identified, the Royal Navy would commit its real strength to destroy the barges and transports anchored offshore and to interdict the German naval line of communications across the Channel. Inevitably, this would become a battle of attrition, not unlike the naval battles off Guadalcanal in 1942 to 1943, and victory would not be determined in a single night. The main British trump card, the battleship HMS Revenge, and the remaining cruisers and destroyers from Portsmouth Command would have to gain control of the sea against WWII's destroyers, a large force of torpedo boats, S-boats, and small craft. Although the Sandhurst study of 1974 made this seem a straightforward task, it would be just as difficult and frustrating for the Royal Navy to accomplish as it was for the Luftwaffe to achieve air superiority over England. In the face of incessant German air attacks, the weakness of British shipboard anti-aircraft defenses suggests that the Royal Navy's surface warships in September 1940 could only achieve sea control in the Channel for brief periods of time, but could not permanently sever the invasion force's lines of communication. Simply put, the Royal Navy was capable of mounting thunder runs through the Channel, shooting up assorted German shipping, but their warships could not remain there in daylight for very long. Consequently, the Germans were bound to shift most of their follow-on shipping to small convoys in daylight, with Luftwaffe air cover. Nevertheless, the Royal Navy did have one trump card which is never mentioned in the usual literature about Sea Lion: its submarine force. In the long run, British and Dutch submarines could operate more freely in the Channel, attacking German supply convoys, day or night. British submarines had already enjoyed considerable success against the Kriegsmarine, and German anti-submarine capabilities were modest. Indeed, in the long term, British and Dutch submarines were better able to interdict German shipping in the Channel, and might well have been the main obstacle to the Germans getting their Panzerdivisionen across the Channel in subsequent waves. In a mark of desperation to disrupt German invasion preparations, the Royal Navy even resurrected the idea of using fire ships. In July, the Admiralty began modifying 3 old tankers in Sheerness and developed a plan known as Operation Lucid, to use them against the invasion barges assembled in Boulogne. Churchill approved of such aggressive measures and ensured that a proper naval hero was assigned to lead the enterprise: Captain Augustus W.S. Agar, who had been awarded a Victoria Cross for sinking a Russian cruiser in the Kronstadt raid in 1919. Nevertheless, Operation Lucid proved a useless diversion of resources and personnel. In sum, the Royal Navy's ability to intercept the German invasion was undermined by the inability of Britain's intelligence services to determine the likely invasion areas, which led to excessive dispersion of available forces. Fear of the Luftwaffe, mines, and U-boats induced great caution in the home fleet's upper leadership, which made most of the capital ships irrelevant. British destroyers and light cruisers at the time were not equipped with search radar or dual-purpose automatic weapons necessary to conduct effective anti-invasion interceptions. Furthermore, Churchill's decision to conduct a secondary effort like Operation Menace further weakened the home fleet at a critical moment. As Estak approached, Churchill and his War Cabinet became increasingly nervous about the ability of the Royal Navy to stop a German invasion, and he did not exactly give the Admiralty a ringing endorsement when he said, The Navy can lose us the war, but only the Air Force can win it. By late September 1940, Churchill placed his faith in the RAF, not the Royal Navy, and simply hoped that the Germans would not try to mount an invasion. British Army and Commonwealth Forces. If the Germans made it to English shores, which was likely if Seelover was attempted, then it would be up to the British and Commonwealth ground forces to contain and then defeat the invasion. Unfortunately, the British Army in September 1940 was little more than a cardboard force that was not capable of sustained ground combat against a veteran and well-trained opponent. 3 months after Dunkirk, the British Army had 23 infantry and 2 armored divisions in Great Britain, plus 4 Commonwealth divisions, but only the 3rd and 43rd Infantry Divisions and 1st Canadian Division were at full strength in terms of personnel and equipment. 2 more divisions, the 1st and 52nd Infantry, were close to full strength, but the rest were still suffering from significant equipment shortfalls, particularly in terms of artillery, mortars, anti-tank guns, tactical radios, and transport. Excluding the Home Guard, the British Army had over 1.3 million troops in uniform in Great Britain, but this number was very deceptive since the actual amount of trained combat troops was fairly low, and the bulk of the Territorial Army, TA, troops would take another year to train. Over 300,000 of these troops were support personnel, that is, logistics, medical, and another 300,000 were anti-aircraft troops, coastal gunners, or other secondary functions. In terms of combat infantrymen, tankers, and field artillerymen, there were perhaps 100 to 120,000 available, spread from Scotland to Land's End. Military training is a subject that has been ignored in most of the Sea Lion literature, and, when mentioned, is typically discussed in bean-counting fashion. In reality, the British Army's efforts to train its troops, both before and after Dunkirk, were hindered by a lack of relevant doctrine, inadequate resources, and a didactic approach to instruction. The most recent manual on British infantry tactics had been written in 1937 and made little or no reference to combined arms tactics, particularly cooperation with tanks. British troops were well taught in the use of small arms and support weapons, but lacked the kind of realistic, small-unit combat training that German troops received. The training of initiative and aggression at platoon, company level, which was the crux of the Wehrmacht's battle success, was not encouraged in the British Army of 1940 to 1941. Thus, even the regular and first-line territorials had received insufficient realistic training and were not on a tactical par with their German opponents. The German blow was destined to land on the coast of Kent and Sussex, defended by the troops of Lieutenant General Sir Guy Williams's Eastern Command. Williams was a 59-year-old engineer officer facing imminent retirement, hardly the model for energetic command. Lieutenant General Andrew Bulgy Thorne's 12th Corps held the coastline where the Germans planned to invade. Thorne was a Guards officer with wide experience, including a stint as military attaché in Berlin in 1932 to 1935, and commanding the 48th Infantry Division in France. In Berlin, Thorne had got on quite well with Hitler due to having served in the same sector in the World War I. In September 1940, Thorne had 2 TA infantry divisions, 1st London and 45th Wessex, 1 regular infantry brigade, 29th Independent, and the 1st Motor Machine Gun Brigade holding 150 miles of coastline. Relatively few troops were actually deployed on or near the beaches, in forward defense localities, FDLs. For example, the 6th Somerset Light Infantry of 135th Infantry Brigade had 2 of its 4 companies assigned to defend about 3,250 yards of beachfront around Dymchurch, where a regiment from the German 35th Infanterie Division was supposed to land. In other sectors, the beachfront was held by platoon or section-size positions, reinforced with a few crude bunkers. The British Army had spent the past several months hurriedly building these bunkers, but these tall, angular structures were easy to spot, and their 12-inch thick, unreinforced walls would not resist the fire of German 3.7-centimeter pack guns or 7.5-centimeter infantry guns. Instead, British troops incorporated Napoleonic-era Martello towers and other fortifications into their defensive plans. The Grand Redoubt, located between Dymchurch and Hythe, in the middle of the German Landing Area B, was a particularly strong circular fort, complete with a moat and thick walls. However, the Germans knew the location of all these outdated coastal defenses and could be expected to bomb them prior to the main landing. The British fire support plan for the crust defense on the beach was weak. The invading German troops were not going to be fighting British divisions, but rather British sections, platoons, and companies deployed in linear defenses. At the sharp point of the spear, a British infantry battalion in late 1940 was authorized 790 troops in one headquarters and 4 infantry companies. Battalion firepower was based upon 40 Bren guns, 2 3-inch mortars, and 12 2-inch mortars. Each company consisted of 100 troops in 3 platoons, armed with a total of 9 Brens and 3 2-inch mortars. A 30-man infantry platoon, led by a subaltern, was armed with 3 Brens, 1 2-inch mortar, and 27 rifles. The magazine-fed Bren light machine gun was a good support weapon, but it had a much slower rate of fire than the belt-fed German MG-34 machine gun and only half the effective range. Some positions were also supplemented with American-made Browning machine guns, or BARs, or Vickers machine guns, which could make quite a difference. On the plus side, the ammunition shortages of June 1940 had been ameliorated, and there was now plenty of small arms ammunition. For indirect fire support, the battalion mortar platoon was armed with just 2 3-inch mortars, which were significantly outranged by the German 8-centimeter battalion-level mortars. In contrast, an 820-man German infantry battalion was authorized 40 MG-34 machine guns and 6 8-centimeter mortars. Furthermore, a German infantry regiment could support the main effort with an infantry gun company armed with 7.5-centimeter and 15-centimeter infantry guns, for which British infantry brigades had no equivalent. Once ashore in strength, the firepower afforded by better German automatic weapons and mortars would enable German infantry units to quickly overwhelm their thinly spread territorial opponents. It would not be much of a contest once the German troops got off the beaches. Each British infantry battalion would typically deploy 2 of its companies to cover a 2-mile stretch of beach, while the other 2 companies were deployed further inland. British Army dispositions were heavily influenced by fear of enemy airborne attacks, particularly to seize airfields, as the Germans had tried in Holland. Each infantry battalion was directed to form a mobile column, consisting of an infantry company mounted on whatever trucks, buses, or motorcycles were available. Anti-invasion planning directed that the primary task of the mobile column was to counterattack enemy parachute landings. At RAF Hawkinge, the 2nd London Infantry Brigade deployed 2 rifle companies in a mobile column with light artillery. An infantry battalion commander would usually keep 1 infantry company in reserve, along with his carrier platoon, battalion mortars, and sappers. Both the 1st London and 45th Wessex were extremely short on 2-pounder anti-tank guns and the 14.3mm Boys anti-tank rifles. The few that were available were deployed in anti-tank islands inland. Thus, few, if any, reinforcements were expected to head towards the landing beaches. Artillery support for the FDLs was very limited. Each division had 3 Royal Artillery Field Regiments for fire support. Although most field regiments had been re-equipped with new guns, they were often a mix of American 75mm guns, British 18 to 25-pounders, new 25-pounders, and 4.5-inch howitzers, which complicated ammunition resupply. Since all British artillery regiments only had 2 batteries, a structural defect that was not remedied until 1941 to 1942, a battalion was fortunate to receive support from 1 8-gun battery. In the territorial units, this usually meant American-supplied 75mm guns or older 18 to 25-pounders, neither of which were a match for German division-level artillery. Lacking adequate tactical radios or signal gear, the Royal Artillery supporting the FDLs relied upon battery observation posts, BOPs, linked to the guns by wire communications. The scale and timeliness of this artillery support was little different from 1914, and if the BOPs were overrun or the wire cut by shell fire, the artillery could not support the defense. When invasion threatened, the Admiralty authorized the construction of over 40 emergency coast defense batteries along the southern and eastern coasts. Each battery consisted of 2 Mark 7 or Mark 12 6-inch guns on single mounts, 2 searchlights, a Lewis gun for air defense, and a garrison of about 100 troops. Most of the 6-inch guns were positioned either on open concrete pads or within open-faced bunkers, which left them vulnerable to air attack, mortar fire, or close assault. Since the gun crews were only able to fire a few rounds in training and fire control was rather basic, the batteries were instructed to only open fire when enemy ships approached to within 3 nautical miles of the coast. Several of these emergency batteries were within the German invasion area, including the St. Mary's Bay Battery, one in Eastbourne and another defending the minor port of New Haven. The 56th Heavy Regiment also deployed 2 6-inch gun batteries to cover either side of the Dungeness Peninsula. At the water's edge, the British had erected Admiralty scaffolding along stretches of beach as obstacles, but this effort was incomplete in September 1940. The scaffolding was 9 feet high and consisted of steel tubes. Indeed, Britain poured enormous resources into producing the scaffolding. Nearly 200 tons of steel was required to construct 1 mile of beach obstacles. Unfortunately, the scaffolding was not well anchored, and tests proved that it could be shoved aside or pulled apart fairly easily. In some areas, Royal Engineers had begun to construct concrete anti-tank cubes behind the scaffolding, but this effort was just beginning and would not cover wide stretches of beach until 1941. Some sections of beach were also bound by a concrete seawall that could be up to 2 feet high, but this would only present a minor obstacle to German tanks. German pioneers could either build ramps over the obstacle or blow holes in it with explosive charges. German infantrymen would actually find the seawall as useful cover from British defensive fire on the beaches. The British Army decided to mine likely landing beaches, but were hindered by the lack of suitable mines. Unlike the Germans, with their excellent S-mine, the British Army had no anti-personnel mines in 1940 and had to improvise. Most of the mines were actually anti-tank weapons, which posed little threat to enemy infantrymen. The standard British Mark II anti-tank mine required 350 pounds of pressure to activate, while German U-panzers might have been disabled by anti-tank mines on the beach. Broken track was a straightforward matter to repair, and since the minefields were not covered by anti-tank guns, they represented little more than a speed bump to the invading force. In order to impede infantrymen, the Royal Engineers fabricated some wooden box mines, but the main assistance came from the Admiralty, which provided Eastern Command with 74,160 Type C naval beach mines, known as the mushroom mine for its appearance. The mushroom mine was a very large weapon, weighing 50 pounds, including a 20-pound Amatol charge, enormous compared to the 9-pound German S-mine. In the 12th Corps area, 12,345 mushroom mines were laid, primarily around New Haven and Cuckmere Haven in German Landing Area E. A typical British beach minefield consisted of 2 to 3 staggered rows of mines, surrounded by barbed wire to keep civilians out. However, the mushroom mine proved far too sensitive, and during the summer of 1940, inflicted numerous casualties on both British civilians and military personnel. Between the 20th and 22nd of September 1940, 5 British soldiers were killed by mushroom mines in the New Haven area. On the 26th of September, a German bomb that landed on a beach at Southwold caused a sympathetic detonation of 515 mushroom mines, which damaged the British defenses in this sector. The mines were not entirely waterproof and they quickly deteriorated, while others were simply swept away by tidal action. In March 1941, Major General Clifford C. Malden, commander of the 47th Infantry Division, was killed by a mushroom mine while inspecting coastal defenses. Except for the New Haven area, British mines would not have proven a serious obstacle to the Germans. Behind the mines, the Royal Engineers installed a few rows of Dannert wire, that is, concertina wire, which was intended more to deter British civilians from walking into mined beaches than to delay enemy troops. The 1st London Division under Major General Claude F. Liardet would bear the responsibility of stopping the German 13th Armee Corps from getting into Folkestone or Dover in the first day or two of the invasion. Liardet himself was a 59-year-old territorial army artilleryman who had been a manager at Lloyd's of London before the war. He was bookish and out of touch with modern military methods. The territorials also had their share of oddballs, such as Lieutenant Colonel John R.J. McNamara, MP, who commanded the 1st London Irish Rifles on the coast near Margate. McNamara was a key member of the pre-war Anglo-German Fellowship, and he had traveled to Germany in the 1930s to attend Hitler Youth events. Openly sympathetic to the Nazis, McNamara was not the sort of person that Churchill would have preferred to see guarding the coast against invasion. Brooke was trying to cull the unfit territorial officers from key command positions, but this took time, and it was not until mid-1941 that they could be replaced by more capable officers. Once the Germans succeeded in overturning the FDLs, they would need to quickly expand inland to link up with their airborne troops and to create a defensible beachhead, as well as to expand laterally to capture the ports of Folkestone and Dover. The German 13th Armee Corps would have to get across the Royal Military Canal, which was guarded only by the 18th Pioneer Battalion. The frontline brigades each had some companies deployed further back from the beaches, but they were dispersed to defend key towns, bridges, and airfields. In the 136th Brigade sector, covering Invasion Area D, the brigade reserve consisted of just 15 Bren gun carriers and about 100 motorcyclists located near Hailsham, about 5 miles north of the beaches. Clearly, a reserve this size could not be expected to retake much lost ground. North of Invasion Area B, the town of Ashford was a key position that was held by 1,300 territorials and 700 Home Guard troops. Folkestone was defended by the 2nd London Brigade. Dover itself had a large but hodgepodge 8,000-man garrison under Brigadier Christopher Hugh Gatto, consisting of 4 recently raised battalions, as well as several coast defense batteries. Brooke loathed Gatto and described him as a queer specimen. Behind its 2 divisions and 1 brigade on the coast, Thorne's 12th Corps had deployed Major General Bernard Freyberg's 2nd NZEF, which was provided with the 8th RTR, 57 tanks. The New Zealanders were expected to mount immediate counterattacks to counter German landings in the Dover-Folkestone sectors, or to act as a second line of defense behind the Royal Military Canal. Freyberg created a battalion-sized motorized rapid reaction unit known as Millforce, which was intended to respond to airborne landings or amphibious landings within 2 hours. However, the 2 New Zealand brigades were supported by only a single artillery regiment and had very few 2-pounder anti-tank guns. Freyberg was a tough combat veteran and excellent leader, but he was sent to the Middle East just before the intended date for Sea Lion. Without Freyberg, the inadequately trained New Zealand troops would have difficulty mounting large-scale attacks. Given the profusion of missions, it is likely that 2nd NZEF would have been committed into action piecemeal. Furthermore, even if successful, The New Zealand counterattack would only affect the German forces in Invasion Area B. Thorne realized that he had insufficient forces within 12th Corps to mount a serious counterattack against more than one German landing site, and he requested additional forces from Brooke. In London, Brooke was reluctant to detach forces from his GHQ reserves, but agreed to send Brigadier Oliver Leese's 29th Independent Infantry Brigade to provide Thorne with a larger reserve. Unfortunately, Leese's brigade did not arrive in sector until late September, after the likely date of Estach. In order to crush the other German beachheads, Brooke maintained a large reserve under GHQ control, consisting of Lieutenant General Francis Noseworthy's 4th Corps, 2nd Armored Division, 42nd and 43rd Infantry Divisions, and 31st Infantry Brigade, and Lieutenant General Andrew McNaughton's 7th Corps, 1st Armored Division, 1st Canadian Division, 1st and 21st Army Tank Brigades. Noseworthy's corps were deployed north of London and was intended to counterattack any enemy landings in East Anglia, while McNaughton's corps was deployed south of London and expected to counterattack enemy landings on the south coast. Although these two corps had most of Britain's available tanks, they had only a single medium regiment of artillery for support, and the 42nd, East Lancashire Division, was a poorly equipped second-line territorial division. The 43rd, Wessex Division, was a well-equipped first-line territorial division, but without much mobility. McNaughton, a 53-year-old Canadian artilleryman, would be in charge of leading the first large-scale response to the German invasion. Brooke disliked McNaughton, regarding him as unfit for large-scale command, and was unsure that Noseworthy, an engineer, could manage to employ his armored forces properly. Nor was Brooke, who had an inflated sense of his own military talents, well suited to lead a desperate defense against a German invasion. Despite many post-war accolades about his soldierly qualities, Brooke's diary reveals that he was primarily a brooding paper pusher and meeting participant, not in the same league as his potential German opponents. On top of this awkward command team, Churchill was also likely, in his self-assumed role as defense minister, to try to micromanage the commitment of the GHQ reserves. Much of the conviction that the British Army could defeat a German invasion rests upon the notion that British armored units would quickly launch powerful counterattacks that would overwhelm the enemy beachheads before they were fully established. Unfortunately, this interpretation conveniently overlooks the technical and doctrinal defects which lead to recurring defeats by British armored forces in 1940 to 1942. In bean-counting terms, Britain's armored forces appeared to have partly recovered from Dunkirk, as the number of available tanks tripled from 250 in July to 762 by September 1940. On the eve of Sea Lion, Britain's army had 265 infantry tanks, Matilda I and II, 179 cruiser tanks, A9, A10, A13, 318 light tanks, Mark VI, and about 50 Dutchman tanks on hand. The latter were Vickers light tanks ordered by Holland, but taken over by the British Army after the Dutch surrender. Most of the real armored strength lay in two independent units, the 1st and 21st Army Tank Brigades, which had almost all of the Matilda infantry tanks. The Matilda II, with up to 78 millimeters of frontal armor on its glacis, had proved nearly impervious to the standard German 3.7 centimeter pack gun in France, but the Germans had captured several Matilda IIs and were about to field the improved 5 centimeter pack gun with tungsten core rounds. Furthermore, the Matilda II was a slow tank with limited range and prone to the kind of mechanical defects which plagued British tanks designed in the 1930s. Armed with a 2-pounder gun that had no HE round, the Matilda II only had a single coaxial machine gun to use against enemy infantry and anti-tank guns. British tankers were trained to use their coaxial machine gun at 450 to 650 yards range. Neither Army Tank Brigade had its own attached infantry or artillery and had not practiced counterattacking with other units. Even if infantry was available, British doctrine encouraged infantry tanks to advance in front, while infantry units followed at a distance of up to half a mile. This doctrine was not corrected until 1943. The two armored divisions were a mixed bag, and the British Army still had no experience using a complete armored division in battle. The 1st Armored Division had 125 cruiser tanks and 23 light tanks in 4 armored regiments, while the 2nd Armored Division had 54 cruiser tanks and 156 light tanks. The cruiser series tanks were fast, but very thinly armored and highly vulnerable to the German 3.7 centimeter pack, even at 550 yards. Like the Matilda II, the cruiser tanks were all armed with the 2-pounder gun, while the Mark VI light tanks were all but useless. In France, one German 3.7 centimeter pack gun had knocked out 11 of 1st Armored Division's Mark VI tanks. As Peter Beale noted in his study of British tank development, most British early war tanks were poorly designed and mechanically unreliable. British tankers were trained to fight enemy tanks, not enemy infantry and concealed anti-tank guns. The parlous state of British armored doctrine also militated against a successful counterattack by GHQ's reserves against a German invasion. Brigade and regimental commanders retained a tank-pure mentality that French armored units had already learned did not work against the German combined arms team. Regiments equipped with cruiser and light tanks were trained to fight as cavalry, in massed charges. Attached motorized infantry, of which there was far too little in the British armored divisions in 1940, followed the tanks to consolidate on the objective, but were not integrated at the company level. Nor was there adequate artillery support, since the single regiment of 24 25-pounders could provide only a single battery to support a tank brigade. Neither the 1st nor 2nd Armored Divisions were trained to fight as combined arms teams and regarded the armored brigades as capable of attacking on their own. Despite heavy losses, these unsound tactics would persist until late 1942, and tank-infantry cooperation remained a critical deficiency for much of the war. At the squadron and regimental level, there were some decent commanders, but, above that level, too many British armor commanders were either mediocre or incompetent. In the case of Major General Charles W.N. Norrie, commander of the 1st Armored Division, he would perform poorly at the Battle of Gazala in June 1942 and be relieved of command, which makes it doubtful he would have been any more successful in September 1940. Later experience in the World War II indicates that German forces, even when expecting an amphibious landing, had difficulty quickly organizing large-scale armored counterattacks. At Salerno, it took the Germans 4 days to get their panzers into action, and at Anzio, it was 12 days. It is highly unlikely that the inexperienced British armored divisions could react more rapidly than the veteran Panzerdivisionen of 1943 to 1944. Even the best British commanders, such as Bernard Montgomery, were by the book and methodical when it came to offensive operations. Indeed, looking at the performance of the 8th Army in 1941 to 1942, Britain's premier combat-ready force, it is clear that the British Army was slow to assemble forces for offensive action and had great difficulty coordinating and executing offensives against German forces. 3 actions in particular: Operation Bacon, 15th of July 1942, Operation Splendor, 22nd of July 1942, and Operation Manhood, the 26th to the 27th of July 1942, display a consistent litany of costly tactical failures, inadequate C-squared, and an inability to coordinate infantry and armor in battle. Nor is there any reason to believe that the British Army's response to Sea Lion in September 1940 would have been any different. Attacking as individual brigades, without much air or artillery support, British armored units would have great difficulty against even modest German anti-tank defenses, and losses would be heavy. Nor could Britain, which was only building 120 to 140 tanks per month, afford to replace heavy losses. If the counterattacks by the GHQ mobile reserves came to grief, then Brooke would have to redeploy as many infantry divisions as possible to block the Germans from any further advances inland. However, the British Army had very little tactical or operational mobility in September 1940. A standard British infantry division was supposed to have over 2,000 vehicles, but most divisions had been provided with a mix of civilian buses and cars in lieu of proper military transport. These civilian vehicles could not maneuver off-road or pull field guns. By September, British units on the front line, such as the 8th Royal Fusiliers, were still equipped with a mix of civilian and military vehicles. Interestingly, when military lorries finally arrived in April 1941, they were American-built Dodge 1.5-ton trucks with left-side steering, so drivers had to be retrained how to use these strange vehicles. Lacking tactical mobility, much of the British Army in September 1940 was similar to the static divisions that Hitler would raise to garrison the Atlantic Wall in 1944. It would take the British Army 1 or 2 weeks to move additional divisions into place around the enemy beachheads, giving the Germans time to consolidate. British artillery could bombard the German beachhead, but the Royal Artillery's arsenal in September 1940 lacked the range and firepower to be more than a nuisance, particularly once German troops entrenched themselves. The 4.5-inch 114mm field gun was a good weapon that could hurl a 25-kilogram HE shell up to 11.6 miles with charge 3. But these weapons were only available in limited numbers, as were heavier 60-pounders, 127mm, and 9.2-inch howitzers. British division-level artillery was dependent upon the new 25-pounder, 87mm, and older 18-pounders, 83mm, which could only fire relatively small HE shells out to a range of 6 miles. If German division-level artillery succeeded in getting ashore with modern 10.5-centimeter and 15-centimeter howitzers, the Royal Artillery would be outranged and outgunned. Nor could the British Army expect to fare well in a protracted battle of attrition. At best, the British and Commonwealth forces might be able to deploy 40 to 50,000 trained combat troops against the invader in the first week, but there were very few trained reserves. The British Army had already suffered over 50,000 killed or captured in the first year of the war, and would suffer another 80,000 killed or wounded during 1941 to 1943. By 1943, the British Army no longer had the strength to keep all its divisions and disbanded 3 in 1943 and 2 more in 1944. By the Normandy campaign in mid-1944, the British Army was no longer in a position to replace infantry losses. Many of the territorial divisions in 1940 were unprepared for any role beyond coastal defense and could not be fully trained or equipped before mid-1941. If committed to battle against an entrenched enemy, the bulk of the British Army's troops would have been little more than cannon fodder. A number of historians have regarded the British Army as mediocre for much of the World War II, but its leadership gradually learned to balance tactical ineptitude with superior artillery and close air support by 1943 to 1944. Unfortunately, neither the Royal Artillery nor the RAF had the ability in September 1940 to provide lavish fire support to the Army, so it would be up to the infantry. Consequently, if the invader managed to get established ashore, the outlook for the British and Commonwealth forces was rather grim. Even if successful in a protracted battle to contain the German beachheads, British Army losses would likely have been so heavy as to preclude more than token participation in future Anglo-American offensives. In sum, The British lacked adequate forces on the coastline to prevent an enemy landing, and counterattack capabilities were undermined by inadequate mobility and firepower, poor tactics, and insufficiently aggressive junior leadership. Too much of the British Army was deployed far from the landing areas and could not quickly reposition. Consequently, the British Army would be unable to effectively utilize its numerical superiority in the early stages of Sea Lion and would be unable to crush any German landings. Home Guard. Many Sea Lion histories spend considerable time addressing the subject of the Home Guard, although the combat value of citizen militia against regular troops in the World War II was very low. Neither the Soviet People's Militia, or Polizei, or German Volkssturm performed well in combat in 1941 to 1945, and there is no reason to think that the Home Guard would have been any different. Typically, the large number of Home Guard troops theoretically available, roughly 1.6 million in September 1940, is used to suggest that this militia force would add considerable weight to Britain's defense. Aside from minimal training and support weapons, the Home Guard was essentially tied to specific localities and had negligible transport to move elsewhere. In Sussex, there were 35,000 Home Guard troops in 20 battalions, including units in Brighton, Eastbourne, Hastings, and Rye. In Kent, there were 45,000 Home Guard troops in 20 battalions, including units in Ashford and Dover. In addition to their American-supplied rifles, a typical Home Guard battalion was provided with 4 Browning machine guns, 10 Lewis guns, and 23 bars. But they had no mortars or anti-tank weapons. Each Home Guardsman was given 40 to 50 rounds of ammunition for his rifle. The main role of the Home Guard was patrolling and static defense of strong points, usually in villages. Although it has often been suggested that the Home Guard would be useful rounding up dispersed German paratroopers, only 3 battalions were near the intended landing zones for the 7th Flieger Division, and Home Guard units took time to gather in their personnel. By the time that the Home Guard units were assembled, German paratroopers would already have formed up around their drop zones. Militiamen were not trained to attack elite Fallschirmjäger, armed with MG-34 machine guns and mortars. Thus, the German invasion forces would initially face no more than 80,000 Home Guardsmen in the landing areas, and single battalions deployed in strongpoints would not represent much of a hindrance to a German combined arms attack. Recent studies indicate that half the Home Guard troops were under 27, and that more than 1/4 were only 17 or 18 years old. Rather than creating a large number of Home Guard battalions with limited combat capability, the War Office would have been wiser to cull the best personnel for active service and use others for labor battalions. Even during the height of the invasion scare in 1940 and continuing into 1941, British Army troops were seconded to assist with harvesting crops, a duty better left to the Home Guard. Like so many ideas pushed by the Cabinet in 1940, the Home Guard was an effort to spark a patriotic effort on the part of the population, but without adding much to real military capabilities. British chemical weapons capability, 1940. At the start of the World War II, Chamberlain's government quietly sent a diplomatic note to Germany through its embassy in Switzerland that said Britain would abide by the 1930 Geneva Protocol and refrain from using chemical weapons if Germany agreed to similar restraint. Hitler agreed, since he intended to win without chemical weapons. However, the British government also decided to hedge its bets by preparing for chemical warfare in case Hitler reneged on this secret agreement. Britain had been testing and stockpiling small amounts of chemical weapons during the 1930s, but Chamberlain now authorized a significant expansion of the facilities involved in the production of mustard gas and phosgene. The Imperial Chemical Industries, ICI, Randall Works, located near Runcorn in Cheshire, was already capable of manufacturing 350 tons of mustard and 45 tons of phosgene per week. Nevertheless, Chamberlain's War Cabinet allocated £546,000 to build a new chemical weapons plant in Radamwen Valley, which would be operational by September 1940. When Churchill became Prime Minister in May 1940, Britain's stockpile of chemical munitions was growing fast. From only a few hundred tons at the start of the war, Britain's stockpile of chemical weapons would grow to almost 5,000 tons by the end of September. The Randall Works was focused on producing two types of mustard agent, known as HD, pyro, and HT, Runcol. Mustard is a blister agent that can be delivered as either a liquid or an aerosol, whereas phosgene, CG, is a choking agent that is stored as a liquid but is only delivered as an aerosol. The British also had small quantities of the blood agent hydrogen cyanide, JBR or VN, and vomiting agents such as chlorapicrin, NC. In 1940, the primary British aerial delivery system for chemical weapons were 65-pound, 250-pound, and 500-pound bombs held by Bomber Command, and aerosol spray tanks. Fill consisted of either mustard or phosgene. In contrast, the British Army had chemical ammunition for its 1918 vintage 6-inch howitzers. The shell contained 4.9 kilograms of NC and 60-pounder 127mm guns, which had a chemical round filled with 1.5 kilograms of VN. The modern 4.5-inch 114mm gun had small quantities of chemical ammunition, filled with 1 kilogram of CG or JBR. No recent training had been conducted by the RAF or British Army on planning to employ chemical weapons or the tactics of delivery. Dunkirk was a severe shock to the British military, and the sudden development of a possible invasion threat caused senior leadership to grasp at straws. Chemical weapons were grasped because they were available. On the 15th of June, General Sir John Dill, CIGS, issued a memorandum entitled The Use of Gas in the Home Defense. In it, Dill argued that Britain should consider using chemical weapons to disrupt a German invasion, noting that enemy forces crowded on the beaches would present a splendid target. Churchill embraced this suggestion, and Brooke went along with the idea, although no operational or technical analysis supported this flippant decision. The Air Ministry informed Churchill that RAF squadrons would require at least 24 hours' notice to prepare to employ chemical weapons, which meant that it was unlikely that they would be ready to use against the German first wave. But this was apparently ignored. In the decades since 1940, historians have blithely spoken of the British intent to use chemical weapons to stop Sea Lion, without making any effort to examine the factors that rendered this decision problematic. While Britain in September 1940 possessed adequate stocks of chemical agents to use against the first wave of Seelöwe, the tactical employment of these agents would have been very difficult. Ideal conditions for chemical weapon usage is typically against a target area where the wind speeds are 5 miles per hour or less, essentially calm air, wind direction towards the enemy, and a target zone that is roughly square in shape. Mustard gas requires fairly high concentrations to be lethal or seriously debilitating, between 10 and 100 million parts per million. Phosgene requires 3 times this amount to reach lethal density. However, the coastline from Folkestone to Brighton does not favor the use of chemical weapons because it is characterized by winds usually from the southwest and at the breezy speeds of 10 to 15 miles per hour. Thus, any chemical agents dropped on or near the beaches would blow right back at the defending British troops and would quickly dissipate. Since the British objective in using chemical weapons would be area denial, to prevent egress from the beaches, the RAF and British artillery would have to deliver hundreds of chemical warheads in a long, thin rectangular box, many miles long, on each beach, and maintain a lethal concentration for hours by continuing to deliver more warheads. Another factor weighing against the British use of chemical weapons was that bombs dropped in soft sand or water were less likely to detonate, so the dud rate would have been significant. Aircraft using aerosol spray tanks would have been required to fly slowly, at altitudes under 1,000 feet, over the invasion beaches, making them perfect targets for flak. Nor were the German troops involved in Seelöwe likely to be a splendid target, since they were well prepared for defense against chemical attacks. All troops were provided with a protective mask, either the GM-30 or GM-38, which could be donned in seconds and was proof against inhaled agents. In addition, troops were provided with Losantin tablets for skin decontamination, impermeable anti-gas capes to shield themselves from liquid agents, and test kits to determine the agents being used against them. Thus, within minutes of the British initiating chemical warfare, most German troops would be masked, which would greatly diminish the effects of an attack. While unmasked troops might suffer 50% casualties in a typical attack scenario, masked troops were expected to suffer losses of 2% or less. Amazingly, neither Dill, Churchill, nor post-war historians have grasped the obvious disqualification of chemical weapons to stop sea lion. As was well known in British pre-war chemical tests, even troops exposed to mustard gas do not usually display symptoms for 4 to 12 hours after exposure, and the lethality rate is just 1 to 3%. Thus, even if the RAF had dropped mustard gas bombs on the Sea Lion beaches, the effects would not have been much apparent until late on Estag, long after the German landing had commenced. Phosgene is a faster-acting agent with some casualties appearing in just 5 minutes, but the most pernicious effects do not appear for many hours. When wind conditions, German anti-gas protective measures, and the limitations of the two principal British chemical agents are examined holistically, it is apparent that chemical warfare would not have stopped Sea Lion and would likely have been little more than a localized nuisance. Furthermore, German retaliation in kind would be almost certain to follow, with chemical munitions used against British troop concentrations and fighter command airfields. The German Nebelwerfer rocket launcher, of which the British were not aware, was specifically designed to inundate an opponent with large numbers of chemical rockets. Since British chemical defenses were also quite effective, military gas casualties on both sides were likely to be low. As in the World War I, if Churchill had initiated chemical warfare against Sea Lion, the results would almost certainly have been indecisive and only served to make operations more difficult for both sides. Chapter 7. Feasibility of Estag, 25th of September, 1940. Seelöwe. The Movement Plan. There is no doubt that the Kriegsmarine's plan to move 9 Army divisions across the English Channel in 4 transport fleets and conduct an opposed landing on the south coast of England on the morning of Estag was overly complex. Over 2,600 vessels embarking troops from 10 ports would have to be coordinated on a very tight schedule. Indeed, no one had ever attempted an amphibious landing on this scale before. Aside from the hazards of the sea and the enemy, the movement was likely to be continuously hampered by the inexperience of the naval crews involved. On the other hand, the weather during the period selected for Seelöwe to begin was favorable. The English Channel on the 24th to the 25th of September was cloudy and hazy, with visibility 5 miles or less. The channel had only light waves, sea state 2 to 3, and the wind was westerly at 7 to 10 knots. At night, the moon provided almost 50% illumination, which would assist the crossing. According to the operational plan, most vessels would not have to move more than 60 nautical miles during a period of relatively good weather. Although there would be mishaps, most of the crews and vessels were capable of achieving this objective. While Raeder and the OKM staff in Berlin undermined Seelöwe with their innate pessimism, the Kriegsmarine frontline leaders in the Channel ports were more upbeat about their ability to conduct the operation. Kapitän zur See Erich Lehmann, in charge of assembling invasion flotillas in Ostend, confidently said after the war, "We would have gotten over." Once Hitler approved the operation, the first order of business was for the Kriegsmarine to begin laying defensive minefields on the night of S-9, the 16th of September. The main effort would be to lay the Anton and Bruno barrier minefields, totaling over 3,000 mines on either side of Transport Fleet E's route. This effort would involve WWII's destroyers escorting 5 mine layers and 6 minesweepers from Le Havre into the middle of the English Channel over the course of 6 nights from S-8 to -2. 5 more German mine layers escorted by torpedo boats and S-boats would lay the Caesar minefields near Dover. The Dora minefield, near Lyme Bay, was intended to interfere with British naval units from Portsmouth. The German minefields were laid in 4 rows, with the outer rows including booby traps to damage British sweeping devices. The Kriegsmarine was counting on these minefields to deter or delay any British effort to interfere with Seelöwe's movement plan, although there was a certain amount of prayer mixed in with this assessment. Loading for Seelöwe was scheduled to begin on different days, depending on the port. At Antwerp, initial loading of vehicles would begin on S-9, S-9, and in Dunkirk on S-8. But in Calais it would not begin until S-5. Stores were to be loaded first, then tanks, trucks, and artillery, then horses, and finally troops on S-2 or S-1. By S-2, the 23rd of September, convoys from Amsterdam and Rotterdam would already be sailing down the Dutch coast to assemble off Ostend. After embarkation was complete on S-1, the loaded vessels would begin to move out of their embarkation harbors. At Calais, elements of Transport Fleet C were expected to sail at 1,000 hours on S-1. There is little doubt that there would have been congestion and delays with so many vessels attempting to depart, and the schedule for Seelöwe would likely not remain intact for long. Once the tows, each consisting of a tug and 2 barges, transports, and other vessels left harbor, they would form up into columns and begin moving towards assembly areas just offshore. Escort units would link up with their charges at sea and proceed to the coastal assembly areas, with all vessels formed up by 1700 hours on S-1. The 24th of September. At approximately 1900 to 1930 hours on S-1, the actual crossing would begin with a flotilla of R-boats, or minesweepers, moving ahead of each transport fleet to sweep for mines and lay lantern buoys to mark the route in the dark. The first wave of Seelöwe was divided into 3 echelons: assault forces, combat support units, and support units. About half the barges allocated to the operation were involved in transporting the assault echelon, while the second echelon mostly consisted of transports to carry artillery and heavy equipment. The rest of the barges and transports would carry the vehicles, horses, and personnel of the division-level support services in the third echelon. Corps and division-level command and staff were inserted in the middle of the first echelon, so that they could land soon after the assault troops. There were 4 transport fleets, B, C, D, and E, and each would travel along their own route from the French coast to the southern coast of England. The crossings for fleets B, C, and D were expected to take about 10 hours, roughly from 2000 hours on the 24th of September to 0600 hours on the 25th of September, each at an average speed of 5 knots, although strong currents could reduce this to 3 to 4 knots, which would knock off the operational timetable by 2 to 4 hours. Transport Fleet E from Le Havre and Cherbourg had a more flexible itinerary than the other 3 fleets, given the threat of Royal Navy forces from Portsmouth. Sailing time from either harbor was pegged to enemy activity, and, if the risk was too great, the fleet would remain in harbor. If feasible, the two convoys would sortie and rendezvous off Le Havre around Estoc minus 11 hours, 1900 hours, the 24th of September. There, the decision would be made to proceed to either landing area D or E, depending upon the enemy situation. Unlike the other fleets, none of the barges in Transport Fleet E would be loaded with troops. Instead, 175 enemy barges would be towed behind 50 transports and 25 trawlers. The advance guard of the 8th Armée Corps, consisting of over 8,000 troops in 3 regimental-size assault groups, would be carried across the English Channel in 300 motorized fishing vessels and coasters. Transport Fleet E was expected to make an 80-mile crossing of the Channel in about 11 hours, meaning that it would have to leave the assembly area off Le Havre by 1830 hours on Estoc minus 1, in daylight. In the 7th, 13th, and 38th Armée Corps, each infantry division formed a reinforced advanced guard battalion, Vorausabteilung, to spearhead the initial landings. This was an 800 to 1,000-man force built around an infantry battalion, supplemented with pioneers, Panzerjägers, and a close support package. The Vorausabteilungen would be at the front of each invasion convoy and carried on fishing trawlers, minesweepers, and Type AS reinforced barges. The 4 U-Panzer battalions would also be at the front of the line, carried in their special barges. Given the limited number of vessels in the Vorausabteilung and the fact that they were in front of the convoys, these elements were likely to suffer the least in terms of delay and disruption. Only 30 minutes behind the Vorausabteilungen, the remainder of the assault echelon consisted of 2 infantry regiments, at least 1 artillery battalion, a reconnaissance battalion, motorized Panzerjägers, flak troops, and more pioneers. All of this would be carried on 80 to 90 barges and 2 transports. The vanguard of the invasion fleet was expected to approach the British coast just before dawn, and then pivot and sail parallel to the shore in order to deploy the transport columns for landing. Although the Kriegsmarine had flotilla commanders, communication between vessels was going to be poor, and the transport fleets were likely to reach the British coast in a disordered gaggle rather than orderly columns. The second echelon would follow well behind the first echelon, and most of the divisional artillery and vehicles were loaded aboard transports. A reinforced infantry battalion would be carried in 6 tows, consisting of 6 tugs and 12 barges. Once these vessels reached their designated landing area, they would anchor offshore and wait for the barges used in the assault echelon to unload, then move out to the transports. These barges would be used to transship equipment from the transports to the beach. This transshipment was one of the weakest aspects of Seelover, since it required transports to use their onboard cranes to lift heavy equipment down into barges pulled alongside, while potentially under attack from British artillery, aircraft, or warships. Tests indicate that transshipment would have been a very slow process. Once finished unloading the second echelon, the barges would recross the channel to begin preparations to move the second wave across. The third echelon of Seelover would arrive in its own barges and thus avoid some of the transshipment problems. The Heer felt that this movement plan congregated too many vessels offshore during Estoc and preferred to move the follow-on forces across in smaller, separate convoys, which would also represent smaller targets. Yet, the Kriegsmarine rejected this sound advice due to their preference to concentrate all escort forces to protect 4 large transport fleets. Although the movement planned did not intend to send empty transports and barges back to France until after the entire fleet was unloaded around S+2, this was unlikely to be conducted in actuality due to the growing intensity of British attacks. Consequently, once enough of the first wave barges and transports had been unloaded, local commanders, unwilling to remain as sitting ducks, would likely return in small gaggle formations. When enough vessels returned to France, the loading of the second wave would begin. Many vessels would require repairs, The loading of complete Panzerdivisionen aboard barges and transports would be very complex and time-consuming, and the Kriegsmarine anticipated that the second wave was unlikely to cross until 10 days after the initial landings, approximately the 5th of October. However, with losses and damage to the transport fleet, and time lost in repairs and reassembling the fleets, the Kriegsmarine would probably require 2 weeks to gather enough vessels to move even a few second-wave divisions across the Channel. Seelöwe, the escort plan. One of the main criticisms of Sea Lion was that the Kriegsmarine lacked the surface warships to protect the transport fleets against the Royal Navy, and thus the invasion would either be defeated during the crossing or have its naval lines of communication severed shortly thereafter. These off-the-cuff assessments are usually made with little effort to assess the Kriegsmarine's actual capabilities, and through conventional lenses. The only major Kriegsmarine surface assets available, the heavy cruiser Admiral Hipper and the light cruisers Köln and Nürnberg, were assigned to cover the diversionary convoys in Herbstreise, not the actual convoys in Seelöwe. Halder and the OKH tried to insist on including these heavier forces in Seelöwe, but Raeder and the OKM refused. Hitler could have ordered it. This would have been an occasion where his style of micromanagement might have actually helped the German war effort. But he remained aloof on Seelöwe's tactical details. Instead, the Kriegsmarine intended only to employ its light forces to support Seelöwe. The Kriegsmarine's light naval forces in September 1940 were far from insignificant in the context of naval combat in the tight confines of the English Channel. WWII had 7 destroyers in Brest and Cherbourg, which would be used to protect Seelöwe's western flank from interference by British units based in Portsmouth or Plymouth. Unlike the larger but mostly obsolescent collection of British destroyers, WWII had 6 modern Type 34A and 1 Type 36 destroyer, all of which were better armed and faster than their British opponents. In addition, the Kriegsmarine had 12 torpedo boats, 5 Type 35 built in 1939 to 1940, 3 Type 24 built in 1928 to 1929, and 4 Type 23 built in 1927, based at Le Havre and Cherbourg, that would cooperate with WWII's destroyers. The torpedo boats were armed with 10.5 centimeter guns and torpedoes and were capable of 35 knots. Thus, the Kriegsmarine could deploy 19 surface warships into the Channel during Seelöwe, against an initial British reaction force of approximately 2 to 4 light cruisers and 18 destroyers. 3 German S-boat flotillas, equipped with a total of 21 S-boats, would also be operating in the English Channel. The S-boats would likely lie in ambush near the barrier minefields and wait for British forces to appear. If British warships struck mines, the S-boats would attack them as they tried to exit the minefield. The Kriegsmarine intended to clear the routes for the invasion fleets with 5 flotillas of R-boats and 7 minesweeper squadrons. These vessels were also expected to defend the fleet from any surface contacts and help land the advance guard battalions. About 20 of the minesweepers were of the 680-ton M35 class, which the British dubbed Channel destroyers. These modern vessels were well armed with 2 10.5 centimeter guns, 2 3.7 centimeter flak, and 2 2 centimeter flak guns, which gave them the ability to engage in surface combat. Up front, about 30 R-boats would lead the way. These auxiliary minesweepers were armed with 2 2 centimeter guns and would be useful against British MTBs and armed coastal auxiliaries. If British warships appeared, the German minesweepers would lay smoke screens to conceal the convoys. All in all, German minesweepers were going to be very busy during Seelöwe. The Kriegsmarine could also commit several Speerbrecher to reinforce the minesweeping force. These large auxiliary vessels were designed to clear mines, but were also heavily armed for surface action. Typically, 2 10.5 centimeter guns, 4 3.7 centimeter, and 8 2 centimeter. For close escort, the Kriegsmarine intended to employ 6 Vorpostenflotillen, patrol squadrons, equipped with about 35 auxiliary warships. At first glance, these converted fishing steamers and trawlers did not seem to represent any hindrance to intercepting British warships. Each Vorpostenboot was armed with at least one medium-caliber gun, 7.5 centimeter or 8.8 centimeter, a 3.7 centimeter flak gun, and a pair of 2 centimeter dual-purpose flak guns. Given that few British destroyers were yet equipped with 20 millimeter or 40 millimeter dual-purpose guns, the Vorpostenboote were capable of offering significant resistance in a close-range night action. As noted earlier in the section on the Royal Navy's capabilities, the intercept of multiple naval convoys in the dark was a formidable challenge for naval squadrons not equipped with radar. While a British destroyer squadron could overwhelm a pair of Vorpostenboote guarding the flank of a convoy, this would take time that would allow the transports to escape, and lurking S-boats would counterattack. Altogether, the Kriegsmarine would commit over 100 surface vessels to escort the 4 invasion fleets on Estag. Some would be superior to their British opponents in terms of firepower or speed, but the sheer numbers would seriously interfere with any intercepting Royal Navy units from coming to grips with the transports. The Royal Navy would likely pick off stragglers or damaged vessels, but the main convoys would be fairly difficult to overwhelm. Indeed, it was quite possible that the Royal Navy would be outnumbered in the initial night battles on Estag-1. Thus, the Kriegsmarine did have adequate escorts to protect the bulk of the transport fleets during the initial movement and landing phases. However, the German escorts would begin to suffer significant losses when they were asked to defend the anchorages in daylight hours and were exposed to air and sea attacks. The real question about Seelöwe's viability is not whether the Germans could get across. They almost certainly could. But if there would be adequate escorts left to protect the second wave and subsequent supply convoys. Most sources claim that the Kriegsmarine would also deploy 20 U-boats to protect the flanks of the invasion fleet, and this is accepted at face value. However, Dönitz had a grand total of only 22 operational U-boats on the 24th to the 25th of September 1940, and no more than 10 were in any position to participate in the opening moves of Seelöwe. 3 U-boats were available to operate off the Thames estuary to interfere with British naval movements from Sheerness and Harwich, while 7 U-boats could operate in the western end of the English Channel. Half of these U-boats were the short-range Type 2 type, so time on station was limited. 5 of Dönitz's best U-boats, including Gunther Prein's U-47, Otto Kretschmer's U-99, and Joachim Schipke's U-100, had just returned to Lorient and would not be ready to return to sea for at least 7 to 10 days. Furthermore, Dönitz was incensed with how his U-boats had been appropriated in the Norwegian campaign and had a low opinion of Seelöwe. With a little foot-dragging on his part, in terms of issuing new orders, only the 5 Type 2 boats might have been ready to support Seelöwe on Estag. Nevertheless, the Royal Navy was not aware of German U-boat dispositions and would expect that most would be deployed to support Seelöwe. Seelöwe, the landing plan. The Kriegsmarine designed the Seelöwe plan in order to begin the landing at high tide, just after dawn on Estag, at 0600 hours. The first airborne units would begin dropping north of Landing Area B, and the first Vorausabteilungen would begin landing on the southern beaches. The Luftwaffe was expected to maintain fighter cover over the beaches during the day, which would require hundreds of sorties, and to provide on-call close air support as needed, although none of this had been properly rehearsed. The Germans would begin their invasion by landing relatively small, lightly equipped, and dispersed forces across a wide swath of southern England, and hoping that they could hold the beachheads long enough to land their vehicles and heavy equipment. Like most German ground operations, Seelöwe was a gamble and depended upon the innate fighting ability of German small units and junior leadership to carry the day. The OKH only had a vague idea where some British beach defenses were located, but they knew that there would be beach obstacles and defensive strongpoints. Although Jodel's characterization of Seelöwe as a large river-crossing operation was nonsensical at the operational level, it did have some merit at the tactical level. In May 1940, the Heer demonstrated great ingenuity and pluck in crossing the River Meuse, despite formidable defenses that included bunkers, barbed wire, and stronger defenses than the British had in Kent or Sussex. While the Meuse had been less than 110 yards wide, the Germans intended to use similar tactics to make the initial landings on the English coast, trusting to speed and audacity. The lead elements of the Vorausabteilungen would appear off the coast just after dawn, embarked in R-boats and armed fishing trawlers. As part of the plan, squadrons of Henschel 126 aircraft were expected to drop smoke pots along the landing zones in order to reduce British visibility for several crucial minutes. Offshore, the soldiers, most probably seasick after a night afloat, would climb onto Sturmboote, carried in cradles on the side of the vessels, and then launch. Each Sturmboot would carry 6 troops and an MG-34 racing towards the beach. Other men would paddle towards shore in large rubber rafts. A group of 3 light auxiliary gunboats, barges armed with a 7.5-centimeter gun and some automatic flak guns, would attempt to suppress any weapons firing from the shore. Off Dimchurch, barges loaded with U-Panzers would follow behind the Sturmboote. The tanks were supposed to launch offshore and crawl along the sea bottom, but under combat conditions the barge captains had permission to land them on the beach if necessary. As a tactical example of one of the early landings, Vorausabteilung Bode from 35th Infanteriedivision expected to land 180 troops in 30 Sturmboote near Littlestone, about 1.5 miles south of the 6-inch gun battery in St. Mary's Bay. The beach here was sand and pebble, with absolutely no cover. This sector was held by a company from the 5th Battalion Somerset Light Infantry. While the 6-inch guns were not much of a threat to the speedboats, any British machine guns in this area could wreak real havoc. Easily, half the assault troops could be killed or wounded in the first moments if the machine gunners ashore knew what they were doing, but with the help of some smoke and audacity, the survivors would likely create some breaches in the obstacle belt and begin to put fire on visible British beach positions. The initial moments of combat would be a sergeant's battle, much like it had been on the Meuse in May. 15 minutes later, the next assault group could also suffer heavy casualties coming in, but by 0700 hours, Vorausabteilung Bode should have landed over 700 troops, of whom at least 300 to 400 were likely to be still effective. At that point, aggressive squad and platoon leaders were expected to carry the day and overwhelm one or more beach positions. Once the British crust defense was penetrated, the Germans would then roll up the other positions along the coast. Several miles up the coast, the Germans would try to land 2 companies from Tauchpanzerabteilung D west of Dimchurch and all of Tauchpanzerabteilung B east of the town. This was a very nice stretch of beach defended by B Company, 6th Battalion Somerset Light Infantry. Dimchurch was flanked by 2 Martello towers, number 23 and 25, which had forward observers and machine guns. However, the British had no anti-tank guns in this sector. The 6-inch guns from the St. Mary's Battery would be presented with nice enfilade fire opportunities against the German barges carrying the panzers, and would likely inflict significant damage upon them. If the panzers unloaded in deep water, doubtless quite a few of them would become mired, but, nevertheless, the Germans were bound to get a number of panzers onto the beach near Dimchurch. The real problem was that the U-Panzers lacked attached pioneers to clear mines and beach obstacles, so they would not be able to maneuver inland for up to an hour. Instead, the panzers would remain at the water's edge, blasting any British targets that were visible. Over in the 17th Infanteriedivision sector, Vorausabteilungen Schürler and Panwitz were expected to overwhelm British forces near the Grand Redoubt, which was almost certainly to be the toughest point in the defense of Landing Area B. Just north of Hythe, 4 battalions of the 7th Fliegerdivision would jump in the opening moments of the invasion. Gliders may have been used at Lim Airfield, a small emergency RAF base north of Hythe. Kampfgruppe Meindl and Stenzle, each consisting of 2 parachute battalions, would land north of the Royal Military Canal in an effort to assist the 17th Infanteriedivision's push towards Folkestone. An hour later, 4 more parachute battalions would land. Oberst Alfred Sturm's Fallschirmjäger Regiment 2 dropping right on top of the 2nd London Brigade's headquarters at Postling. By 0730 hours, the German vanguard was expected to have fully landed, and the main body would begin to land around 0800 hours. It should have taken the Germans 2 to 3 hours to mop up the British beach positions. By the time that low tide arrived at 1000 hours, the German main body should have landed some vehicles and artillery in each division sector, and pioneers should have begun clearing the beach obstacles. In Landing Area C, the 7th Army Corps was only likely to encounter heavy resistance near Rye and the mouth of the River Rother. The 1st Gebirgsdivision of Tauchpanzerabteilung A faced only light opposition in their sector. The 38th Army Corps landings in Pevensey Bay near Bexhill were likely to prove difficult. The 45th Wessex Infantry Division had 2 battalions defending this area and artillery in direct support. On the other hand, there were very few mines in this sector and no anti-tank guns, so the German panzers might get inland fairly quickly here. Finally, the 8th Army Corps landings in Area E would face difficult terrain and strong resistance. The 6th Gebirgsdivision was initially landing a regiment at Cuckmere Haven, which was defended by a machine gun platoon, an infantry company, and a pair of obsolete field guns. Landing Area E strongly favored the defense, with cliffs along much of the beach and only 2 real exits at Seaford and Cuckmere Haven. Altogether, each German division was expected to gain an initial lodgment in the first 3 hours of the invasion. Then the mass of barges would beach themselves and begin disgorging equipment and heavy vehicles during the late morning and afternoon of Estak. The afternoon would be a particularly dangerous time for the Germans, as the RAF began to attack the anchored transport fleets offshore, and Thorn's Eastern Command began to react to the landings. Although Milfors was likely to try to mount an operation against 7th Fliegerdivision, the limited size of this force and its limited artillery support meant that any counterattacks would be local. Indeed, the primary motivation of Thorn's command at this point would be to extricate any units in the outer crust that had become surrounded, rather than to threaten the beachheads. By late afternoon of Estak, the Germans would likely have over 40,000 troops ashore, including paratroopers, and as evening approached, the beachhead barges would refloat and return to the transports for more equipment. Seeluwe. The follow-through. Once the Germans were ashore and began to establish control over the chaos on the beaches, the operational level leadership would have 2 main priorities. 1. Establish a coherent defensive perimeter to defend the beachheads, and 2. Establish lateral communications with neighboring units. Thanks to a combined arms mentality that was firmly embedded in their tactical doctrine, the Germans intended to land Pioniers, Panzerjägers, and Flak in the first wave, and this capability would give them the ability to mount a credible defense very quickly, particularly against British troops who were not fluent with this type of combat. Even small numbers of 3.7-centimeter pack anti-tank guns could keep most British tanks at bay, and they had been designed to maneuver around without vehicles. Likewise, the 2-centimeter flak gun could be used as a dual-purpose weapon against British bunkers and troops, or against low-flying aircraft. German infantrymen were taught to dig in quickly when consolidating on a captured objective, and within a matter of hours, any British probes would encounter coordinated mortar and machine gun fire. Again and again on the Eastern Front in 1941 to 1943, even decimated German units demonstrated an ability to quickly establish effective defensive positions. By Estag+1, the Germans would have artillery and 8.8-centimeter flak guns ashore, which would make the beachhead perimeters virtually impregnable to local counterattacks. Establishing lateral communications between the four landing areas would require a serious effort on the Germans' part, and may have taken several days to accomplish. The distance between the 13th Armée Corps at Dymchurch and the 7th Armée Corps at Rye was 9 miles across the Dungeness Peninsula and Romney Marsh. Small patrols might have crossed this gap by the evening of Estag, but a British stand in the town of Lydd could delay a link-up until Estag+1. While the distance between the 7th Armée Corps and the 38th Armée Corps was only 5 miles, establishing a link-up would require a pitched battle for the town of Hastings, which still had a population of 22,000 in September. The British 45th Division had a battalion-size force in Hastings, and it would likely require 48 to 72 hours to root them out, even if attacked from both east and west. However, the British had no anti-aircraft defenses in Hastings, which meant that Luftwaffe dive bombers could be used to bomb resistance centers. The most difficult link-up would be by the 8th Armée Corps from Landing Area E, which would require a difficult slog across 10 miles without any armor support. The best-case scenario was that most of the German beachheads could be linked up within 2 to 4 days, assuming that the British did not make a major effort to interfere, and instead focused on building a second line of defense. General Heinrich Gottfried von Vietinghoff's 13th Armée Corps also had 2 other critical tasks that needed to be accomplished as soon as possible: link up with the 7th Flieger Division and capture Folkestone Harbor. After clearing the beach area around Hythe, the 17th Infanterie Division would have to cross the 65-yard-wide Royal Military Canal, defended by British sappers and a few bunkers. The British were likely to blow up all the bridges over the canal as soon as the Germans landed, although it was possible the Fallschirmjäger from Kampfgruppe Meindl might capture one by coup de main. Crossing the Royal Military Canal would have required at least a reinforced battalion-size Kampfgruppe from Oberst Edmund Hofmeister's Infanterie-Regiment 21, and then pioneers to establish a crossing site with rafts or rubber dinghies. On the Meuse, it had taken German pioneers 3.5 hours to construct the first 16-ton bridge, but in Landing Area B, the bridges would first have to be unloaded from barges, moved inland to the canal through Hythe, and deployed. Given the chaos on the beaches, it is unlikely that German pioneers could have bridged the Royal Military Canal before mid-afternoon on Estag. Once across the canal, the German infantry would simply roll up the British sappers, then advance to link up with the closest paratroopers, Kampfgruppe Meindl. During this time, at least until mid-afternoon on Estag, the Fallschirmjäger would have to hold off Milfors on their own and eliminate isolated British positions north of the canal. After the link-up with 7th Flieger Division was accomplished, von Vietinghoff was supposed to form Kampfgruppe Hofmeister north of the canal. This battle group was to be built around Hofmeister's Infanterie-Regiment 21 and augmented with tanks from Tauchpanzerabteilungen B, Brandenburg infiltration troops, a machine gun battalion, artillery, motorized Panzerjägers, pioneers, and flak troops. Given the difficulty of getting equipment off the beach and across the Royal Military Canal, it is unlikely that Kampfgruppe Hofmeister could be in a position to make a major push towards Folkestone until dusk on Estag. Most likely, the assault on Folkestone would have been deferred until dawn on Stock+1. Despite plans to employ the 2nd New Zealand Expeditionary Force, 2NZEF, to re-establish a defensive line along the Royal Military Canal, Thorne's 12th Corps would have had its hands full just trying to salvage the forward elements of both 45th Wessex and 1st London Divisions. Both these units would suffer substantial losses on Estak. In London, Brooke would be reluctant to commit the GHQ reserve in toto until he was certain that there would be no landings in East Anglia. Consequently, he was likely to commit all or part of McNaughton's 7th Corps to move towards the enemy beachheads and begin probing actions. However, given the limited amount of tactical transport, Brooke was unlikely to launch a major counterattack before Stock+2 or 3, by which time the Germans would have in excess of 75,000 troops ashore. For their part, the Germans had the resources to create these 4 lodgements and establish a cohesive front within about 4 days of landing. They would likely have the resources to conserve parts of their transport assets from British counterstrikes and establish both air and sea lines of communication between France and the beachheads in southern England. Once 1 or 2 airfields were repaired, wounded could be flown out and some supplies flown in. The Germans planned to bring in bulk supplies, like fuel and food, through captured ports, such as Folkestone and, eventually, Dover. However, it would take time to repair captured ports and airfields, and the supply situation could be chaotic for some time, preventing the Germans from mounting large-scale operations. Instead, the Germans would have to focus on grinding towards key terrain, like Dover, with infantry and limited amounts of artillery. Even if elements of the second wave began to arrive on Stock+10, it would take another week to get these forces ashore and deployed. Thus, according to German planning, a proper breakout operation from the beachheads could not be mounted before Stock+1, the 17th to 18th, 12th to 13th of October. Before that point, Brooke would be sure that no more major German landings were feasible in 1940, and he could concentrate all available forces in front of the German beachheads. Seelöwe, an assessment. It is not my intent to build a hypothetical scenario about Sea Lion's likely outcome, as so many have attempted before. Instead, I have tried to dispassionately lay out the factors that would aid or hinder each side in the accomplishment of their operational goals. I would be remiss if I did not tally up those factors to try to draw some kind of conclusion. However, before getting into that assessment, it is important to note a crucial factor that has often been overlooked in a rush to determine a winner in hypothetical sea lion scenarios. For lack of a better name, that factor is luck. Throughout the first 2 years of the World War II, the Wehrmacht continued to win battles and campaigns that appeared to defy conventional logic. In Weserübung, the Royal Navy should have prevented the Germans from capturing distant Narvik, but they did not. In Falgelb, the French should easily have blocked Guderian from getting across the Meuse so quickly, but they did not. In North Africa, Rommel repeatedly defeated superior Commonwealth forces, and in Russia, the Germans never should have penetrated so deeply into that heavily defended country. Why did the Germans succeed against the odds so often in 1940 to 1942? This is a difficult and controversial subject, one that is still virtually taboo in World War II historiography. But the answer is relatively simple. In essence, German commanders made their own luck by acting boldly and aggressively in ways that their opponents did not expect. To quote the Confederate General Nathan Bedford Forrest, all too often, the Wehrmacht simply got there firstest, with the mostest. By standard military logic, the Germans should not have attempted Seelöwe as long as the RAF and Royal Navy were intact. But it does not appear that the British were all that prepared if the Germans decided to defy logic. Indeed, The British defenses in September 1940 were far less prepared than the French defenses in May 1940, which had crumbled when hit hard. It is also important to note, however distasteful to some, that the British Army was defeated again and again in 1940 to 1942, and its battlefield leadership, compared to the Germans and Japanese, was seriously deficient. In terms of numbers, the British had the edge in Sea Lion, but in terms of the intangible moral factors of war, the Germans had the edge. The British enjoyed their own form of luck in terms of intelligence and technological breakthroughs, but these would only prove beneficial in the long run. As discussed in the previous sections, neither the RAF nor the Royal Navy was likely to stop the first wave of Seelöwe. Any naval actions during the initial crossing would likely be indecisive and not inflict crippling losses upon the German invasion forces. On Estak, the Germans would establish 4 lodgements and link up with their paratroops, while the British beach defenses would be overwhelmed in a matter of hours. The RAF counterattacks on the beachheads would inflict significant losses on the stationary transport fleet, but Luftwaffe fighters would cause Bomber Command and Coastal Command painful losses as well. On Estak, the British 12th Corps would mount local counterattacks against the 7th Fliegerdivision, causing some losses. Overall, both sides were likely to suffer about 5% casualties of engaged forces on Estak, roughly 3,000 British, mostly captured, and 4,000 Germans, 800 to 1,000 dead. After Estak, the likely sequence of events would be: on Estak +1, the Germans begin to link up their beachheads, and 13th Armée Corps begins its push towards Folkestone. Brooke commits the 7th Corps to reinforce Thorn and to mount probing attacks towards Beach C. Naval actions occur in the Channel and large-scale air battles over the beachheads. The loss of British chain-home radar stations at Rye and Pevensey degrade RAF Fighter Command's ability to detect incoming raids in the 11th Group sector. On Estak +2, the British 1st Armored Division makes a poorly planned counterattack against the boundary of the German 7th and 38th Armée Corps in an effort to relieve the garrison in Hastings. The result is a fiasco with nearly 100 British tanks lost. Folkestone is captured. On Estak +3, Hastings is captured. However, the Australian Imperial Force, AIF, would be committed to blocking the 8th Armée Corps from linking up with the 38th Armée Corps. The 1st Canadian Division would be deployed to block the 13th Armée Corps. Brooke sends the 42nd East Lancashire to replenish the 12th Corps defense near Dover. He also orders Southern Command to send the 4th Infantry Division to seal off the German lodgment at Beach E. On Estak +4, 3 of the 4 German corps have linked up and established a coherent defensive front. The Germans weight their forces towards the 13th Armée Corps sector in an effort to push towards Dover. Brooke commits the 43rd Wessex Division to reinforce 7th Corps. By Estak +5, the German 13th Armée Corps is on the outskirts of Dover but is stopped. German naval losses are becoming serious as the Royal Navy picks off vessels returning to France, but British destroyer losses are equally serious. Both the RAF and Luftwaffe are being worn down in heavy air battles over the beachheads. Around Estak +7, the British 5th and 7th Corps mount a major counterattack against the isolated German 8th Armée Corps at Newhaven. For the first time, the British employ large numbers of tanks, artillery, and infantry. The battleship HMS Revenge is brought in to shell the German positions, and Bomber Command commits over 100 sorties. Although the German 28th Infanterie Division is mauled, poor coordination weakens the British counteroffensive, and 8th Armée Corps manages to hold on. By Estak +8, both sides temporarily shift to the defensive and wait for reinforcements. The German forces in England have some supply difficulties, but are not in immediate danger. The Luftwaffe has an operational fighter base in England at the former RAF Hawkinge. Around Estoc plus 12, a medium-sized convoy brings part of the 41st Armée Corps into Dover. British submarines sink several transports, but an armored Kampfgruppe from 10th Panzerdivision is landed. Around Estoc plus 14, the Germans mount a major attack on the 43rd Wessex Division at Dover and shatter it with a brilliantly executed combined arms attack. The British lack of anti-tank guns is now a liability, and Brooke orders some of the more exposed positions abandoned. Dover is occupied by S plus 15, but is not operational for another week. Around Estoc plus 17, the Germans mount an attack on the Canadians at Ashford with 10th Panzer Division. The Battle of Ashford lasts 3 days, but the Canadians hold. Meanwhile, a second British attempt to crush the isolated 8th Armée Corps fails. By Estoc plus 20, the Germans have only succeeded in getting a small part of the second wave ashore due to limited port capacity at Folkestone and the declining number of operational transports. The Kriegsmarine informs Hitler that they can only sustain 3 beachheads and recommend evacuating the 8th Armée Corps from New Haven to reinforce the lodgment around Eastbourne, Bexhill. On the British side, Brooke has committed all of the GHQ reserve except the 2nd Armored Division, and now has 10 divisions deployed around the enemy beachheads. He takes 1 division each from Western, Northern, and Scottish commands to form a new reserve. Given the German difficulties in shipping large mechanized units across the Channel with their declining transport assets, the descent into semi-static positional warfare akin to the later Anzio and Salerno beachheads is highly likely. The German first wave is a success, but the second wave is not. By mid-October, it is apparent that Seelöwe has become a beached whale. Using their limited armor and skill at combined arms, the Germans can occasionally mount local attacks to gain key terrain, but they cannot breach the inland GHQ line or mount a serious breakout attempt. The Kriegsmarine is able to maintain small-scale nightly resupply convoys across the Channel, which are usually able to evade British patrols. By S plus 20, both the Luftwaffe and the RAF are fought out and try to minimize their casualties in order to rebuild. The first month of fighting costs each side over 40,000 casualties. While the British have succeeded in preventing a German breakout, they cannot crush any of the lodgements and suffer heavy losses in the process. After 3 weeks, the British have committed most of their available troops, and they cannot expect to mount another serious counteroffensive for some months. The Royal Navy has lost so many destroyers, sunk or damaged, that it can no longer mount regular patrols in the Channel. Instead, the Royal Navy decides to rely upon a new crop of MTBs and motor gunboats, MGBs, as well as submarines to interdict the German naval supply lines. After the Germans evacuate Beach E and use these troops to reinforce the forces in Beach D, Rundstedt reconfigures his forces for a winter battle along the GHQ line. Although both sides mount local attacks in November, the campaign is essentially stabilized until the following spring. A German diplomatic overture seeking a Christmas armistice is rebuffed by Churchill. At this point, the issue becomes how much longer either side could keep up a battle of attrition that is devouring its troops, ships, and aircraft for no real strategic gain. Hitler had plenty of infantry to replace losses in England and could continue a battle of attrition for some time, as he would at Stalingrad in 1942. However, he would likely be running out of shipping after a few months of this, and then his armies in England would become less and less capable. Given the resources of 1940, he would never get a large panzer force across the Channel to capture London. Instead, his armies and fleets would bleed to hold on to obscure British towns, hoping for an armistice that became increasingly unlikely. While Churchill would likely remain upbeat no matter what, it was clear that the British Army could not sustain a battle of attrition into 1941. Unlike the North African campaign, where the majority of the casualties were Commonwealth troops, in Kent and Sussex they would mostly be British. In positional warfare of this type, a force of 10 defending divisions could still expect to suffer about 45,000 casualties, including 10,000 dead, per month. By Christmas 1940, Brooks' forces would likely have suffered over 130,000 casualties, but there were no more Australian or New Zealand troops in the pipeline coming to Britain. At best, the British might be able to train and equip sufficient replacements to mount a major counteroffensive in early 1941, but, if that failed, the only remaining option would be to hang on in the trenches. If fighting continued until May 1941, the British Army would be wrecked and unable to withstand any new German landings in East Anglia. Continued British resistance might stop the German breakout from their beachheads, but it would also incur a cost for the Empire overseas. With a major ground campaign on English soil, British forces in North Africa could not expect substantial reinforcements for some time. The British ability to hold Egypt would become more questionable, particularly if Hitler still sent Rommel's Afrika Korps to Libya in early 1941. Recognizing Britain's military weakness, Stalin might easily have been tempted to invade Persia in December 1940 in order to establish a base on the Persian Gulf. Likewise, the British position in India and the Far East would become even more vulnerable to Japanese aggression. British destroyer losses in the Channel battles would seriously weaken convoy defenses at a critical time, allowing the U-boats and FW-200 Condors to increase their effectiveness against poorly protected shipping routes. Over the winter of 1940 to 1941, politics would shape the eventual outcome. Churchill would have made his point about resistance, but, if continued into 1941, both the British Army and Royal Navy would be weakened to the point that Great Britain's stature as a world power would be seriously compromised. Without an intact army, Churchill could not play much of a role in his envisioned Anglo-American alliance. Indeed, the British failure to drive out the invaders would put the Lend-Lease Act in the U.S. Congress at risk. American support would likely become increasingly tepid in expectation that Britain would eventually negotiate its way out of the war. Despite Churchill's strident rhetoric, it would become evident to most of his cabinet and the military that Britain could be fighting Germany, the Soviet Union, and Japan single-handedly before the end of 1941. The only remaining logic would be to achieve some kind of battlefield success, then negotiate. From Hitler's point of view, a draining, indecisive struggle in England would threaten to undermine domestic support in Germany for the war effort and present Stalin with an extended opportunity for mischief-making in Eastern Europe. Hitler would want to conclude Seelöwe while he could still claim a tactical, if not strategic, victory. Thus, the likely endgame for the Sea Lion campaign would be an all-out British offensive to retake Dover in January or February 1941. Around the same time, Hitler would be likely to order the Luftwaffe to resume large-scale night raids on London in order to demolish the British capital. Although neither side would be likely to achieve their military objectives, the stage would be set for a gradual acceptance that negotiations were the only way out of this self-defeating pit. Churchill would resist the idea, but Brooks' admission that the British Army would run out of infantry by mid-1941 and have to begin dismantling units would be the determining factor. Negotiating through Swiss intermediaries, Hitler would propose withdrawing all his forces from England in return for Churchill agreeing to an armistice. The likely result of Seelöwe would be an uneasy peace settling over Europe, while both Great Britain and Germany begin to rebuild their decimated forces for a future showdown under more favorable conditions. Seelöwe, the postponement. Of course, Seelöwe did not occur. If Hitler had intended to conduct Seelöwe on the most favorable days of the 25th or 26th of September, he would have had to give initial authorization on S-10, or the 15th to 16th of September. Instead, he hesitated, waiting to see if the Luftwaffe could succeed in crushing the RAF. By the 13th of September, Hitler was clearly wavering on making a decision about invasion. However, the results of aerial combat, on the 15th of September were discouraging and made clear to Hitler that the RAF was not a defeated force. With Raeder and the OKM unwilling to take risks, and Göring unconcerned with the planning or execution of an invasion, Seelöwe found itself without an advocate in Hitler's inner circle. Brauchitsch continued to argue for Seelöwe, but without strong conviction, and Hitler had little respect for him. Raeder kept recommending postponing the invasion to spring 1941, while Göring suggested that the Luftwaffe could sever Britain's lifelines once Juncker's 88 bomber production increased. Without Kriegsmarine or Luftwaffe endorsement, Seelöwe appeared to be going nowhere, and Hitler finally decided to move on to other things. On the 17th of September, he issued orders to the OKW that Seelöwe was postponed until further notice. Hitler's postponement of Seelöwe was due as much to inter-service bickering within the Wehrmacht as to Fighter Command's powers of resistance. Yet, Hitler refused to cancel the operation outright in order not to grant Churchill a propaganda victory or to dissuade Franco from joining the Axis. On the 12th of October, Hitler ordered that preparations would continue in order to put pressure on the British. He would decide whether or not to conduct Seelöwe in 1941, as Raeder had recommended all along. During October, serious preparations continued both in terms of improving the available amphibious craft and training the motley collection of crews. Hitler also ordered the Luftwaffe to increase its night bombing of British cities and the Kriegsmarine to increase attacks on British convoys. His strategic intent was to maintain and increase the pressure on Great Britain, not walk away from a confrontation with Churchill. Contrary to interpretations that regard the postponement as cancellation, it is important to remember that Hitler postponed a number of important military operations, not just Seelöwe. Postponement did not mean abandonment. Falgelb had been postponed 19 times during the winter of 1939 to 1940, and Barbarossa was postponed from May to June 1941. In 1943, he would postpone Zitadelle several times. In each case, Falgelb, Seelöwe, Barbarossa, or Zitadelle, unfavorable circumstances prompted Hitler to delay an operation in hope of achieving a more favorable outcome at a later time. As one indication that Seelöwe was not merely maintained as a deception operation, on the 18th of October, the OKL instituted a priority program to develop a new type of heavy glider that could lift a Panzer IV medium tank across the Channel. Both Junkers and Messerschmitt built prototypes, but the Junkers 322 Mammoth was an unflyable failure. The Messerschmitt ME 323 Gigant was more successful and first flew in February 1941. By June 1941, there were about 60 Messerschmitt 323s available, enough to land a Panzerabteilung in England. The investment of 45 million Reichsmarks in this program indicates that the Wehrmacht was seriously planning for a bigger, better version of Seelöwe in 1941, or after the conquest of the Soviet Union. Typically, Hitler's intent to invade the Soviet Union is presented as an idée fixe that drove him to abandon Seelöwe post-haste and prevented him from logically assessing any strategic alternatives. However, this flies against the fact that Hitler gave full support to Operation Felix, the planned attack on Gibraltar, while concurrently directing the OKH to develop plans for Operation Barbarossa. Führer Directive No. 20, which outlined Operation Marita, the invasion of Greece, was delivered 5 days before Führer Directive No. 21 revealed Operation Barbarossa. Like any politician, Hitler was keeping his options open and planned for major operations in the Mediterranean against Great Britain, while also planning for war with the Soviet Union. When it became clear that Franco was not going to join the Axis, Hitler decided to put Seelöwe on the back burner. On the 9th of January 1941, Hitler ordered preparations for Seelöwe to cease, but this did not affect the Luftwaffe's Messerschmitt 323 program, nor Oberst Siebel's ferry program, nor the Kriegsmarine's Marinefährprahm MFP program, nor the Heer's development of the Pionier-Landungsboote. In other words, the inertia of Seelover preparations continued despite Hitler's edicts, and, consequently, the creation of new air landing and amphibious technology came to fruition in 1941. Britain was also held at risk by these new technologies, despite the Luftwaffe's failure to achieve a decision in 1940. More than anything, the postponement of Seelover in September 1940 demonstrated how the German war effort against Britain was seriously compromised by personal agendas that Hitler allowed to pervert a rational military decision-making process. Just as Göring wanted to use his Luftwaffe to smash the RAF and gain personal glory, Raeder was more concerned with shielding the Kriegsmarine from potential public humiliation in the English Channel. Likewise, Dönitz's fixation on Tonnengeschlacht diverted Germany's attention away from seeking to inflict crippling blows on Britain's economy. September 1940 was a time for Hitler's famous willpower to kick in and demand that everyone fall in line behind a single objective, as he would do for Barbarossa. Instead, by tolerating these personal agendas, Hitler threw away any hope of achieving decisive results in regard to England. Hitler later complained in 1943 that he never should have let Raeder talk him out of conducting Seelover. Chapter 8. The Isle of Wight Gambit. During the planning of Seelover, both Hitler and the OKH had suggested preliminary operations or raids that might be conducted to put immediate pressure on Britain. On the 13th of July, Hitler was the first to suggest to Halder the possibility of a raid on the Isle of Wight. 3 days later, this idea was incorporated into Führer Directive No. 16, which allowed for limited operations before the main invasion, such as the occupation of the Isle of Wight. Halder and the OKH favored this idea as well, since it would not require a large force and could be conducted fairly quickly. Both Hitler and Halder recognized that the Isle of Wight offered a potential offshore base to increase the pressure on Great Britain. The Abwehr did not know much about British defenses, but it was unlikely that the island was held in great strength. Furthermore, since the Isle of Wight was separated from the mainland by the Solent, 1 to 4 miles wide, the risk of strong British counterattacks was small. Thus, a relatively modest German force, perhaps 2 divisions, could be transported from Cherbourg to seize the Isle of Wight in a coup de main. Holding the Isle of Wight offered considerable advantages that could increase the feasibility of Seelover. First, German artillery deployed on the north side of the Isle of Wight could shell the mainland across the Solent and force the Royal Navy to withdraw its cruiser-destroyer forces from the naval base at Portsmouth. Second, capture of the island would provide the Luftwaffe with 4 civilian airfields that were much closer to England, thereby alleviating the problems caused by the limited range of the Bf 109 fighter and providing an emergency landing site for damaged aircraft. The Isle of Wight fell under Lieutenant General Claude Auchinleck's Southern Command, which deployed Brigadier Daniel M.W. Beek's 12th Infantry Brigade from the 4th Infantry Division to defend the island. Beek, a distinguished veteran who had been awarded the Victoria Cross in 1918, had 3 regular infantry battalions, a training battalion, and 5 companies of Home Guard to defend an island that was 23 miles across. The main British concept for defending the Isle of Wight went back to the 19th century and focused on shielding Southampton and Portsmouth from enemy naval raids. Thus, the bulk of the defenses on the Isle of Wight were traditionally focused at either end, around the towns of Bembridge in the east and Freshwater in the west. 2 regiments of coastal artillery with 6-inch and 9.5-inch guns defended both locales. However, the coastal forts had been designed prior to the World War I and had negligible protection against air attack. In June 1940, Beek established his brigade headquarters in Billingham, in the south center of the island, and decided to deploy most of his troops to defend the southern coasts. His brigade had served in France and been evacuated from Dunkirk, which made it critically short of transport. Even in September 1940, Beek's brigade relied upon civilian buses and bicycles for movement. Furthermore, Beek's brigade was not provided with field artillery support, and there were no tanks or armored vehicles on the Isle of Wight. The 527th Coastal Artillery Regiment protected the west end of the Solent with 4 batteries, and the River Yar helped to make this area defensible even from land attack. Beek left the 50th, holding Battalion Hampshire Regiment, which included 200 militiamen from the Channel Islands, to assist the coastal gunners in defending this region. The eastern end of the island was defended by the 530th Coastal Artillery Regiment, whose main position was the Culver Down Battery, armed with 2 9.2-inch guns in open concrete pits. Many of the coastal gunners were Territorial Army or reservists, and these troops had yet to dig trenches or deploy barbed wire around their batteries. Nor did the batteries have more than token air defenses, such as a Lewis gun or 2. Fort Bembridge, located near Bembridge Airport, which was blocked with old cars, was garrisoned by just 14 support troops in 1940. The RAF maintained the chain home station at Ventnor on the south coast, but otherwise there was no significant RAF presence on the island. Although the British defenses on the Isle of Wight were spread very thinly in 1940, the British could take some comfort from the fact that there were few decent beaches where an enemy could conduct an amphibious landing. The beaches on the southwest coast of the island were awful, narrow, and overshadowed by steep cliffs. Indeed, the only practical invasion area was a 2.5-mile-long stretch of beach between Shanklin and Sandown on the east coast. The beach was far from ideal, but was close to 2 of the island's 4 civilian airfields. The Culver Downs Battery overlooked Sandown Bay with its 2 9.5-inch guns, but otherwise British defenses in this critical area were not strong. Dean's troops had installed Admiralty scaffolding on some sections of beach, but had only limited amounts of barbed wire and no mines. Access to the beach, or the Culver Downs Battery, was not yet blocked. The Yeverland Battery overlooking the bay had a pair of old 6-pounder guns, a searchlight, and a machine gun bunker. Company C from the 6th Battalion, Black Watch, was assigned to defend the 4,500 yards of beachfront. Hitler's main concern about Seelöwe was the potential for embarrassing heavy losses in a failed cross-channel attack. Yet, when he decided to postpone Seelöwe, Hitler still had the option to mount a raid on the Isle of Wight to divert attention away from the Luftwaffe's failure to subdue the RAF. A coup de main against the Isle of Wight could be conducted with much smaller forces, entailing far less risk. If the operation failed, it could be described as only a raid, not an invasion. If the coup de main succeeded, it would have both propaganda and tactical value for continuing the struggle against Britain in 1941. A coup de main against the Isle of Wight would not have looked like the slow-going Seelöwe, but more like the landing at Narvik in April 1940. Bye's destroyers could cross the 75-mile stretch of channel from Cherbourg to Sandown Bay in just 3 hours, arriving just before dawn with a vanguard of Gebirgsjäger Regiment from the 6th Gebirgs Division. At dawn, a battalion from Oberst Eugen Meindel's Luftlandesturm Regiment 1 could land near Bembridge, with an assault company landing next to the Culver Down Battery in gliders and the rest by parachute near the airport. Unlike Seelöwe, this style of raid would very likely achieve tactical surprise and would likely proceed as follows. The Luftwaffe would provide smoke for the landing and Stuka support to suppress any strong points. After the British coastal batteries were neutralized by glider troops, the Gebirgsjäger would land by Sturmboote and overwhelm the single British infantry company in the area. Bye's destroyers would beat a hasty retreat with Luftwaffe fighter cover. Once the beach was secure, and the Gebirgsjäger would make no effort to clear it, they would link up with the Fallschirmjäger near Bembridge Airport and push on to secure the town of Bembridge and the minor port of St. Helens, which was only held by Home Guard. Several hours after the initial landing, Meindl would land a 2nd Fallschirmjäger Battalion to capture the Nodes Point Battery north of St. Helens. The coastal gunners, lacking much in the way of small arms, would be quickly defeated. By late afternoon, the Germans would have captured St. Helens and Bembridge. During the day, the Luftwaffe would bomb the towns of Cowes and Fishbourne on the northern shore to disrupt ferry traffic across the Solent in order to isolate the island. The RAF would do well in several air actions over the Isle of Wight, but fail to strike Bye's destroyers or prevent the airborne operation. Uncertain about the enemy situation, Auchinleck would wait for more information on the enemy landing. Beek would be uncertain whether there would be more enemy landings and, lacking artillery and vehicles, could do little more than try to assemble a small reserve near Newport in the center of the island. By nightfall, only a single company of the Black Watch and 1 company of Home Guard would be in contact with the enemy. With the approach of dusk, 2 German convoys would depart Cherbourg. Bye's destroyers would cross with another battalion of Gebirgsjäger and land them during the night. At the same time, 3 torpedo boats would escort the transports Multgefels and Niedenfels, modern freighters capable of 16 knots. Each ship would carry a Panzerkompanie, an artillery battery, a flak battery, engineers, wheeled vehicles, and supplies. Although the Royal Navy would no doubt put out destroyer sweeps from Plymouth and Portsmouth, the odds of successfully intercepting fast transports would be low. Pulling into St. Helens, both transports would begin unloading during the night. It is possible that RAF Coastal Command might sink these transports after dawn, but with a bit of luck and daring, the Germans would get some heavy equipment across the channel. On day 2, German engineers would begin restoring the captured batteries and airfield. Once they had even limited numbers of tanks and artillery ashore, the Germans could begin expanding their bridgehead. By the end of the 2nd day, the Germans would have a firm lodgment with perhaps 3,000 to 4,000 troops ashore. After the initial surprise wore off, Auchinleck would probably attempt to move another brigade across the Solent to reinforce Beek. Unfortunately, while there were plenty of ferries available to carry troops, few could carry vehicles or artillery. Any British reinforcements in the first few days would essentially be leg infantry, with little artillery and no tanks. Bomber Command would doubtless bomb St. Helens Port, but poor accuracy would make this little more than a nuisance. Meanwhile, the Germans could continue to use their destroyers and small numbers of fast transports to bring small amounts of troops and equipment across the Channel with relative impunity. Any naval actions in the Channel between opposing destroyers were not likely to be decisive. Within a week, the Germans could have most of a division on the Isle of Wight and would begin clearing the eastern half of the island, forcing the RAF to abandon the radar site at Ventnor. In London, Brooke would likely regard the Isle of Wight landing as a diversion and be opposed to committing too many forces onto the island. Over the course of several weeks, the British would retreat into the western end of the island, while the Germans would content themselves with capturing the port of Cowes in the north and establishing a line along the River Medina. In time, the Germans might take the rest of the Isle of Wight by the end of 1940, or simply hold the eastern end of the island as a bargaining chip. In any event, the prevailing military factors suggest that the Germans had the capability to seize at least the eastern half of the Isle of Wight in 1940, and there was very little that the British could do to stop this. Another potential possibility for a German raid, diversionary operation, or a coup de main in September 1940, was the Isle of Sheppey, off the Kentish coast. The island, separated from the mainland by a wide channel known as the Swale, would be relatively easy to defend if it could be seized. A single bridge connected the island to the mainland, and the garrison consisted solely of the 2nd 6th Queen's Royal Regiment from the 35th Infantry Brigade, 1st London Division. RAF Coastal Command had an airbase on that island. RAF East Church, defended by a detachment of training personnel armed with 8 Vickers machine guns. The 518th Coastal Artillery Regiment had a few batteries on the island, protecting the Royal Navy dockyard at Sheerness and access to the River Medway. In late September 1940, the 2nd Cruiser Squadron was based out of Sheerness, with the light cruisers HMS Aurora and Cardiff. The Isle of Sheppey had excellent sandy beaches in the southeast, which were only defended by scattered sections and platoons. If the Germans could capture or destroy the Sole Bridge by glider assault, a British counterattack across the Swale would have been very difficult. It is possible that the Isle of Sheppey could have been captured by a regiment of Fallschirmjäger and reinforced by destroyer transports in order to build up a lodgment on Britain's east coast. Nor could British armor be used to counterattack across the Swale, which would effectively serve as a moat. A lightning raid on the Isle of Sheppey could have acquired a defensible airbase in Britain, but without the risks of a full-scale Seelöwe invasion. Chapter 9. Siege Operations against Great Britain, October 1940 to May 1941. German pressure upon Great Britain did not let up merely because the Luftwaffe failed to achieve daylight air superiority over southern England. Far from it. The Luftwaffe kept up the pressure with regular night raids, which inflicted considerable damage, while the Kriegsmarine's efforts to conduct anti-commerce operations against British trade increased during the winter of 1940 to 1941. While still continuing to devote considerable resources for anti-invasion defenses, the Royal Navy, with only modest help from the RAF, was forced to rapidly develop countermeasures to prevent these German campaigns from disrupting Britain's trade. Simultaneously, Churchill tried to respond to Germany's siege tactics by using RAF Bomber Command to pulverize critical targets, but Britain's resources were stretched too thinly to mount an effective strategic bombing campaign. Despite British interference with ex-Gerät signals, Luftwaffe night raids continued to intensify throughout the winter of 1940 to 1941. A total of 23 major raids were flown in November to December 1940. But poor weather and low operational readiness rates of bombers reduced operations in January to February 1941. Luftwaffe losses on night raids averaged 1.5%, which was far more sustainable than daylight raids. In total, the Luftwaffe lost about 500 bombers and 1,500 aircrew between November 1940 and May 1941 in order to inflict over 26,000 fatalities upon Britain. In contrast, RAF Bomber Command's offensive sputtered along through the winter months, achieving very little. Unlike the Luftwaffe, Bomber Command's raids were much smaller in size and frequency. In an effort to retaliate for the Coventry raid, the War Cabinet directed Bomber Command to conduct Operation Abigail Rachel on the night of the 16th to 17th of December, 1940. 134 bombers were sent against the city of Mannheim in the largest British raid of the war to date. Lacking navigational aids, most of the bombs were dropped on the outskirts of the city, resulting in the deaths of only 34 Germans. 7 of the British bombers were lost, a 5.2% loss rate. Overall, Bomber Command lost 341 bombers and over 1,000 aircrew in the same period to inflict slightly over 1,000 fatalities upon Germany. Once Dönitz was able to get the French port of Lorient fully operational, the U-boat campaign began to change dramatically, and Wolfpack units became a reality. On the 21st to 22nd of September 1940, Dönitz was able to concentrate several U-boats against the unescorted convoy HX-72 west of Ireland. More U-boats were quickly vectored in, and the 43-ship convoy was assailed by 7 U-boats, although virtually all of the damage was inflicted by Kretschmer's U-99 and Schepke's U-100. In the ensuing action, 11 vessels, including 3 tankers, of 72,727 tons were sunk, for no loss to the Germans. 3 weeks later, Dönitz was able to employ Rudeltaktik, again against convoys SC-7 and HX-79 in a 3-day battle. 9 U-boats sank 32 merchantmen of 154,591 tons for no loss. The British convoy escorts who relied on ASDIC to prosecute underwater targets were completely ineffective against the new German tactic of U-boats attacking on the surface and from multiple directions. By October 1940, Dönitz knew that Rudeltaktik could maximize the effectiveness of his limited U-boat force and inflict serious damage on British convoys. The U-boats enjoyed one more major success in 1940 against convoy HX-90 in early December, before winter weather reduced the operational tempo. In the period September through December 1940, Dönitz was able to sink 191 ships of 1,033,850 tons for the loss of only 4 U-boats, an impressive accomplishment, and one which worried Churchill. Another disturbing trend for the British was Dönitz's decision to start sending several U-boat patrols at a time off West Africa, where the convoys were often unescorted. Although U-boats had mounted occasional patrols off West Africa since the beginning of the war, the ability to operate from Lorient made these long-range patrols more practical. A single U-boat, the U-65, made an 88-day patrol from Lorient and operated off Freetown in November to December 1940, where it sank 7 ships of 56,326 tons. Given this success, Dönitz began regular patrols off West Africa in early 1941 and found a rich harvest. 2 more U-boats from Lorient, U-105 and U-106, made 112-day patrols off Freetown, where they sank a total of 20 ships of 117,938 tons. In addition, U-106 found the battleship HMS Malaya escorting convoy SL-68 on the 20th of March 1941 and torpedoed her. The British capital ship was out of action for 5 months. Increased German U-boat activity off West Africa meant that the Royal Navy had to spread its escort forces even more thinly to cover convoys from Freetown to the western approaches. Although poor weather conditions in the Atlantic prevented Dönitz from successfully employing Rudeltaktik during the opening months of 1941, his U-boats still managed to sink 99 ships of 545,782 tons in January to March. Closer to home, the British had difficulty reining in German mines, destroyers, and S-boats in coastal waters. The new German acoustic mine was particularly difficult to sweep, since it could lie dormant for a time before activating. Areas that appeared swept suddenly became active again. Nor did the previous degaussing efforts help to mitigate the acoustic mine threat. Consequently, German mines sank 48 Allied vessels in British waters in November 1940. On the 12th through the 19th of December, the Luftwaffe mounted a major effort and dropped 300 mines in the Thames estuary, which resulted in the loss of 12 ships of 20,675 tons. The Kriegsmarine's torpedo boats and minesweepers continued to aggressively mine British coastal waters as well. Another 18 ships were lost to mines in January 1941 and 13 in February. Altogether, German mines sank over 100 ships in British waters in the period November 1940 to February 1941, including 2 destroyers and 2 submarines. The Royal Navy was forced to devote large resources to minesweeping efforts, and yet the waters off the Thames estuary, Liverpool, and the Humber remained unsafe. However, the Royal Navy was able to retaliate with its own mine-laying campaign, which claimed 2 German torpedo boats and a number of merchant ships sunk in the same period. Bye's destroyers enjoyed a run of success in the English Channel that highlighted the superior speed of the German warships. On the late afternoon of the 17th of October, WWII continued a daring sortie from Brest with 4 destroyers into the southwest approaches, hoping to catch one of several poorly escorted convoys in the area. RAF Coastal Command spotted WWII's destroyers and Force F, light cruisers HMS Newcastle and Emerald, plus 5 destroyers under Captain Louis Mountbatten, was dispatched from Plymouth to intercept. At 1707 hours, HMS Newcastle opened fire on WWII's destroyers at a range of over 30,000 yards. WWII's destroyers fired a volley of torpedoes and turned away, using a smokescreen and their superior speed to escape. An attack by a Coastal Command Blenheim failed to score any hits on the fast-moving German destroyers. WWII successfully returned to Brest without loss. On the night of the 24th of November, WWII conducted a sortie off the Lizard with 3 destroyers and sank a small Dutch tanker and sped off before Mountbatten's destroyers could intercept. 4 nights later, WWII brazenly approached Plymouth with 3 destroyers, sinking a few small vessels before turning south to return to Brest. Although the German destroyers had radar, at 0640 hours, Mountbatten's 5 destroyers suddenly appeared on the port quarter at a range of just 1,650 yards. Mountbatten was coming on at 28 knots, in line-ahead formation, but when he spotted the German destroyers, he mistakenly decided to steer a parallel course in order to bring all armament to bear. WWII responded as he had before, with a volley of 12 torpedoes, then turning away, laying smoke, and running off at 35 knots. HMS Javelin was hit by 2 torpedoes and crippled. Mountbatten pursued WWII for 2 hours, firing madly, but scored no hits. WWII made it safely back to Brest. When it was over, Admiral Sir Dudley Pound, the first Sea Lord, conceded that the German destroyers were faster than ours. However, WWII's destroyers returned to Germany for engine overhauls during the winter of 1940 to 1941, and there were no German destroyers in the English Channel again until April 1941. The Kriegsmarine S-boats remained very active in the English Channel and off the coast of East Anglia during the winter of 1940 to 1941, mounting raids against British coastal convoys. The Royal Navy formed a dedicated unit of 4 destroyers from Harwich to counter the S-boat raids, which continued to pick off coastal merchantmen on the south end to Methill route. A few destroyers were equipped with Type 286 search radar, but this could only detect an S-boat at a range of 2 miles or less. On the 19th of November 1940, 1 German raid miscarried, and S-38 was rammed and sunk by the destroyer HMS Campbell. This was the first S-boat sunk in action. 19 of the S-38's crew were captured, which yielded intelligence value as well. Nevertheless, on the 23rd of December, the Kriegsmarine mounted an unprecedented massed raid with 11 S-boats against convoy FN 366, a lightly escorted group of 7 merchantmen. An S-boat managed to sink a 6,552-ton Dutch tanker and a trawler before the British patrols in the area could respond. The German S-boats continued to be a threatening presence in Britain's coastal waters throughout 1941, which was only gradually curbed as the Royal Navy introduced faster, better-armed motor gunboats. However, the S-boats were never truly defeated. Despite a variety of tactical successes, the German siege strategy was not producing decisive results, and British defenses were slowly improving. After pursuing an uncoordinated overall strategy against Britain for 8 months, Hitler was finally persuaded to impose explicit strategic priorities upon Luftwaffe and Kriegsmarine operations. On the 6th of February 1941, he issued Führerdirektive No. 23, providing guidance on how best to disrupt Britain's economy. For the first time, the Luftwaffe was directed to assist the U-boat campaign by focusing its raids against major ports, such as Liverpool, to disrupt the unloading of convoys. Hitler stated that once ports were successfully attacked, the attacks would be repeated again and again. A special command, Fliegerführer Atlantik, was established to coordinate air operations with the Kriegsmarine. Initially, this command only had KG-40's limited number of FW-200 Condors and a few Heinkel 111 bombers, but it would increase to about 150 aircraft by June 1941. Raeder and Dönitz were more optimistic once Hitler agreed to increase the priority of counter-trade operations, although the optimism was short-lived. Meanwhile, the Royal Navy's response to the U-boat threat was slow and measured, but finally began to produce results. In March 1941, the 5th Escort Group was formed under the command of Commander Donald McIntyre, consisting of 5 old destroyers and 2 corvettes. One of McIntyre's destroyers was equipped with a Type 286 surface search radar, which gave it the ability to detect U-boats on the surface out to several miles. Up to this point in the war, the Royal Navy had been rather slipshod in its convoy escort tactics and simply assigned whatever warships were available to the next convoy. There was no team cohesion and no standard tactics. The 5th Escort Group was the first attempt to build a dedicated escort group that remained together and was specifically trained to counter Rudeltaktik. March 1941 began badly for the U-boat force when Gunther Prein's U-47 went missing on the 7th of March. The exact cause is unknown. 10 days later, the convoy HX-112 was detected south of Iceland, and 5 U-boats were vectored towards it. McIntyre's 5th Escort Group was protecting this convoy. Despite the presence of a strong escort, Otto Kretschmer's U-99 boldly penetrated the convoy on the surface on the night of the 16th of March and attacked. Amazingly, Kretschmer sank 5 ships, including 3 tankers, of 34,505 tons, then withdrew. At this point, HMS Vanek, the one ship equipped with radar, detected Schepke's U-100 on the surface astern of the convoy and attacked. Kretschmer's U-99 bumped into HMS Walker on the way out and was also attacked. In short order, Schepke was killed and Kretschmer was captured. Churchill was exultant that 3 ace U-boat commanders had been eliminated in March, but actually, little had changed since most convoys remained poorly protected. The loss of 5 U-boats in March 1941 was a heavy blow to Dönitz's U-boat arm, but his U-boats continued to sink well over 200,000 tons of shipping per month. In April and May, Dönitz was able to successfully employ Rudeltaktik against convoys SC-26 and HS-126. While Royal Navy escort tactics slowly improved, it is important to note that RAF Coastal Command played very little role in countering the U-boat threat prior to 1942. RAF Sunderland flying boats participated in the destruction of 2 U-boats in 1940 and another in August 1941. But in each case, the U-boat had been detected by surface warships. Coastal Command equipped some of its aircraft with ASV radar in late 1940, but they achieved very little because the U-boats simply moved their operations further away from shore. Aside from the fortuitous capture of U-570 in August 1941, RAF long-range patrol aircraft were too few in number to pose a serious threat to U-boats on the surface until mid-1942. The Royal Navy's ability to defend convoys from the low-level attacks of FW-200 Condors also remained seriously deficient. In January 1941, KG-40 attacked British convoys off the coast of Portugal and sank 17 ships of 65,000 tons for the loss of only 1 FW-200. Most of these attacks were conducted by a single FW-200 at a time. RAF Coastal Command was unable to provide air cover over distant convoys, and the air defenses in most convoys were feeble, usually just old Lewis guns and slow-firing 12-pounders. Without radar, air cover, or decent anti-aircraft defenses, Britain's convoys were wide open to air attack. In February 1941, Fliegerführer Atlantik coordinated multi-aircraft attacks against convoys, which inflicted serious damage on OB-290. 7 ships of 35,107 tons were sunk. Condor attacks tended to scatter a convoy, which then made them easier targets for nearby U-boats. Altogether, KG-40's Condors sank 21 ships of 84,301 tons in February. Furthermore, the Condors began shadowing convoys and passing spot reports to Dönitz, enabling him to vector U-boats onto these convoys. At this point, the synergy of Condor and U-boat posed a serious threat to the British convoy system. Fortunately for Britain, inter-service rivalry between the Luftwaffe and the Kriegsmarine undermined the level of effort put into enacting Führer Directive No. 23. The Condor program remained limited to a production rate of only 4 FW-200s per month, which was barely enough to keep up with losses. Göring connived to starve Fliegerführer Atlantik of resources in order to prevent the Kriegsmarine from establishing a de facto independent naval arm. Meanwhile, Churchill pushed the Royal Navy to develop countermeasures to the Condor, and the first catapult aircraft merchant, CAM ships, using catapults to launch Hurricane fighters, were ready in May 1941. Each CAM ship could provide a grand total of 1 fighter sortie over a convoy. Nevertheless, a CAM-launched Hurricane succeeded in shooting down a Condor in August 1941. At the same time, the Royal Navy was building its first escort carrier, HMS Audacity, which was commissioned in June 1941. In September 1941, a Martlet fighter from HMS Audacity shot down an FW-200. Although FW-200 Condors sank 58 ships of 234,443 tons in 1941, 35 Condors were lost to all causes, a rate which was unsustainable. By 1942, the Luftwaffe pulled the remaining FW-200 Condors off the anti-shipping mission, and they were relegated to reconnaissance roles. Thus, the British were able to mitigate the Condor threat by late 1941. Raeder decided to make his main play to sever Britain's Atlantic lifelines with Operation Rheinübung, Rhine Exercise, in mid-May 1941, by using the new battleship Bismarck and the heavy cruiser Prinz Eugen to make a sortie into the Atlantic to attack the HX convoy routes. Raeder deployed 9 covert support vessels into the Atlantic as part of the Etappendienst to support the operation. The Bismarck succeeded in penetrating the Denmark Strait and sinking the battlecruiser HMS Hood on the 24th of May 1941, but the home fleet gathered its strength and relentlessly hunted her down. On the 27th of May, the Bismarck was sunk before it could reach safety at Saint-Nazaire. Yet even if Bismarck and Prinz Eugen had reached the convoy lanes, they could only have succeeded in mauling 1 or 2 convoys before being forced to run the gauntlet back to a friendly port. Raeder failed to appreciate that trading expensive surface warships for a dozen merchantmen was a losing trade. Unknown to Raeder, the Royal Navy achieved an even larger game-changing victory in May 1941 when they captured the weather ship München, then the U-110. Between these 2 vessels, British intelligence acquired an intact Enigma machine with current settings, codebooks, and other cipher material which enabled Bletchley Park to finally break into the Heimisch, Dolphin code. The Royal Navy used intercepts from Dolphin to demolish Raeder's Etappendienst covert network of supply ships and tankers in the Atlantic. After the loss of Bismarck and her supply network in May 1941, Raeder was even more reluctant to risk his remaining capital ships in raiding sorties into the Atlantic. Nevertheless, he made one last attempt in June 1941 to prepare the large cruisers Admiral Scheer and Lutzow for an Atlantic raid. Raeder was unaware that the British were now tipped off by their code-breaking and knew about the movement of the Lutzow off the coast of Norway. On the night of the 12th to 13th of June, 18 Beaufort torpedo bombers were sent to attack the Lutzow. Only one Beaufort found the target, but managed to score a torpedo hit amidships. Consequently, Lutzow was out of action for 6 months. This was an amazing use of signals intelligence for operational purposes. British bombers relentlessly attacked the German capital ships in port, damaging both Scharnhorst and Prinz Eugen. Like the home fleet, Raeder became gun-shy about exposing his heavy ships to air attack and decided henceforth that they would only operate against convoys off Norway, where the risk of air attack was small. Thanks to Boniface, ultra, and aggressive bombing of ports, Germany's capital ships were essentially neutralized as a serious threat to Atlantic convoys after mid-1941. In contrast to the regular surface raiders, the disguised Hilfskreuzer remained a threat to British shipping in all oceans until late 1941, due to their use of the more secure Außerheimisch Pike Enigma code. The Hilfskreuzer were not directly put at risk by British code breaking, although their support ships were gradually eliminated. The Royal Navy spent huge resources searching for the elusive Hilfskreuzer, and did not succeed in eliminating one until Penguin was sunk in May 1941. The Cormoran and Atlantis were sunk in November 1941, but the other 4 succeeded in returning to friendly ports. Altogether, the 7 Hilfskreuzer succeeded in sinking or capturing 97 ships of 658,976 tons in 1940 to 1941, which was double what the regular surface raiders accomplished. However, the second round of Hilfskreuzer patrols in 1942 to 1943 only sank 214,000 tons of shipping, and most of the raiders were lost. Thus, it was not until the 4th year of the war that the Hilfskreuzer threat was brought under control. While the Kriegsmarine struggled to interdict Britain's maritime lines of communication, the Luftwaffe resumed its bombing offensive in full force in March 1941 and concentrated its raids against the ports of Liverpool, Portsmouth, Glasgow, Hull, and Plymouth. Liverpool's anti-aircraft defenses were still ineffectual, but on the night of the 12th of March 1941, improved night fighters succeeded in shooting down 4 of 316 German bombers that attacked the city. British night fighter successes steadily increased, but the Luftwaffe still managed to kill over 15,000 British civilians in 3 months, while keeping their losses to an acceptable level. The Luftwaffe offensive culminated with 3 massive raids against London on the nights of the 16th and the 19th of April and the 10th of May, each involving over 500 bombers. More than 1,800 tons of high explosive were dropped in these 3 massive raids, inflicting major damage on the British capital. Then the offensive faded away as the Luftwaffe was transferred eastward. However, unlike daylight bombing, the RAF had not defeated the Blitz, nor prevented the Luftwaffe from smashing British cities one by one. Hitler's military reputation was built on quick, cheap victories, but the siege operations against Great Britain did not fit in that model and were costly and time-consuming. By the end of May 1941, Britain was still hard-pressed by Germany's air and sea attacks, with no let-up in sight. Aside from making German daylight raids over Britain prohibitively expensive, the only real military success Britain had achieved was against Italian colonial armies, which could hardly lead to a favorable conclusion of the war with Germany. Reprieve, when it came in June, was due to Hitler's caprice, not any substantive change in the overall military balance between the Third Reich and Great Britain. Yet, Hitler's turn to the east to deal with Stalin handed Churchill a strategic victory by default by reducing the effort put into siege operations. Chapter 10. Sea Lion Redux, May 1941. Churchill and his war cabinet were unaware that Hitler had postponed Sea Lion, and fears of invasion persisted well into 1941. On the 17th of October, Brooke was still fretting about signs of impending invasion, and his fear of a surprise attack of some sort continued until nearly Christmas 1940. In November, Admiral John Tovey, the new commander of the Home Fleet, stated that the danger of invasion will not disappear with the coming of winter and may confront us with novel possibilities in the coming year. Once the winter arrived, it was clear that Britain had gained a respite until the next spring to build up its defenses. However, Churchill was not content with defensive measures, and the success of General Sir Archibald Wavell's counter-offensive against the Italians in Egypt in December 1940 emboldened him. The victory of Lieutenant General Sir Richard O'Connor's Western Desert Force in Egypt led to Churchill's insistence that the counter-offensive continue into Libya, which meant more tanks and equipment were needed from Britain. O'Connor's success in Libya in January to February 1941 encouraged Churchill to push for an expeditionary force to Greece in March. Instead of focusing on building up his army at home and making any future German invasion impossible, Churchill poured Britain's resources into colonial-style campaigns in the Mediterranean and East Africa. On the 28th of May 1941, Brooke continued to visit coastal defenses in Britain and was alarmed at how desperately thin our defenses are. On the 31st of March 1941, the Germans responded to these British adventures with their own surprises. Generalleutnant Erwin Rommel's Afrika Korps launched a counteroffensive in Libya that demolished O'Connor's Western Desert Force, including the 2nd Armored Division. In less than 2 weeks, Rommel touted British forces in Libya and surrounded the garrison in Tobruk. Adding to the defeat, O'Connor and 4 other British generals were captured. Shortly thereafter, the Germans invaded Greece and routed the 62,000-man Commonwealth Expeditionary Force by the end of April. In May, the Germans used 7th Flieger Division to spearhead an invasion of Crete, which eliminated the Commonwealth garrison there as well. In the space of 2 months, the Germans had inflicted over 30,000 casualties on Commonwealth forces in the Mediterranean in these 3 defeats. Commonwealth forces lost over 200 tanks, 500 guns, and nearly 10,000 vehicles as well. These equipment losses would have to be made good quickly and at the expense of Brooke's forces in the United Kingdom. Meanwhile, the German preparations for Seelöwe continued throughout the winter of 1940 to 1941, albeit at a slow pace. More importantly, the Kriegsmarine's surface fleet began to recover its strength as new units were commissioned and existing units were repaired. Churchill knew that the Germans were commissioning new warships and wrote in a letter to President Roosevelt on the 8th of December 1940 that the next 6 or 7 months bring relative battleship strength in home waters to a smaller margin than is satisfactory. Bismarck and Tirpitz will certainly be in service in January. These 2 first-class modern 35,000-ton, 15-inch gun German battleships force us to maintain a concentration never previously necessary in this war. In fact, Bismarck was ready by January 1941, but Tirpitz would not be fully operational for another year. In addition, the battlecruisers Scharnhorst and Gneisenau were repaired, and the heavy cruisers Admiral Hippe and Prinz Eugen were available. 5 new Type 36A destroyers were also commissioned during the winter of 1940 to 1941. By spring 1941, the Kriegsmarine would actually reach its peak operational strength in the World War II, with 3 battleships, 2 heavy cruisers, and 24 destroyers and torpedo boats potentially available. With surface escorts of this strength, the British plans of intercepting the invasion convoys with destroyers and light cruisers suddenly became impractical. The Home Fleet would have to commit its heavy units if it wanted to stop convoys escorted by these Kriegsmarine surface warships. Over the course of the winter of 1940 to 1941, Siebel perfected his landing craft, and the Heer began building Pionierlandungsboote. In mid-April 1941, the Kriegsmarine built its first MFP. By May, the Wehrmacht actually had real purpose-built landing craft and adequate surface escorts to cross the Channel. The Luftwaffe had also considerably built up its air transport forces and had the Messerschmitt 323 heavy glider ready. Although the heavy losses in the invasion of Crete would have reduced the number of veteran Fallschirmjäger available. In terms of air superiority, both sides were in the process of upgrading their primary fighters. The Luftwaffe had the improved Bf 109F2 in service, and the RAF was just introducing the Spitfire Mark V. The German introduction of drop tanks for the Bf 109F also slightly increased the aircraft's combat endurance. Nevertheless, the RAF still held the edge in daylight combat over the United Kingdom, and the British were improving their radar and anti-aircraft defenses in early 1941. While the Kriegsmarine grew stronger over the winter, the Home Fleet's position was actually much weaker in June 1941 than it was in September 1940. Assuming that Operation Rheinübung, the sortie of the Bismarck into the Atlantic, had not occurred during May, Tovey's Home Fleet would consist of only 4 capital ships: HMS King George V, Prince of Wales, Nelson, and Hood, a single heavy cruiser, HMS Devonshire, and 4 light cruisers, HMS Edinburgh, Manchester, Arethusa, and Galatea. The relentless attacks of Hilfskreuzer U-boats and surface raiders had forced the Royal Navy to disperse its strength across the globe to protect its trade, at the cost of weakening the Home Fleet. On the positive side, the Royal Navy's coastal forces were strengthened with the introduction of motor gunboats, MGBs, and improved MTBs in spring 1941, and a number of cruisers and destroyers had been refitted with search radar and 20mm and 40mm dual-purpose guns. Consequently, the Royal Navy had fewer but better armed warships to defend the home islands in June 1941. RAF Coastal Command was also improving with better aircraft and more skilled aircrew. Although Churchill apparently did not fear invasion in 1941, many other British leaders fully expected the Germans to attempt a landing in the spring or summer of 1941, and continued to press for improvement in home defenses. In April 1941, Major General Henry H. Hap Arnold, commander of the U.S. Army Air Corps, visited England and reported that Dill Beaverbrook, Air Chief Marshal Sir Wilfrid Freeman, Vice Chief of Air Staff, and Archibald Sinclair, Secretary of State for Air, all believe that it, a German landing, can be done and will be tried. He also noted that the British did not expect to prevent an invasion outright, but hoped to contain the beachhead so that the Germans could not break it. If Hitler had decided to delay Barbarossa and mount Seelöwe in June 1941, the Germans would have been in a much stronger position to mount an invasion than in September 1940. With the Bismarck and several other heavy warships, the Germans could potentially try to land on the better East Anglia beaches or mount an attack similar to the original plan. In either case, the ability of the Royal Navy to intercept and prevent an invasion would have been much less than in 1940. With lower losses in the crossing, the chances of the Germans landing a second wave with Panzerdivisionen would have been much higher. On the other hand, British beach defenses would have been stronger in June 1941, and the German first wave would have suffered heavier casualties. Key positions such as Folkestone and Dover would have been protected by more than Home Guard and training units in 1941, making the German expansion from their initial beachheads a much more arduous process. Even with significant amounts of equipment going to the Middle East, Brooke had significantly better forces in June 1941 than he had 9 months prior. Unlike the bad days of 1940, British deficiencies in anti-tank guns, anti-aircraft, infantry weapons, and artillery had been made good, and units near the beaches would have the equipment to mount a robust defense in depth. Brooke also had more and better tanks than he did in 1940. Both the 1st and 6th Armored Divisions were in England, and less of their strength was based on obsolescent light tanks. The Valentine infantry tank was in series production, with 120 being built per month, and the Churchill tank was just starting low-rate production. There were still shortages of tactical transport, but no longer severe. Rather than equipment, the one real factor that impaired the British Army's ability to successfully defend the United Kingdom was the lack of effective combined arms training, which persisted until 1943 to 1944. British armored units were still likely to attack without proper support and impale themselves on German anti-tank guns, while British infantry units were being trained to conduct World War I-style set-piece assaults. Without proceeding into further conjecture, we can deduce three important conclusions about the possibility of sea lion occurring in the early summer of 1941. First, while the Royal Navy had less chance of stopping a full-scale invasion, German losses in the landing phase and efforts to break out of the initial lodgements were likely to be much higher. Second, the British Army still did not have an assured ability to crush a German landing once established. Third, due to stronger Kriegsmarine support, the Germans would have a better chance of getting a substantial panzer force ashore, which could greatly assist them in breaking out of the beachhead areas. As for the outcome, either an extended battle of attrition on the GHQ line or a German breakthrough leading to a major British defeat were the two most likely scenarios. Consequently, it is clear that the standard interpretation that the German threat of invasion ended with the Battle of Britain is patently false, and that the threat of invasion actually increased in spite of the Luftwaffe's failure in September 1940. Britain still had a knife at its throat throughout much of 1941, and the danger did not pass until Germany became bogged down in the Soviet Union. Chapter 11. Hidden Benefits of Sea Lion. Germany gains an amphibious capability for other theaters. Typically, it is suggested in Battle of Britain historiography that Germany gained nothing from the preparations for Seelöwe. In fact, the amphibious capabilities created for Seelöwe in 1940 to 1941 were quickly put to use in other theaters and contributed to several notable Allied defeats. In particular, the creation of the Marine Fährprahm, MFP, of which over 700 were built in 1941 to 1945, was a major step forward for amphibious warfare technology. Unlike the motorized barges of 1940, the MFPs did not need to be towed by tugs and could land heavy vehicles and artillery directly onto a beach. The prototype MFP, designated F-100, was commissioned on the 16th of April 1941, and series production of the MFP A-type began in July 1941. A total of 72 MFPs were built in 1941, followed by 303 in 1942, 177 in 1943, 173 in 1944, and 13 in 1945. Improved variants known as the MFP-B and MFP-C types were introduced in June 1942, followed by the larger Type D in 1943. In addition to the basic landing craft model, the Kriegsmarine built MFPs to serve as coastal mine layers, anti-aircraft vessel, and fire support vessels. Germany's new amphibious capabilities were first demonstrated in the Baltic in 1941. Two experimental landing units, formed in Antwerp and Rotterdam in August 1940, remained on the Channel coast throughout 1941, as part of the deception effort to maintain the appearance of Seelöwe still being under consideration. However, the real potential was incorporated into an experimental unit known as the Erprobungsverband, EVO, which was formed to test the variety of landing craft available, including motorized barges, Seebelferries, and Pionierlandungsboote. In spring 1941, the EVO was transferred to the Baltic Sea to prepare for participation in Operation Barbarossa. Once the main forces of the Soviet Northwest Front were defeated in the Baltic, the OKH decided to use the EVO to mount an amphibious landing known as Operation Beowulf II to clear several large islands off the Estonian coast. By late summer 1941, the EVO had grown to a large command with 12 MFPs, 21 Siebel ferries, 31 Pionierlandungsboote, 253 Sturmboote, and 96 other vessels. The main German assault force was built around the 61st Infanteriedivision. At 0500 hours on the 14th of September 1941, Operation Beowulf II began with a sudden descent upon Saaremaa, Ursel, and Muhu, Moon Islands, which were defended by approximately 24,000 Soviet troops. Prior to the operation, the Kriegsmarine conducted 3 diversionary operations, which confused the Soviet defenders about the likely landing area. In an opening gambit, 50 Brandenburger troops from Sonderkommando Benesch landed on the southern tip of Saaremaa in 5 DFS-230 gliders. Their mission was intended to disable a Soviet coastal battery equipped with 4 130mm naval guns. Another 100 Brandenburgers were supposed to arrive by Sturmboote to reinforce the glider troops, but deteriorating weather conditions delayed their arrival, and the glider troops were too few to capture the naval battery. Consequently, the main assault force of 1,000 troops from 1st Infantry Regiment 151 had to cross the 6-mile-wide Soer-Veen Strait in 180 Sturmboote from the EVO under shell fire. German artillery from the mainland provided a 15-minute artillery preparation, followed by airstrikes. Due to fog and light rain, one company landed in the wrong place, but the first wave was still able to establish a beachhead on the south side of Mahu Island. The 61st Infanteriedivision also sent its reconnaissance battalion across by Sturmboote to land on the northern side of Mahu. 2 more waves followed, under heavy fire, bringing an artillery battery and the rest of Infantry Regiment 151 across. Almost half the Sturmboote were damaged or sunk, and a battalion commander wounded, but the landing was a success. Later in the day, the EVO began using its landing craft to bring vehicles and more heavy weapons across. During the course of the operation, the Luftwaffe used 4 Messerschmitt 321 Gigant gliders for the first time to deliver supplies and equipment to the island. It took 3 weeks of fighting, but the 61st Infanteriedivision cleared both Saaremaa and Mahu Islands. A follow-up landing, known as Operation Siegfried, was conducted at dawn on the 12th of October, using the EVO's landing craft to cross the 3-mile-wide Soer-Veen Strait to Hiiumaa-Dago Island. This time there was no resistance on the beaches, and the island was secured within 10 days. Operation Beowulf II was a landmark event that validated both German amphibious craft and tactics, as well as heavy gliders. Despite strong enemy coastal defenses, the Germans had been able to conduct an opposed landing and quickly established viable beachheads. The Kriegsmarine also demonstrated an ability to employ naval gunfire support from the light cruisers Köln, Leipzig, and Emden to support the landing. As a result of both landing operations, thousands of Soviet troops were killed or captured. As German forces surged across the Ukraine in 1941, the Kriegsmarine realized that they needed an amphibious capability in the Black Sea as well. In November 1941, the 1st Landungsflottille was formed at the port of Varna in Bulgaria. A facility was established in Vienna to fabricate MFP components, and they were sent down the river Danube to be assembled at Varna. By the time that the German 11th Army began its final offensive to reduce the Soviet fortress of Sevastopol in the Crimea in June 1942, the Kriegsmarine had enough MFPs available in the Black Sea to provide logistical support to the army. After the fall of Sevastopol, the Kriegsmarine began planning an amphibious operation known as Operation Blücher II to cross the Kerch Straits and thereby support the invasion of the Caucasus. On the night of the 1st to the 2nd of September 1942, the 1st Landungsflottille equipped with 24 MFPs, carried a Kampfgruppe from the 46th Infanteriedivision across the straits to the Taman Peninsula. Operation Blücher II was a low-key success, which helped to accelerate the German drive into the Kuban. Later, after overrunning part of the Caucasus, the German 17th Armée was forced to conduct a fighting withdrawal to the Kuban, where it mounted a desperate defense from January to September 1943. By this point, the Kriegsmarine had amassed an amphibious force of more than 70 MFPs and several Zibel ferries in the Black Sea, and they played a major role in sustaining the Kuban bridgehead for 9 months. Hitler finally agreed to evacuate 17th Armée from the Kuban as the war situation deteriorated, and the 4 amphibious flotillas in the Black Sea were tasked with conducting an army-size evacuation. Dubbed Operation Brunhild, the evacuation of the Kuban began on the 12th of September 1943, and over the course of 38 days, the landing flotillas were able to transport 15 Axis divisions with 239,000 German and Romanian troops to the relative safety of the Crimea. Soviet efforts to interfere with the evacuation were easily rebuffed by the Luftwaffe and a handful of aggressively led S-boats. Germany's amphibious capabilities had saved an entire army that would otherwise have been isolated and destroyed. Less than a month after the Kuban was abandoned, the Axis forces in the Crimea found themselves isolated by the advance of the Soviet Fourth Ukrainian Front. An army of over 200,000 troops was dependent upon naval convoys from Romania. The MFPs played a key role in sustaining the Crimea and brought in replacement troops and equipment, including assault guns and heavy artillery. Amphibious supply runs managed to sustain the garrison through the winter of 1943 to 1944, but when the Soviet spring offensive began on the 8th of April 1944, the German defenses in the Crimea cracked. After 3 days of fighting, the troops of 17th Armée were compelled to retreat to Sevastopol, but Hitler balked at authorizing another evacuation. The MFPs were used to move troops along the coast, but once Hitler pulled out of the Crimea, Soviet fighter bombers strafed them without mercy. On the 23rd of April, a single overloaded MFP attempting to carry 1,000 troops to safety was bombed and sunk, with over 300 troops drowned. Hitler ordered the 17th Armée to stand and fight in Sevastopol, which led to a hopeless battle. It was not until nightfall on the 8th of May that Hitler consented to the evacuation of the 17th Armée from the Crimea, just as Soviet tanks were poised to enter Sevastopol. The Kriegsmarine and Royal Romanian Navy mounted a last-minute evacuation, which managed to save 28,992 German and 15,078 Romanian troops from the Crimea between the 10th and the 13th of May. Had the evacuation begun sooner, the majority of the 17th Armée could have been saved, along with much of its equipment. German amphibious craft also played a major role in the Mediterranean theater. In the summer of 1941, the Kriegsmarine established 2nd Landungsflottille at Palermo in Sicily and began constructing MFPs in the port. By December 1941, this flotilla had 8 MFPs, and 20 more were built at Palermo in 1942. In the spirit of Axis collaboration, the Germans gave the Italians a license to manufacture a copy of the MFP-A design, which entered service with the Italian Regia Marina as the Motozattera, or MZ, in February 1942. The Italians quickly put the MZ into serial production at several yards and were able to commission 98 landing craft in 1942 to 1943. Both the German MFPs and the Italian MZs proved very handy in the Mediterranean, Adriatic, and Aegean, particularly in maintaining sea lines of communication to Axis forces in Libya and German-occupied Crete. Unlike regular transports, which could only unload vehicles or cargo in ports, the abilities of these landing craft to land vehicles and supplies on beaches near the front lines was a major advantage. By mid-1942, the Germans had about 30 MFPs in the Mediterranean, and the Italians had 65 MZ, along with about 24 Siebel ferries and Pionierlandungsboote, which gave the Axis a substantial amphibious capability. Generalfeldmarschall Albert Kesselring, Oberbefehlshaber Süd, Commander-in-Chief South, advocated an invasion of British-held Malta in order to reduce attacks on the Axis sea lines of communication to North Africa. This concept evolved into Operation Hercules, a joint German-Italian effort to seize Malta. Operation Hercules borrowed heavily from lessons learned during the preparations for Seelöwe, as well as the airborne operation against Crete in 1941. If executed in July 1942, as Kesselring intended, Operation Hercules would have involved an airborne landing with 2 airborne divisions and an amphibious landing by 5 reinforced Italian divisions. Although Malta was well defended, Operation Hercules had excellent prospects for success and could have eased Rommel's supply situation in North Africa. However, the Luftwaffe assets required to make Hercules possible were instead diverted to support Rommel's drive into Egypt, and the operation was postponed, then cancelled. Nevertheless, the large amount of Axis amphibious shipping available in the Mediterranean was put to good use. When Hitler wanted to rush Germans into Tunisia in response to Operation Torch in November 1942, the MFPs and Siebel ferries proved their worth. By January 1943, the Germans had a fleet of 45 MFPs and 45 Siebel ferries making continuous round trips from Sicily to Tunis. The Royal Navy's Force Q succeeded in destroying one Italian convoy north of Tunis on the 2nd of December 1942, but the shallow draft ferries proved difficult targets. Had Hitler authorized a timely evacuation of Tunisia, there is little doubt that the amphibious forces could have saved part of Panzerarmee Africa. After the Axis surrender in Tunisia, the Allied invasion of Sicily began on the 10th of July 1943 and led to the rapid collapse of Italy's will to fight. The German 14th Panzer Corps was able to delay 2 Allied armies in a lopsided battle for a month, but the outcome was never in doubt. This time, Hitler listened to reason and authorized an evacuation effort to save the 14th Panzer Corps. Operation Lehrgänge commenced on the 11th of August and employed 3 landing flotillas with a total of 33 MFPs, 12 Siebel ferries, 11 Pionierlandungsboote, and 76 other landing craft to evacuate Axis troops across the 2 to 6 mile wide Straits of Messina. Despite the strong Allied air and naval forces operating around Sicily, the Allies were not immediately aware of the German evacuation and were reluctant to send units into the narrow strait due to fear of mines. At least 8 MFPs were sunk during the operation, but few troops were lost. The last Tiger tank, belonging to Schwere Panzerabteilung 504, was shipped across the strait on a Siebel ferry on the 17th of August, the final day of the evacuation. The week-long Operation Lehrgänge was a major success, resulting in 52,000 German troops, 14,105 vehicles, including 7 tanks, and 94 guns being saved to fight again another day in Italy. Nevertheless, the successful evacuation of the 14th Panzer Corps did not prevent Italy from signing an armistice with the Allies on the 3rd of September, leaving the German position in the Mediterranean quite vulnerable. While the main Anglo-American armies moved into mainland Italy, the British independently moved quickly to occupy several Italian-held islands in the Aegean, including Kos, Samos, and Liros. The Royal Navy's Mediterranean fleet enjoyed naval superiority in this region, although the Luftwaffe retained a measure of local air superiority. In Athens, the German Heeresgruppe I responded to the British intervention in the Aegean by assembling an amphibious force of 30 vessels, including 9 MFPs and 5 small transports in Greek ports. Operation Eisbär, Polar Bear, was planned to deal with the British battalion-size garrison inserted onto Kos and 3 small convoys. escorted by just 3 R-boats and 5 armed fishing trawlers, sailed from Crete, Piraeus, and Naxos on the 1st of October. The German convoys had to cross distances of 100 to 230 miles to reach Kos, which exposed them to interception for over 24 hours. Although the Royal Navy had several destroyers in the area for just such an eventuality, they were all out of position when the German invasion commenced. At 0300 hours on the 3rd of October, 1943, the MFPs landed the first wave of the assault force, a 1,200-man Kampfgruppe from the 22nd Infanteriedivision on Crete. A battalion of Fallschirmjäger also landed by parachute and glider. By the end of the first day, the Germans had 4,000 troops, light artillery, and armored cars ashore. The MFPs landed a number of SD-KFZ 10x4 half-trucks equipped with 2-centimeter flak guns, which provided the landing force with superior mobile firepower. Efforts by RAF aircraft to attack the German landing craft proved ineffective. The Germans had affixed 20-millimeter thick plates of armor on the MFP's key areas, which made them proof against 303 caliber machine gun fire. British resistance collapsed after 25 hours of fighting, and 1,388 British troops surrendered. The German invasion force suffered only 14 killed, an incredibly small rate of loss for an opposed landing. Buoyed by this success, the Germans attempted to take Liros on the bounce before it could be reinforced, but the Royal Navy returned to the Aegean in strength after the loss of Kos. A German convoy consisting of the ex-Greek transport Olympos, 6 MFPs, and a single armed trawler was detected by a British submarine, then intercepted at 0400 hours on the 7th of October, 1943, by 3 Royal Navy light cruisers and 2 destroyers. Unlike 1940, most Royal Navy light cruisers and destroyers by 1943 were equipped with search radar and dual-purpose 20-millimeter guns, which considerably increased their ability to intercept enemy convoys. In short order, the British squadron tore the convoy to pieces, with only 1 damaged MFP escaping. The Olympos convoy had been carrying the 9th Festungsinfanteriebataillon 999, which lost 309 of its troops drowned. While the British interception was near perfect in execution, the RAF still had difficulty providing air cover for Royal Navy surface action groups at sea. The Luftwaffe was able to bomb the light cruiser HMS Penelope later the same day, and then the next day sank a destroyer and damaged another light cruiser. Due to the Royal Navy's successful destruction of the Olympos convoy, the Germans were forced to delay the invasion of Liros for a month. Nevertheless, Heeresgruppe I was able to gather more landing craft and mount Operation Typhoon on the 12th of November, 1943. The British were alerted to the operation by ultra-intercepts and positioned 6 destroyers in the area, but failed to stop the enemy convoys. At 0430 hours, the Germans conducted 3 small battalion-sized landings on Liros using 5 MFPs, 5 Pionier Landungsboote, and some auxiliary craft. The British garrison on Liros was larger, consisting of the 234th Infantry Brigade, but its 3 infantry battalions were spread out, trying to cover every possible beach. The 4th Battalion Royal East Kent Regiment, the Buffs, was able to continue the landing at Barteni Bay, and the 2nd Battalion Royal Irish Fusiliers conducted a company-sized counterattack against the landing in Gurna Bay in an effort to prevent the Germans from establishing a beachhead. German losses among the landing troops were heavy, but intense German 8-centimeter mortar fire kept the British at bay. At 1430 hours, the Germans dropped a 500-man airborne battalion, Kampfgruppe Kühne, in the center of the island, which disrupted communications between the 3 British battalions. Although the British had some anti-aircraft guns, the German Fallschirmjäger jumped at low altitude to minimize their risk from enemy ground fire. German casualties were heavy. but key terrain was seized. Gradually, the German numbers on Leros increased as more troops and equipment landed. The Royal Navy and RAF attempted to interdict the German resupply convoys, but without much success, until the battle was nearly over. On the night of the 14th to 15th of November, the destroyer HMS Eclipse and 3 MTBs intercepted a convoy of 12 MFPs in Olinda Bay and sank 3 of them in a point-blank action. However, the typical confusion of a night action allowed most of the German landing craft to escape. The powerful Luftwaffe presence in the Aegean inflicted painful losses on the Royal Navy surface units in the area and ensured the success of the invasion. After 4 days of fighting, the British garrison surrendered, and 3,200 British troops became prisoners. German losses during Typhoon were much heavier, including 512 killed and 900 wounded, more than 1/3 of the invasion force. Yet the successes of both Eisbär and Typhoon indicate the ability of the Germans to plan and execute combined amphibious airborne operations, and then to overcome enemy coastal defenses. The British defeat in the Aegean was humiliating, even though the loss of 4,800 troops was hardly catastrophic, since the Germans were able to pull off 2 long-distance amphibious operations in spite of stiff resistance by the RAF and the Royal Navy. Churchill's later claim that, after Alamein we never had a defeat, conveniently omitted the Aegean in 1943. However, after the capture of Kos and Leros, German amphibious capabilities were used exclusively to rescue isolated forces from destruction. Several of the amphibious units in the Mediterranean were disbanded by early 1944, while 2nd Landungsflottille holed up in Genoa and remained operational until April 1945. In the Black Sea, the Kriegsmarine was forced to scuttle virtually all of its amphibious craft in August 1944 when Romania changed sides. Losses of German amphibious shipping rose sharply, with 100 MFPs lost in 1943 and 244 in 1944. Nevertheless, the Third Reich retained significant amphibious capabilities nearly up to the end of the war. In northwest Europe, the Allied invasion of France in June 1944 led to the rapid defeat of Germany's Atlantic wall defenses and a precipitate retreat to the German border. During the retreat, the bulk of the German 15th Armée was nearly isolated in the coastal regions of Holland, which left a huge gap in the German front line in Holland. As is well known, the British decided to exploit this gap by pushing northward in mid-September towards Arnhem and the Rhine bridges. However, Montgomery's 21st Army Group was overly focused on jumping the Rhine and paid little attention to the 15th Armée. In the desperate race against time, the Germans decided to evacuate the entire 15th Armée across the Scheldt estuary, using amphibious craft, despite complete Allied air superiority. Kapitän zur See Hermann Knut was put in charge of the evacuation, which began on the 7th of September. Knut had about 60 small vessels, including 6 MFPs and 1 Siebel-ferry to transport an army. 2 of the landing units involved, the 11th and 12th Landungsflottille, were the original units formed for Seelöwe in 1940. Amazingly, the Allies did little to interfere with the evacuation, aside from sporadic air attacks, and in 15 days Knut succeeded in evacuating 9 divisions with 100,000 troops, 6,000 vehicles, and 750 guns across the Scheldt. He even managed to transport a 21-centimeter railroad gun across the Scheldt. Once across the Scheldt, the 15th Armée was fed into positions just as Montgomery's Operation Market Garden kicked off on the 17th of September. The unexpected reinforcements from the 15th Armée helped to tip the battle against Montgomery and contributed to the failure of Market Garden. In the final months of the war, German amphibious craft from 3 different landing flotillas served on resupply runs to sustain the isolated Heeresgruppe Kurland. then to evacuate over 300,000 troops and 800,000 civilians from East Prussia. These final efforts were conducted under constant enemy air attack, through mine-infested waters. None of these final efforts altered the course of the war, but they were far from futile, since they saved tens of thousands of German citizens who would otherwise have fallen into Soviet hands. As a direct result of preparing for Seelover, Germany developed landing craft such as the Marine Fährpramme and the Siebel ferries, as well as the amphibious tactics to use them, which greatly increased the Wehrmacht's operational and logistic capabilities for the rest of the war. The construction of over 1,000 landing craft was a major effort which consumed 60,000 tons a year of iron and steel. Had Germany not made this investment beginning in 1940, the Germans would have suffered substantially larger losses in the Mediterranean theater and on the Eastern Front. Chapter 12. The Reckoning. The man who sacrifices the possible in search of the impossible is a fool. Karl von Clausewitz, Vom Krieg, 1832. Was Hitler's postponement of Seelover on the 17th of September, 1940, a decisive moment in the World War II? I have argued that it was not because nothing was really decided. Hitler still had a viable option to conduct the invasion in 1941, once the Kriegsmarine was stronger and improved landing craft were available. Nothing that the British achieved in 1940 prevented the enemy from selecting this course of action in 1941. Furthermore, Hitler had options short of full-scale invasion, such as a smaller landing on the Isle of Wight, which would have represented a partial victory for Germany. It is a fact that Britain remained in a position of great peril, even after the air battles of September 1940, with Germany able to inflict substantially greater damage upon Great Britain's people and economy than vice versa. Nor does the contention that Hitler committed Germany to a two-front war by shying away from Seelover appear viable. In Mein Kampf, Hitler made his intent to destroy Bolshevism evident, but there is nothing in his book about making political and economic deals with the Soviet Union. Yet, Hitler did precisely that with the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact in 1939, indicating that he was not completely bound by a priori ideology. Hitler found the idea of destroying the Soviet Union increasingly attractive after the fall of France, but there is little to support the contention that he was inflexibly committed to a specific timetable. Maintaining the trade relationship with the Soviet Union was extremely valuable for the German economy and mitigated any effects of the Royal Navy's blockade. Hitler did not want the Heer to sit on its hands while the Kriegsmarine and Luftwaffe continued to chip away at Britain, but there was plenty of work for soldiers to do in the Balkans and North Africa. Even as Hitler began transferring much of the Heer to Eastern Europe, he committed a corps-size force to North Africa in February 1941, and 2 armies, including 7 Panzerdivisionen, to the invasion of Yugoslavia and Greece in April 1941. Soon after, he also authorized an expeditionary force for Iraq. These peripheral operations indicate that Hitler was an opportunist, willing to exploit fleeting enemy vulnerabilities. He was also a leader who wavered between making bold decisions and deferring tough decisions for later. Had Rommel taken Tobruk in 1941, Hitler might well have decided to reinforce success, pushing into Egypt, then overrunning the Middle East, deferring Barbarossa until the next year. Hitler's intent to ultimately destroy the Soviet Union was not predestined to supplant his immediate need to force Britain to the peace table by any means possible. An aggressive push into the Middle East, although logistically challenging, might have made Seelover unnecessary. However, as Clausewitz's comment suggests, Hitler sacrificed 2 real possibilities in 1940 to 1941, Seelover, or Middle East, in search of something else which proved impossible. Even after the Battle of Britain, the war was going against Britain, not Germany. In November 1940, the Germans held 39,956 British prisoners, while the total number of Germans in British captivity was a mere 3,594 prisoners. 8 months later, the Germans held 50,717 British prisoners, whereas the British held only 5,010 German prisoners. The same was true in other categories: aircraft losses, shipping sunk, and civilian deaths from bombing. Rather than the deferral of Seelower locking Hitler into an invasion of the Soviet Union, the real strategic fulcrum was that Churchill was locked into an extended and one-sided battle of attrition with Germany. Churchill's decision to stand up to Sea Lion in 1940 doomed the British Empire rather than saved it, beginning with the loss of Hong Kong, Singapore, and Burma to the Japanese in 1942. For centuries, it had been British strategic policy not to fight a protracted European war without allies, and Churchill threw this common-sense policy out the window. By choosing to fight an open-ended war without major allies, Churchill committed the Commonwealth to a war that it could not win on its own, and which reduced the world's largest empire to a state of penury. British industry could crank out tanks and planes to match Germany ad infinitum, but every weapon built or purchased only further depleted the British Empire's economic strength. By 1941, Britain was reduced to a hand-to-mouth financial existence and dependent upon American lend-lease. Churchill needed American or Soviet intervention to provide a means for Britain to join a war-winning coalition. But it came at the cost of further reducing Great Britain to the role of a junior partner. Hitler overextended himself in the Soviet Union and doomed the Third Reich to a war of attrition that ultimately cost Germany the war. But Churchill also overextended Britain in the name of uncompromising bravado. When it came to war-making, both Hitler and Churchill shared some of the same inflexible tendencies. A more practical British strategy after Dunkirk would have been to adopt Halifax's suggestion of opening negotiations with Germany to seek a temporary armistice, thus causing Hitler to cease preparations for Sea Lion, as well as U-boat warfare and bombing of British cities. A renewed, phony war period lasting into 1941 would have enabled the British military to gather its strength and prepare for a long-term war once it had powerful coalition partners. Instead, like Hitler, Churchill sought an impossible victory rather than call for a time-out. Overall, Churchill proved himself a great wartime leader and advocate for liberal democracy. But that does not absolve him of the critical mistakes in strategic judgment he made in 1940. As for Sea Lion, sober military analysis suggests that Germany might have used its nascent amphibious capabilities to achieve some kind of partial victory in either 1940 or 1941, but it was unlikely to overrun the British homeland. Rather, the result was likely to be a tactical stalemate and potentially gruesome city fighting in the outskirts of London. Neither Churchill nor any other British leaders were likely to negotiate an armistice as long as German troops were on British soil. Yet, Sea Lion might have proved the tipping point, just as Britain was trying to fend off U-boats, the Blitz, and distant commerce raiders. Extended ground combat in England would have significantly altered the conduct of the war by forcing Britain to reduce the resources devoted towards bomber command and the Mediterranean theater in favor of equipping the British Home Army with improved weapons. Germany would only be fighting to reach the off-ramp to peace negotiations, and Hitler would be looking for tactical victories, not the destruction of the British Army or state. If Britain eventually grew war-weary, Hitler would almost certainly have agreed to withdraw in return for a peace settlement. Once peace with Britain was achieved, Germany could have either turned its full attention to crush the Soviet Union or direct events on mainland Europe from a position of strength. If executed, Operation Sea Lion would have changed the course of the World War II, but probably not decisively. Even with Britain out of the war, the Third Reich was unprepared to defeat either the Soviet Union or the United States. nor did Sea Lion's postponement in September 1940 determine the war's outcome, any more than the Allied decision not to invade France in 1943 affected the outcome. Hitler missed an opportunity to impose greater military pressure on Britain, but Churchill missed an opportunity to reduce that pressure by eschewing negotiation. After Sea Lion, both sides opted for greater violence to fight their way out of their strategic conundrum, rather than to consider simply shifting to a defensive posture and letting the war fizzle out. This concludes We March Against England by Robert Forczyk, narrated by Paul Bamer. Copyright 2016 by Robert Forczyk. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Osprey Publishing and was produced in the year 2016 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.